Oh, thank goodness. Good morning, everybody. Did we have a good night last night? Contribute that sales tax for Mayor Weldon? Yes? Good. Again, my name is Lacey Simpson. I am the president for Southeast Conference Board of Directors this year. Um, Most other days, I'm the assistant city manager for the city of Ketchikan, and welcome back to Mid-Session Summit. We are so glad to have you here. We had a really good first day. I think we've had some tremendous speakers. We got to hear from a lot of different industries around our region, hear about the great work that Southeast Conference is doing, particularly with the mariculture cluster. And I think things are just going to continue on today. We're going to kick things off with broadband, and today's focus will be maybe a little bit more typically infrastructure oriented. So we'll have broadband, we'll have transportation and energy. And really excited for all of these panels. I was just reflecting on yesterday's panels and presentations, and I think the thing that I always walk away from when I attend this conference, be it mid-session or the annual meeting, is how proud I am of our region and proud of the people that contribute in meaningful ways and the expertise that we have assembled in a pretty vast area with small numbers. So just continually blown away. And with that, I'd like to welcome to the stage Christine O'Connor, who does amazing, amazing work throughout the entire state in her efforts toward broadband and keeping our state connected to the world. So welcome, Christine.
I've heard so many great things about Lacey over the years from my member companies, so we are going to talk after this. Welcome to the stage, panelists. Thank you to Southeast Conference for inviting us. It's always fun to talk about broadband. That's what happens when you're a nerd. But in this moment in time, it's really exciting. There's so much happening. So I'm really delighted to have our panelists here. I think we have Chris Cropley online. We'll have Melissa Kookesh joining us. We're starting a little early, so she's on her way. We can pause and give her a round of applause, poor thing, when she walks in and we're already started. Just to start the panel, I'd like to introduce myself. I am Christine O'Connor. I'm the Executive Director of Alaska Telecom Association. And before that, I've worked for Matsuo Telecom Association in the Valley, the Matsu Valley, not your valley. I was on the board of directors at Michigan Cooperative in my hometown of Dillingham. And my claim to fame for Southeast is that I went to kindergarten in Craig, where my dad was stationed as a state trooper in the way back years. So with that, I would like to really hand things over to our panel. Well, very quickly, I did mention that this is an interesting time in broadband. And really what's happened is a fire hose of funding is being pointed at Alaska specifically to expand broadband access. This has never happened before. It probably won't happen again. We are already seeing almost $700 million in grants to build network. And that's before the infrastructure bill funding takes effect. So policymakers have realized how important broadband is and that Alaska is very far behind and we have a lot of catch-up work to do. I mean, similar to a lot of our other infrastructure. So that's kind of the stage for what's happening. And our panelists will be able to talk about what they're each doing to expand broadband access. So with that, I will start with Jason Custer with Alaska Power and Telephone. Tell us what you're up to, Jason. Do we have Jason's slide deck ready?
Let's check on that. I'm Jason Custer. I work for. All right. Wow. I'm really mixed up today. I'm Jason Custer. I work for Alaska Power and Telephone Company. We are a utility established a couple years before statehood. Next slide, please. Point it at somebody. I don't know if that's working. Okay, here we go. AT&T, we've been a utility since 2 years before statehood, established in 1957. We have about 130 employees doing power and telecom, which includes both telephone service and broadband in 40 communities across the state of Alaska, but largely in Southeast Alaska. Here we are again. Yep. So down in Southeast, we're the power and telecom provider, power all over Prince of Wales Island, telecom services in most of the communities, Haines, Skagway, and Gustavus. We do power there, and telecom in Skagway and Gustavus. We are 75% hydro-based, and in Southeast, we're more like 85, 90% hydro-based, depending on how much rain we get. And in some places, we're 100 and more than 100% hydro-based, because we have more hydro than we can even use. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of Alaska Power and Telephone's network in Southeast Alaska before last October. We were very fortunate to receive a series of 3 USDA Reconnect grants. The first one was for $24.5 million in round 2 of the Reconnect program. We provided a 25% match to that. And then we received 2 more in round 3, each in the neighborhood of 30 million. And we'll show you how those all fit together on the map here. But until late last year, our network consisted of a microwave network spanning Southeast Alaska, which is what those yellow thumbtacks are. Well, not quite microwave sites, but we have a network down on Prince of Wales, tower sites throughout Southeast, and then we have had fiber, existing fiber between Juneau, Haines, and Skagway. Next slide, please. So this shows AT&T's Reconnect Round 2 funded project called Sea-Link. In October, we laid a cable from Juneau down to Petersburg, a submarine fiber optic cable, and then constructed a terrestrial fiber optic cable across Mitkoff Island, where it goes back in the water near the ferry terminal on the south side of the island, and then runs over to Kaufman Cove. That fiber optic cable is currently in place, and we're now working to build fiber to the home in the communities of Kaufman Cove and Kassan. And those fiber to the home build-outs are scheduled to occur this year. And folks in those communities will then enjoy very, very high-speed service. And so those 2 communities and this fiber from Juneau to the island was our round 2 grant project. Next slide, please. So we received approval for funds to keep building on Prince of Wales. We want to provide the most resilient, robust service we can to everybody on the island, and want to bring everybody up to an equitable standard of service and affordable prices. And our round 3 grant for Prince of Wales from USDA is helping us do that. So this shows we will be putting in a submarine fiber optic cable starting at Kaufman Cove and running down to Ketchikan. And then also there'll be a branching unit connecting back to Hollis as well, so that if there's an issue on Prince of Wales, there's still a loop from that branching unit that runs over to Hollis. And so we're working right now to take that through the environmental approval phase. We're working through the NEPA determination process. Looks like that project, like the round 2 project, will probably be set up as being categorically excluded from NEPA. And we're anticipating, based on our supplier schedule, that we'll put that submarine fiber optic cable into Ketchikan probably around 2025. And then we'll be building fiber to the home in Hollis, Craig, and Klawock from about 2025 to 2027.
And is it true that none of this would happen without federal intervention, right?
Yes, I mean, that's the reason we're able to undertake these projects.
So this seems like a great moment for federal intervention. Do we have U.S. Representative Peltola online here?
Well, and also, you know, we're providing matching funds too, and it lets us make an investment. And
There we go. So we're gonna pause the panel because we have live from Washington D.C. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. It's I guess our little, example of federal overreach here. Should I go ahead, Mr. Chairman?
Please do, please do.
Okay. Good morning. It's a little afternoon here, so I know it's a lot earlier there. It's great to be with you. I haven't been with you since September, and a lot has been going on. I am in a new office in the House Cannon building, and we're getting settled in. I have an apartment now. It's a basement apartment. It's nothing fabulous, but I'm excited to say I have a can opener now. So that has been very helpful in getting settled here in Washington, D.C. It's such a privilege to be working here on behalf of Alaskans. And I'm reminded of that every day. So thank you so much for letting me join you. And there are a few things I'm excited to share with you. One of which is I've been reappointed to the House Natural Resources Committee. It's such an important committee for Alaskans. And I'm a newly appointed member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee on the House side. And one of the greatest things about both of those committees is I know that they're great committees because those are the committees that Congressman Young had for years. And after his, navigating this process for decades, he came to the conclusion that those are the best committees to serve Alaskans in the best way possible on the House side. So I'm very happy to do that. I'm on my subcommittees on transportation are aviation and Coast Guard, critical issues for Alaska. I'm very pleased to report that we found out last week that for ferries for our marine highway system, in the infrastructure bill, there's $285 million just for Alaska marine highway system. I think that's great. And of course, all of the credit for that infrastructure bill goes to the late Congressman Young and the work that he did advocating for that package, as well as our senators, Senator Murkowski and Senator Sullivan. And you'll have to excuse me if I refer to them as Lisa and Dan. I think as Alaskans, we all take a lot of liberties in calling people by our first names because we go back so far. And please always feel comfortable and feel free to call me Mary. That's the name I respond to the best. So we've got the Transportation Committee, the $285 million for the marine highway system. There is a 20% match, and the delegation and I will be working to encourage the state to provide that match and make sure that we get every one of those federal dollars that we can. These funds are going to enable replacement of the Trusty Tusty, and it will modernize 4 other ferries and provide upgrades and replacements to dock facilities to a number of communities and bolster the operating funds needed for this essential service. This was such a big win for Southeast Alaska, and there's so much pent-up need and demand for our ferry system, and I'll continue to be an advocate that we continue to provide this really critical service. And I won't belabor how critical this is because you all know better than I do. There are a few other things happening that may be of interest to Southeast communities. Several West Coast lawmakers are exploring programs to support and enhance kelp farming. I know that Southeast Alaska has been a real leader in this field for years. So I'll be cooperating closely with all of the West Coast legislators to see that Alaska is included in these efforts. And it wouldn't be a message from me if we didn't talk about fish. So I am excited to be working on the reauthorization of the Magnuson-Stevens Act again. This is one of the first bills that I signed on to after the special election. And of course, there isn't really an Alaskan that I've ever met who isn't pro-fish. Of course, the majority has switched hands. I think a lot of people are, in some ways, not too unhappy that we're not going with the Huffman legislation. I think there are a lot of Alaskans that are very comfortable with seeing a little bit more conservative approach on the reauthorization of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, but I'm very much looking forward to diving into that one more time. The main thing is making sure that our fisheries are protected and overseen by well-balanced, science-driven management council. And we need to make sure we're making progress on bolstering ocean health. And we need to start that now. There was a great deal of money in the omnibus bill for salmon research, which is just so critical. We are in some regions of our state 10 or 13 years into really critically low returns, and we just can't afford to wait anymore. Time is of the essence on researching what the causes are and how we can address those. Most of you have heard that this administration has reapplied the roadless rule within the Tongass. And I just feel really strongly that we can reach a balance between protecting our forest and doing some amount of development there and making sure that we can access we can make sure that we can work on important hydro projects that don't negatively affect the ecosystem and make sure that we have transmission lines needed for those hydro stations. I'm looking at my notes really quick here. I just really want to reiterate that I'm looking forward to working with local governments, tribes, business leaders, and make sure that things like renewable energy projects are allowed to go forward when it makes the most sense for Alaskans. I've got an open door policy and look forward to meeting with all of you. And if you're not able to make it all the way to DC, it's such a long haul and it's so expensive coming here. I'm always open to having a Zoom conversation or a telephone conversation. So Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to offer anyone an opportunity to ask questions, I'm open to that. And if not, I'll let you get back to your panel.
Thank you, Representative. We are so thrilled. Of course, we very much cherish the fact that in September, you were your first official organization that you spoke to. So we cherish that a lot and appreciate the work you're doing there, and excited about your committee because those are critical to us in the region. So the great announcement last week that for the ferry system, well, that's just the beginning. And so we'll be really looking to work with you on the next rounds of those funding opportunities and natural resources. The group here yesterday, and just a question, we'll take one question from the floor. Passed a resolution to the board with great concern about this lawsuit from Washington State Conservation Group that wants to shut down the Chinook fishery here. And that is something that we want to discuss with you as NIMS is considering those actions. So that's a big concern of ours. So we just want to make sure that you're aware of that right up front.
Oh, absolutely. That has been top of mind for us in our office. My fisheries person, Tyson Fick, has been collecting business cards from all of the fisheries people in Washington State to help our offices have conversations about this lawsuit, and we are very concerned about it and the direction it may take us.
All right. Well, the panel that we're initiating right now, you can see, is the broadband panel with the Alaska Telecom Association and recent recipients of investment for our region, which is just critical for commerce and community development. So we're thrilled for the federal intervention on that part, your work there in Congress, and we thank you for taking the time this morning to address our family of leaders here in Southeast Alaska. So thank you.
Well, we couldn't have this interaction right now without Wi-Fi. So I am all, and I would love to see really stable and inexpensive Wi-Fi. I prefer calling it Wi-Fi because I think that means more to more Alaskans than broadband. But I'm very excited to see the infusion of resources to this, especially. And I think right now what's most critical is to make sure on the federal side we don't have unnecessary delays and we're sticking to timelines. So I'm happy to help bird dog that if anyone wants to give our office a call.
Thank you, and on behalf of our 150 attendees this morning, please show appreciation to Representative Peltola for giving the Okay, well, we'll get back to exciting things. Christy, you want to this Google Map and say recenter us, and we'll keep moving.
Thank you, Robert. That was great. Great hearing from Representative Peltola. We're super excited to work with her going forward, you know, coming from a remote Southwest Alaska, which is my home also, understands the need to be connected. Jason, maybe I'll ask you to wrap.
Sure.
And then we'll start moving down the panel.
Breeze through the rest of this. So anyway, to close out talking about this project, what will be happening next year will be a marine routes survey for the route from Kaufman over to Ketchikan and Hollis. And next slide, please. And this is the third project we received a USDA grant to develop. Is we're going to be building fiber from Haines to the Yukon border and connecting all of the premises along the way, including our Klukwan and Mosquito Lake, and the border station will be connected to fiber. And there's also going to be some fiber to the home build outs in the Dyea area with this project. And this supports a long-term goal to be able to connect to Yukon territory with fiber. And this project will be occurring through 2027. So 5 years of work on the round 3 projects. And then the next slide shows we applied for 2 Reconnect round 4 grants. One to build fiber to the home in Heidelberg, and also to build fiber up to Whale Pass. And that'll establish a pole line that for the future we hope can be used to connect Whale Pass, which is on diesel, to hydropower produced on Sea Alaska and Hydacorp lands at our 3 hydro projects on Prince of Wales. So that's one application for Heidelberg and Whale Pass. And then we have another application to build fiber to the home to all premises in Thorn Bay, including the South Side subdivision and Goose Creek. And so we're waiting to hear the results of those requests. Hope to hear something, could be anywhere from 2 weeks to 2 months, we understand. And these projects would occur through 2028. And I just want to say we really appreciate all of the community support and participation in developing and promoting these applications. About a quarter of the people in the room, it seems like, had a hand in these, whether it was providing a letter of support or input or participating in the public processes, the permitting processes. We really appreciate the support we got from the municipalities. I see John from Thorn Bay waving at me, and particularly Central Council and the tribes in each community, and Sea Alaska as well. And part of the goal of this project is not just to serve these communities, but to serve the region and provide a platform that others can also use to achieve their goals. And we're really proud to be working with some of the tribal groups to do that, including Central Council. And we helped the Skagway tribe apply for and receive a couple $1 million to prepay for service for all of their tribal members for 5 years. If any other tribes that would like to work with us on that type of project, we're glad to help out with that. But as you can see, you can flip to the next slide. I think it's about done. Here's some takeaways for when you look at this online. But this is about all of the work that our small company can handle for now. For the next 5 years, we're going to be busy building stuff, and it's thanks to these federal opportunities, and particularly it's thanks to the work with the communities and the support from you all who are here today. So it's really exciting to get to show you all this on the map, and we'll look forward to building it over the next few years. And I will pass the mic to, I think, Jan and Ella are next.
Thank you, Jason. A lot of my member companies have expressed what Jason has, a huge opportunity, but they feel like the dog that caught the car. There's just more opportunity and work than can be done. So with that, thank you, Jason. And I would like to introduce John and Ella, who you probably already know with Byte Networking in Gustavus. Tell us what you're doing.
Hello, so my name is Ella Kunat, and I'm here with Jan. We represent Byte Networking Fiber Alaska, and I don't really know us. We are a very, very tiny company, especially comparing to AT&T and other GCI, AT&T, other companies you must have heard of. I'm also super terrified because I never spoke in front of so many people, but so yeah, you gotta suffer through that. Well, it will, doing this because I really mostly would like to thank Southeast Conference and Robert for bringing us and letting us to meet many of you and helping us through the process that I'm gonna talk about in a second. So they asked us to talk about our little company. So I'll just start with 2015. Fiber Alaska started a network in a rural city of Gustavus. I would like to ask how many of you been to Gustavus or know where Gustavus is? Oh, well, that's quite a bit of people. That's good. So we have a little bit idea, and for those who didn't, you should put it on a bucket list definitely. And not only because Gustavus is right the gateway to Glacier Bay, and we have beautiful scenery. It's really worth to come and see Gustavus, but with all the similarities, with all the things that Gustavus can offer and other communities in Southeast can too, we are super unique, and our geography is a little bit different. So when you come on a boat, let's say, you will see this huge beach that it's sandy and different. That it's as whoever came must have noticed this, and everybody lives a little bit differently than in other communities. We are living on bigger acreage, 2 to 10 acres, and that's great. But it also poses many challenges when you build the network. Like we're trying to build, the acreage is usually very wooded, and despite this, in 2015, actually our son David, who refused to acknowledge that it's impossible to build in such an environment, like many people said. And also not only because it's so hard. What here I'm stumbling. Many of the bigger companies never wanted to come because it's just basically not profitable to do such a thing in a small community. we understood the need, and we having our own different small businesses too. We needed our internet for ourselves too. So we started building. The needs of the internet are getting bigger and bigger, so we couldn't really catch up, and it was super hard to do this wireless internet. In 2017 we decided that to meet the future needs, we started the fiber optic network.
So, hello everybody. So in 2020, we applied for the Community Connect grant because ultimately we knew that it will take a lifetime to build a fiber network in the area where with 400 residents over how many miles? 60 square miles. And comparable Huna have 800 residents and 7 square miles. So everybody lives so far apart that is so, there is miles and miles of fiber needed, and lots of labor. So in 2020, with the help of a Southeast Conference, Denali Commission, and we applied for USDA Community Connect grant. We waited after a year or so. We successfully were awarded about $1,350,000 roughly dollars with the 15% match. And since last year, spring of last year, we are finishing our network in Gustavus, and we encourage everybody in a similar situation to use the help that it's available. These grants provide a great opportunity, and future is with the fast internet, not far away from today, our shoelaces will be talking to our computers. The technology moves so fast that we have to look. The only way to meet this fast demand is fiber optic, and once that infrastructure is built in the ground, it's basically technology proof. The wireless technology has will always have the limits, and we all have to realize that fiber optic, once in the ground, will be technology that will last probably a generation or 2 or 3. It's today capable. Our network that we're building in Gustavus is capable of 2.5 gigabits down, 1.2 gigabits upload. And we apply in 2000, so it's last year, 2000. So actually 2022, Byte Networking applied for Reconnect 4 grant to bring a middle mile to Gustavus, capable of actually 10 gigabits per second. The same fiber is able to bring 2.5 gigabits today, but with this little changeover in equipment, is capable of bringing 10 gigabits. So
Hoping for the host to come out action to help us with that.
anyway, that's what we're doing. Thank you.
I was talking with Jan and Ella at the reception last night, and what they've done in Gustavus is just so similar to how many of the small companies got started in Alaska. Half our providers are cooperatives, that literally the same situation. there was no service, so they said, what are we gonna do? And they just rolled up their sleeves and got busy. So it's a great story. Thank you for sharing it. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you for having us, and again, thank you to the Denali Commission, Southeast Alaska, Robert and whole team to stick with us and helping us to bring the first Community Connect grant, and hopefully, well, thank you USDA for that grant, first of all, and hopefully we'll hear from you about the second grant.
Fingers crossed. Now I want to go to Gustavus. It sounds amazing. But I see we have our next panelist online, Chris Cropley with the Central Council and Tidal Networks. Chris has been doing some amazing work and planning also to connect to this region. So Chris, take it away.
Hey everyone, how you doing? Have some bacon for me? Sorry I couldn't be down there. And thank you so much for inviting me back. Hopefully you can see my screen all right and hear me okay. You're just in the corner for me, so feel free to hit me up if there's any snafus here. So we've been pretty busy at Tlingit and Haida, and we are super excited to announce, which we were awarded $49 million from the NTIA to build out broadband in Southeast Alaska, and we're looking at building out in a lot of the communities that we're all familiar with. And we are going to try to fill any gaps that may be left. We're using a different technology. We're using wireless instead of fiber, which allows us to really partner up with folks like AT&T and other providers to leverage their investment that not only the federal government but themselves have made into that fiber infrastructure in the ground, as our last panelist was talking about, and spread it out even further. I don't know how many people are familiar with the old YouTube with the professor with the jar, and he puts rocks in and says, is it full now? And puts the sand in, is it full now? And puts the water in. So we're really looking forward to being that water and covering the folks that are out on islands where maybe fiber isn't feasible, or to boats or fish camps, or any other sort of temporary mobile or truly remote location. And we are going to be building 30 plus towers throughout Southeast Alaska and over 20 communities. And we're building these towers with fiber between them. I do get a bad rap for not being 100% on fiber, but we are certainly leveraging it wherever we feel like it makes the most sense. And we're building big fiber connections between there, and we're looking at leasing existing fiber connections where they exist, and building multi-tenancy towers so that in the future, hopefully in the near future, folks, all the three-letter and T-Mobiles and Verizons, AT&Ts, and all the other GCI wireless providers will have access to our towers. And they won't have to make that investment. We will have made that investment and reap the reward. We will all reap the rewards from that. We are partnering with other tribes to help defend some wireless stuff, which I won't get into the weeds too much because it's early. And that does lead us to starting in Wrangell and Sitka, which we talked about last time. We are cell on wheels. Our cows arrived yesterday. Thanks to our hardworking folks in the shipping industry, which we really appreciate. And we're trying to get those moved around today. So excited to be in Wrangell. And we are investing heavily in Southeast Alaska. We are purchasing clutter data. We're hiring engineering firms, construction firms, local guys, bringing people in. So anybody out there, please reach out to me if you feel like you have any services or goods that maybe we're missing. Would love to work with all of our business partners here in Southeast Alaska. So super excited about that. Hiring tons of people. I think I'm quadrupling my payroll, which I think is taking me from 10 to 15 folks, but we'll continue to expand that. Title's still pretty new. Finally got the shirt. So excited about that. ATA has been amazing to work with. I know it's, it's always interesting when there's a bunch of new money and a bunch of new people paying attention to an industry. And, folks like Christina and Jason and everyone else has just been incredible. We've been working very closely with the USDA. I think Keith is probably there. I was stalking him on Facebook yesterday, seeing what I was missing. And we've met with multiple carriers, multiple federal agencies, and it's really, truly amazing to see everybody in Southeast working together to bring broadband to everyone. We are focusing on the unserved and where maybe, like our last panel said, it can be truly difficult financially. It doesn't, there's a reason there aren't these things here, but that funding really makes that possible. So reach out, and I look forward to seeing you guys next time. I promise I'll be there. I've got a good excuse this time, but don't let me off the hook next time. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Chris. Forward to seeing you in person next time around. With that, I want to invite Melissa Kookesh to tell us about the Alaska Broadband Office. Brand new office with a huge mandate taking point on the infrastructure funding coming to Alaska for broadband. So Melissa, what are you doing? How's it working? No, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Can you hear me now? Good morning. I just want to apologize for being late. I didn't realize we were going to start at 8. But in any case, my name is Melissa Kookesh, and I have been hired by the Department of Commerce as the tribal liaison for the Alaska Broadband Office. And initially, I had been hired as the legislative liaison in February, so many of you may remember me from Senator Stedman's office. But is there a clicker, or do I need to point somewhere?
Point here. Is it on? I got it.
Okay. So, thank you. So our office has, as many of you may know, was basically stood up from the IJA funding that came through from the federal government, and through House Bill 363, we created the office in the Commissioner's office in the Department of Commerce, and we hired a director in September, and that is Thomas Lochner. And prior to that, we had our senior project manager, Lisa Von Bargen. Many of you may know her, who has been working on our standing up our office as well. And then more recently, we hired an administrative assistant who has definitely been instrumental in helping us get our website updated, helping us make sure we're in compliance with everything, making sure that we're doing everything that we are supposed to be doing in terms of getting our office stood up. Next slide. As many of you may know, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, there was 2 pots of funding that came to Alaska and many of the states and territories. The broadband equity and access deployment was $42 billion, and the digital equity was $640 million. And those are the pots that we basically have to. One, with the digital equity, we have to basically go out and reach our target populations and talk about, the barriers that they may have around just digital equity. I really love Mary's, our Representative Peltola's, her concept of bringing Wi-Fi. I think that'll be a great concept moving forward, especially with our remote and rural communities. But the broadband portion of it, or the BEAD portion of it rather, is basically the infrastructure. So once we go out and talk to all of the communities and see the best plan or best approach on bringing them the infrastructure needed, then that's where the BEAD money will come in and help us in securing that access to the internet. Next slide. And so the digital equity, there's the covered populations, there are the low income, those at poverty level, aging individuals,
veterans, incarcerated individuals, individuals with disabilities, members of racial or ethnic minority groups, individuals with language barriers, and residents residing in rural communities. And the funding, like I said before, was the planning grants, capacity grants, and competitive grants. And that's all the process in terms of how we will go about giving out the grants. Next slide. I think this kind of also just speaks to the BEAD portion of it in the infrastructure that's going to be needed to connect all of our communities. There are several out there. Next slide. So this is the milestone our timeline. This presentation will also be available for those who may need it, because I think I was only supposed to speak for 5 minutes. So the milestones basically from the very start of the planning grant to the final proposed date. As you can see, there are many steps that we have been working on. We have an office of 4 right now, and Thomas has been working diligently on working with industry, working on trying to lay out what a plan would ideally look like if it were fiber, if it were microwave, if it were subsea, ground lay. I mean, you name it, he has this huge spreadsheet of different ways that, depending on the community and depending on what the needs are, how you would access that community with the infrastructure. And so we're just trying to make sure that we have everyone's voices heard also in this process, but making sure that we're doing it right and making sure that we're doing good by our communities. Next slide. And so the basic need right now is there are unserved communities who cannot download 25 megabits per second and then upload. So the downloading is watching the video and the uploading is posting a photo on the internet. And we have unserved, underserved, and served communities. And the end goal is to make sure that everybody has the same access and at the same speed. And so a served community is 100 megabits download bandwidth over 20. And so that's what everybody, the equity part of it is making sure that everybody has that once the funding has been allocated. Next slide. So this is a map of the current fiber optics that connect Alaska to the entire world. Next slide. And we have 112 communities that are currently served by fiber. And the blue lines here indicate the microwave. Next slide. And the blue dots there are current projects that have received funding to date. And there are 80 communities that will be served in the current projects that have received the funding. Next slide. And I believe the red lines and the yellow lines indicate new lines for microwave. If you could go up to the next slide. And so the underserved communities, there are, it says 12, or the underserved are 12, and then the unserved are 184 communities. Next slide. And this shows basically our charter and what we're trying to do in bringing Wi-Fi to all of these communities. Next slide. So we have been working on our 5-year action plan, and that basically outlines what we will be doing around the digital equity and the BEAD funding. And so that's one of the, I feel like, basically what's been taking up a lot of our time lately in terms of like trying to make sure we're all moving in the same direction with our partners. Because we have many, we've been working with the tribes, the village and regional corporations, AFN, AML, everybody trying to get us, just moving in the same direction so that way we're not overlapping in any of this funding. Next slide.
And this is the grant criteria. I'm sure many of you have received grants from DCRA, but that's basically where we will be funneling our grant funding through. And so just the same criteria. Next slide. And we do have the website up, and we have been slowly putting more and more information on it, and so please check it out. But if you do have any questions, we definitely have an open door and are willing to meet with anybody. Thomas Lochner, our director, Lisa Von Bargen, our senior project manager, myself, the tribal liaison, and Anessa is ready and willing to tell anyone and everyone, I think, about basically where we are and how we can get a meeting with you. Thank you.
On time. This is an amazing panel. So that's just a great sample of what's happening all over the state. Every broadband provider is just immersed in these programs, these opportunities. We're very excited to have the opportunity to really finally connect all of Alaska. I didn't know that if I would see that during my career, and now I will. So it's a really exciting time. Thank you again, Robert and Southeast Conference, for inviting us. Thank you to the panelists, and we look forward to visiting with you on the breaks.
You all, and we'll ask the Transportation Committee to come on up. But I think this broadband amazing investment is just another example of when good planning meets opportunity, then you have success. We didn't wait for the opportunity to say, oh, how do we plan? We've seen each of these speakers talk about the planning and the years of work that they took to be ready when this opportunity came. Unprecedented success. So it's like, I don't know, it was Christine, was like $100 million or something like that. That's going into the region just this year for broadband. So that is incredible. Speaking of incredible, transportation is near and dear to all of us and the lifeblood of our economies. We're really pleased to have a great panel today. And these are kind of the highlights of what John has queued up for tomorrow. For our transportation symposium. Come on up. Come on up. So there are some of these speakers and some of these points that we wanted to make sure got onto the record and you are aware of, because I know not everybody can stay tomorrow, but some exciting things are happening. So anyway, one last final shout out for the broadband folks and the agencies that have helped make that possible. USDA with their investment, the Denali Commission with their technical assistance, and just the hard work of each of those groups. So, yeah, with no further ado, so that I don't have to call out on people in the back of the room, because it's not quite the decibel level that I was hoping for before we introduce the commissioner. And I love picking on Keith Perkins, but I could do that all day long and just say, hey, Keith, am I doing better now with my mic? Okay, so all right, so I can call on Keith Perkins to give Keith Perkins. Yeah. Okay, you guys heard that. Great. Thanks, Bryce. All right, so we're very pleased to have Commissioner Ryan Anderson lead off our panel. Beaming in from Washington State. We've got Matt and then the rest of the all-star. Again, on the back of those is a QR code. If you want to know about the accomplished resumes that each of these individuals have, you can do so. But we're not going to take a lot of time because we want to hear what's on their mind. But I'll tell you, Southeast Conference and our region has benefited greatly by the leadership that Commissioner Anderson has brought and the team he's brought forward. And so we're excited to have him. So would you please welcome to the podium, Commissioner Ryan Anderson.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate being here today. I do want to acknowledge a few folks from the Alaska Department of Transportation, Marine Highway System, and whatnot. We have Captain Tony Carvalis is here today. He's currently the acting general manager for the Alaska Marine Highway System. And I'm very thankful he was willing to step into that role. Deputy Commissioner Keith couldn't make it today. She's down and out. There's a lot of bugs going around, so that was probably a good thing that she wasn't here. But also, I'm in the back, Mr. Matt McLaren with the Alaska Marine Highway System, our program division director, James Marks. Did I miss anybody else from DOT that's here? Oh yeah, and Director Lance Murick is right back here too. So if you have any really tough questions, save them for afterwards, and those are your folks that you can hit all the tough questions to. That's what we like to do. But it's fascinating times in the world of transportation. If you ask me, this past year, I always try to think about what did we learn. Yeah, it's been a bit of a blur from my perspective. We've had more declared disasters, emergencies in this state this past year than I believe any other year combined. It seems like these events just keep coming at us, and as an organization, DOT, we want to be responsive. We want to be that can-do organization. So when we get the avalanches that go across the roads, the landslides, those kind of things, hey, everyone has confidence. Hey, we're out there, we're cleaning it up. It's not a matter of if, it's just when. Sometimes whether how big the event is or whatnot. But we're really trying to position ourselves so we're well situated for that. And part of this is making sure that we're a team. And when we think of DOT as a team, we think bigger than just, hey, I've got a northern region or a central region or a south coast region or Alaska Marine Highway System. We have a Department of Transportation. We have resources all over the state. And I hope what you see from us is when we get into challenges, we're drawing from those resources wherever we can find them and need them. Because today there's a lot of challenges with resources, but we want to make sure we find those new ways to do things and rise up and accept the challenge and keep this state moving. Because keep Alaska moving is our mission, and that's what we go by. I want to thank Robert and Southeast Conference. We've had some really great partnerships we've formed. One of them is for this low no emissions ferry that we're having some success here. But also we have the South Tongass ferry terminal as well, which is also a nice way to be looking at things differently and do some good solid planning in the state for how we can move forward. At DOT, we're really focused, with all these infrastructure monies coming in, we're focused on investment areas because we believe that we've got to focus our investments to be the most impactful to Alaskans. One of our biggest focus areas, of course, is safety. So across the board, you're going to see DOT out there working on these safety projects. I think that's everybody understands that. It's something we want to do, whether it's aviation, highways, marine highways. Safety is number one. State of good repair projects. Those are the projects where we really have to focus on keeping our infrastructure in solid condition and maintaining what we've got. You're going to see a lot of investments there. Those two, safety and state of good repair, those are probably the two biggest where you see where we invest money. Those are the largest investments. But we also have to focus on resiliency. I think we all know with all these events coming at us, when we build infrastructure, we want it to be resilient and withstand these weather events that come at us. We want to have sustainability in our system, but that also means things like electric vehicles, all the electric, the new technologies. We want to make sure we're keeping up and moving forward with those. But also, and then also we're working on one that I feel is really important for the Southeast Alaska, the economic vitality of the state. And you're going to see us working more and more. We have new eligibilities, with the tourism activities, things that we want to. We have a thing, and I'll just talk about it for a minute here. We want to attract people to the state, and the Department of Transportation wants to be a part of that. Getting people here, and so we're going to start a new program, and it's really going to be focused on what does Alaska have as a resource to offer that really no other state has in comparison to us, and it's the great outdoors. And so we want to be out there doing things that help people access the outdoors because we either drive or fly or however it works on the waterways. And so we're going to start a new program. It's going to be called the Last Frontier, and it's basically going to be a program really focused on improving our parking, our waysides, those types of things, and also understanding where people go to have fun. And so you're going to see us come up with some things out there that maps and tools where people can go online and say, hey, this is where we go to have fun. Now, we don't even know about the secret spots. Everybody has their secret spots, but this would be something in that perspective. So really a lot going on there. We're really going to focus on these infrastructure areas and think hopefully you'll see us move the needle in some areas hopefully like we haven't before. I want to talk about things a little differently today, and really, other than a lot of times, we talk about things in regions or our different divisions, but today I want to talk by modes, because I think by modes of travel is a way that we want to focus as we look at how our transportation system interconnects and what we're doing, to improve those connections. The first mode, it's going to work. Let's see, maybe go to the first slide if you could. Yeah, so the first one is by land. And that would be our surface transportation system. I think in Southeast Alaska, this is a shot of that area around Wolf Point where we have down here rock slides, these small kind of landslides and whatnot. That's a big problem down here. And so we're putting a focus on slope stability, and we're allocating money just specifically towards a prioritized program to improve these areas every year. Also down here, I've learned about your seasonal traffic with tourism industry. That's a big challenge down here that we need to stay focused on. It's on the highway systems. I know we have intersections that people have brought to our attention from Sitka to Ketchikan. We're in the summertime, these things get really bottled up, and we need to work on that. And then also, we've heard a lot about the high cost of living and housing problems. And is there any way that transportation, can help solve some of those problems? And so the solutions, we invest money towards these safety concerns. I think you're going to see a good grouping of projects that Lance and his team have developed for this summer, where we're out there fixing the roads, like on South Tongass or Neck Lake Road on Prince of Wales is up for construction here this summer. And then there's a fair amount of projects around Juneau. So you'll continue to see us out there. The Haines Highway, there'll be a big construction project beginning out on that one. And on sustainable transportation, we're going to start a 4-year program where we're going to convert all the street lights. We have all these old sodium lights to LED technologies. And so over the next 4 years, you should see all the DOT roads converting over to that. And I know, like, you drive down Egan Drive, a lot of that's old lights. We need to be out there getting that up and modern. And then, of course, economic vitality, we're going to be looking at some new road ideas. So we're going to be out there doing that as well. Of course, by air, I know there's a lot of pressure down here on a lot of these bigger terminals, Sitka, Ketchikan, and folks are looking for partnerships with DOT to fund these. Of course, this is I believe this is the Metlakatla float plane dock that was before. And then if we go to the next slide, this is what's possible. And I think these are the kind of things that we want to be out there doing. They make sense, and they make for a sound transportation system. And then finally, by sea. And of course, this is a huge challenge, and I think everyone here has been very vocal and articulate in describing the challenges. For AMHS, we have the aging vessels. We have these crewing challenges that we're working. I know Prince Rupert right now is a topic that's on people's minds, and we're working on how we can do better on that front. And then, of course, summer schedules. So we've gotten a lot of comments about the summer schedules for 2023. I've read them on the comments, and we're working through them. I appreciate the letters that people have sent, and I just want you to be assured that we take a look at those and we take those seriously, and we will get better about getting the schedules out earlier. I understand that that's not great for everyone in Southeast. And then the next slide. But we are working on solutions, and this is really important. I think when you see and Captain Corvallis will talk about some of the details of what you'll see this summer. But when we ran into some problems with the Matanuska, we're bringing the Columbia back. She'll be back in revenue service on February 13th, and so we're moving forward with that. We've got plans to get the Hubbard. The Hubbard's got crew quarters, and so we have plans to Hubbard running on May 1, provided we can crew it. And one thing I would like to say, about the crewing, If everybody in this room could get out your phones and go to Workplace Alaska and sign up as Alaska Marine Highway System and get your credentials, then we could run these ships. That's like our next step is like this many people. We get this many people. Okay, then we're running the Hubbard. Then we're doing these things, and so we're really focused. We're trying a lot of new things on the recruitment side. We're also focused on the retention piece and trying to do some things better. We can keep our people. So there's a lot going on there. And then on the good news, in the governor's budget, there's an increase for the Alaska Marine Highway System, both on the operating and on the vessel overhaul budget. So good news there. I think the governor's showing his support for the Alaska Marine Highway System, and we're going to keep pushing. But then of course, the big one is the announcement with the $285 billion for discretionary grants for the Alaska Marine Highway System, and that's huge for us. The types of things that you're going to see us working on, and now we're provided these opportunities, and we have to deliver. We understand that, but we're going to begin this reconstruction of the docks, and a goal is that all of our ships can fit all of our docks. That's really important for us to go after. Taslina, and the governor said this in his State of the State speech, Taslina will get crew quarters. We're going to move forward with that. The Matanuska, we're going to look at that ship really hard and do a full assessment to see, okay, what makes sense to move forward with the Matanuska. We all recognize there's challenges. How much do you want to invest in an old ship? But also there's some operational pieces to that ship that other ships don't have. So we're going to be looking hard at that. With Columbia, there's money to improve the Columbia, to fix the propeller problem. Kennecott, the emissions situation we have there, but there's also money to begin design on a new mainliner. And so we begin that, which is really the next phase to get us to where we need to get the Marine Highway System to get back to reliability and to have a modern system. And then also the MV, the Tustamina. We're on a good path with that right now. We're getting the Tustamina. It's portions of the propulsion system was contracted out. We've awarded the contracts. We're moving forward with the actual construction contract on the Tustamina. So that project is moving forward, and this funding provides additional monies towards that. So it's really super great. And then the last one is the low no emissions ferry. That's huge for us as well. That's an opportunity for us. It's a funded, I call it an electric ferry, but I'm not supposed to, I guess. But that's really, we have an opportunity to try something new to see what's in the future for Regis. So I just really wanted to, there's a lot going on. I believe we're up for the challenge, and working with Southeast Conference, all of you is just huge for us to make sure we're making good decisions and everybody's on board with these. We have big opportunities coming up with the Southeast Plan. We're going to restart that to really take a look at the multimodal, highways, waterways, aviation, all in one good solid planning effort, and really try to move things forward. So with that, I'm going to give up the podium and really appreciate everybody's time and opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner. As you can tell by his presentation, he's just doing everything differently, and we appreciate that. It's a new approach, and I think his level of collaboration and empowerment. Nils is here. The department has reached out to the Alaska Municipal League, the Southeast Conference, and said we want you to be a partner in moving these things forward. And so, really appreciate that. And Deputy Commissioner Katherine Keith, always reaching out. I don't know, she works 8 days a week, but partnering, excuse me, both internally and externally, whether it is Washington State ferries, whether it's BC ferries, whether it's the Bay Area, whether it's going to Norway, to bring the best of the best information in, so that we're not spending time and money that we don't have towards adapting the right path forward. And one of those individuals that we had on the screen just a moment ago that we're pulling back up is our next speaker. Matt von Ruden is the electrical, he's the systems administrator for the electrification program there at Washington State Ferries. I had the pleasure of meeting him at the Marine Log earlier this year, but some of the lessons learned and some of the efforts that they're making I thought was really worth us hearing, and really appreciate the fact that you're able to join us virtually. So Matt, good morning, and the virtual podium is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Just like to make sure you can. That's a yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Matt von Ruden. I'm the title still sort of gets stuck in my throat a little bit. Electrification Program Administrator. It's a role I've been in a little over a year. I came to Washington State Ferries in 2015 as the Director of Vessel Engineering and Maintenance, and I wanted to today cover high level how we launched our electrification program, both touching on the organization and some of the policy decisions we've made and some of the funding we've secured. And then tomorrow at the symposium, I'll go into some of the projects in a little more detail. But as mentioned, I enjoy meeting people from Alaska at the various ferry events. We had recently the Ferries Conference in San Francisco and the Interferry Conference in Seattle. And there's a lot of collaboration going on in that space about this really exciting change of electrification of ferries. Ferries are uniquely well suited to energy storage. And so it's low-hanging fruit for trying to make a dent in this big challenge we have of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. So again, today, high level, I'm talking about organization, and then tomorrow at the symposium, I'll get a little bit more into the projects. I was asked to touch on, I'm sorry, I'll talk about Washington State Ferries for those of you who haven't been south and ridden our system there in Puget Sound. We're the largest ferry system by some metrics in the United States. As you can see here on the map, we have currently 21 ferries on 10 routes, serving 20 terminals. Pre-pandemic, we're nearly 24 million riders. We're working our way back up to that now. We're focused on the highway system. So for a while we were in the passenger only ferry business, but for the past decade or more, we've been exclusively on auto ferries, though some of them do have high levels of walk-on ridership. 450 sailings a day and 1,800 employees. So we're different things to different people. As you can see here in the geography, we're a vital link between Washington State and the Kitsap and Olympic Peninsula. And then we're a vital link to our island communities, the San Juan Islands. We're a transit resource for many people who work in Seattle but live elsewhere. And we're a tourist destination. If you have a family visiting Washington, boy, there's no more efficient and beautiful way to see the Puget Sound than to get on a Washington State ferry. We are part of the Washington State Department of Transportation. And our boss at Ferries is Patty Rubstello. She is the assistant secretary and sits alongside all the other assistant secretaries that manage the bridges and the floating bridges and the tunnels and the highways and trains and aviation, different modes across our transportation system. I was asked to talk a little bit about our organization and its origins and how we've evolved over time. As I mentioned, I came on board in 2015, which was right at the point of a major restructuring. And I can't speak to too much before that, but what we tried to form in 2015 was a high-performing executive team in which, and it was, as you can see, a pretty flat organization with a lot of different functional departments represented, but all sitting around the table as a high-performing executive team. And so we have Chief of Staff Nicole McIntosh, who's currently leading us there. I'll go through just some of the organizational elements. Marine operations, clearly the largest department, and all of the deck employees and our terminal employees report up through Steve Nevy in marine operations. Side by side with that is the position I was in, the vessel engineering and maintenance. So the engine crew represented by the MABA organization, report up through vessel engineering and maintenance. Terminal engineering is focused on construction of and maintenance of our terminals. We've got all the other sort of elements you'd expect to see: finance and administration, planning. We've combined now government relations with our community relations and planning all in one group. Communications, safety systems and training. That's where our designated person ashore is for the ferry folks who know that what that critical position is. And then HR and IT. So I'm not sure exactly where the level of interest is for you, but I'm glad to answer any questions about our organization. On top of that, then, as we're starting this journey to transition to a zero emissions fleet, we have our electrification program, and that's, we created a new executive level position, and then I transitioned into that position. And we're not, we didn't want to create a new department. We wanted to basically transform this organization into one that can acquire and maintain and operate a different sort of ferry system. One where we're bringing electricity from our utility partners, and powering our vessels with batteries, maintaining diesels on board for resiliency primarily. It's a large portfolio of projects, and I'll go into that in a little bit. Don't mean to make your eyes blur with the eye chart, but the colors, if you can see the colors, the blue is how we overlaid our electrification program on top of the department, so that we can leverage the resources we have. You can think of them as, well, these are just big terminal improvement projects, bringing 12,500 volts from the utility to the terminal and sending it out to to the slip for the vessel. But there's a lot of real coordination, and historically our organization was fairly stovepipe, so there wasn't a whole lot of occasion for vessels maintenance and design team to be working with terminals, but now there certainly is. There's huge integration effort required, and that integration extends from the finances, pursuing grants, administering the finances, all the way through to the design elements of how these assets interrelate and how they're supported and maintained over their life. So on blue, I'm the System Electrification Program Administrator. And then there's some communication support dedicated exclusively for this. And then we don't have enough staff to pull off all these projects. So we're going to, and we've just awarded a contract for a general engineering consultant. And so we need a dedicated state person to manage that. But then we have dedicated program managers. On the left is our vessels program manager for electrification, Chad Rouse. And then on the right is our terminals, Salah. And they have the projects under them. But the way those projects are all implemented are consistent with their department organization. So it's a matrix type organization where formally people report to their historical supervisors, but from a project perspective, they take direction and alignment and everything from the electrification program. So how did we get started? It really started with leadership within our state government. The legislature established aggressive greenhouse gas reduction goals and across state government, and ferry system happens to be the largest consumer of diesel fuel and therefore the largest emitter of greenhouse gas and other pollutants. So naturally we're a focus area for the legislature, and they had aggressive goals based on a 2005 benchmark, and we're well on our way to meeting those. Hand in hand with the legislature came our Governor Inslee's executive order for state environmental efficiency and performance that directed us very explicitly to move toward electric propulsion. So you know, that direction is, you can view it as direction, but I view it as just great level of support. Because what that's enabled us to do is to transition from an idea and a single project into a really broad and comprehensive electrification program. On the right, those documents, they're kind of symbolize this. The bottom one was a feasibility study. Our 3 largest ferries that I'll talk about tomorrow. We try to get 60 years out of our ferries, and at 20 years, the propulsion system was facing obsolescence. So it was diesel electric propulsion, and we did a feasibility study to assess, well, what if when we update all the electronics of this propulsion control system, what if we added energy storage? And how would that work? Would we need charging at both terminals for a given route or just one? And what would be the impact on the vessel? And what would be the life cycle cost savings? And the results of that feasibility study were compelling, and they were received right around the time that we were updating our long-range plan. We always maintain a long-range plan, and in 2020, we were updating it for the horizon through 2040. And Washington State Ferries, like Alaska, is behind in its vessel recapitalization efforts, which you know, presents problems in terms of reliability, but it presents opportunity in terms of making a difference, because as we replace these vessels, we can replace them with cleaner vessels. And that's really what we communicated in our long range plan. We took the idea and talked about how these vessels would be hybrid electric and what we'd need to do to the terminals and so forth. Well, when the legislature saw that, they asked a little deeper, and that's our system electrification plan. It's on our website if people like to read them. The system electrification plan dives a little bit deeper. It's still a planning document, but it just starts with what are the requirements for a vessel across our system, and then what are the corresponding requirements for terminals, and you know, what would it cost, what would be the benefits, what would be the proper sequencing of these projects, and how does that line up with the statute? And specifically asked us to look at electrifying just the vessels or electrifying the vessels and terminals together, and it showed that really compelling case that you need to do both to get the benefit. So when we did that electrification plan and sent it off to the legislature, it was very well received, as evidenced by the funding in our 2022 Move Ahead Washington program, where we received over $1 billion in funding. That's on top of the grants, like Alaska just received. Congratulations on the wonderful grant success there. Our biggest grant was initially a $35 million grant from the Volkswagen mitigation funds. That, along with Federal Highways Administration grant and MARAD grants for our first conversion project. That really is our, the vessel's gonna be going to the shipyard here in September, and it's the first big project for us. But the Move Ahead Washington package funded 5 new hybrid Olympic vessels. Those are 144 car ferries, up to 4 vessel conversions, and it funded bringing electricity to all of our terminals in central Puget Sound. So just that's great illustration of how leadership combined with a good plan can lead to confidence from the legislature and the governor, and ultimately funding needed to carry out these projects. You can see from our 2019 to 20 plan, it was a $3.7 billion estimate, and we're well on our way. With most of that coming again from new vessels that we needed to replace anyway, making them hybrid electric. So I'll talk a little bit more about the projects tomorrow, but that's an overview of what we look like and how we got started. I hope that's what the group's interested in. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Matt. So you can see there's a lot to glean and learn from, and you'll hear a little deeper dive on that tomorrow as well. So next, we always make way for a place for the IFA. That's an integral part and another part of the partnership with AMHS. So Ron, why don't you come on up and tell us how things are going down there out of as well.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you all for enduring me once again. So at the annual meeting, talked a little bit about how IFA was taking the turn out of COVID, and pleased to report that yeah, that turn kind of turned into a U-turn because we actually it was a spectacular year in 2022. Okay. All right, so taking this from Meilani, so thank you for the format, but IFA by the numbers, calendar year 2022. So just about 48,000 passengers in 2022. That was the highest we've had since 2011. We had the highest revenue in IFA history in 2022. And mind you, that was like, you know, we haven't had a price increase forever other than like $1.50 2 years ago, just to make it so that online and on the phone was the same amount of money. We had we've turned that back around to a 74% fare box recovery rate. Back to traditionally we run 79, 80%. I didn't even want to talk about 2019, 2020, but anyway, and then we had 850 sailings. Which was the highest number of sailings we've had since 2010. Of note, I want to make sure you understand the numbers that I'm presenting for 2022 do include some of the fill-in runs that we did to Metlakatla. So there was the Latuya was in a big layup last year, so that added to the numbers. So next slide, and I'll be brief. I didn't, you know. We want to hear mostly from DOT, right? All right. So some of the other highlights. So the MV Stikine is currently in the shipyard at Vigor undergoing maintenance, overhaul and refurbishing of all the passenger spaces. You got to imagine, so like the passenger spaces, the dining area, the solarium, the front deck area, the boats are all 20 years old or older. And yeah, the carpet was nasty. So so all that's being replaced. This was a $4.64 million project. So this project this project had been in the STIP. It was, engineering estimate from a couple of years ago to get it in the STIP. And when we finally, got the contract back from the bids, from the shipyards, like the cost of this project had increased by over 33%. So I want to shout out to Commissioner Anderson and Deputy Commissioner Keith, because I'm just the barking chihuahua from the little green boats, right? And those guys, they were amazing. Shout out to them. They were able to find the extra funding so that we could proceed with this project because, like I said, with our scale and scope, we couldn't afford the increase in the cost on that project. So thank you very much to DOT. So, back. Okay, also in just wanted to make you aware, in May of this year, we will welcome our 1 millionth passenger. On the trajectory we're on, we'll hit 1 million passengers. And this is 1 million passengers on our main route, the round trip from Hollis, Ketchikan back to Hollis. We hit that 2 years ago if you include Metlakatla over the years, but this is talking main route, 1 million passenger. And interestingly enough, that voyage for the 1 millionth passenger should happen on the newly refurbished Stikine. So they'll have a nice, beautiful place to celebrate our 1 millionth passenger. And then Also, it's been a pleasure. We've been able to support Southeast community of Metlakatla with service when there needs to be a bridge. And so we appreciate the opportunity to help in the transit planning for all of Southeast Alaska. So next slide. All right, so the theme of the conference is the path ahead. So I did want to call out some of the challenges. I think we all have the same challenges, but I got to throw them out there. So our challenges are aging staff and very little pipeline. Especially when it comes to captains and mates. Fuel expense, which right now is 21% of the total system cost. Inflation and supply chain, and then obviously maintenance of an aging fleet. As I mentioned, 20-year-old boats. So, and they are boats. They break. Any of you have a boat? They're boats, right? So next slide. So charting the course ahead, what do we need to do based on the challenges that we have? Okay, so we're looking at value-added services, and we're looking at cost-effective strategic growth, system cost reductions, a maintenance plan that takes the ships to 2037, and then ship replacement plan that takes us into the future. And really, we're trying to, I know this sounds, kind of mythological, but really what we'd like to do is establish the IFA as, at least on Prince of Wales Island, as the employer of choice. Next slide. So time is now. What are the things that we're doing right now? Value-added revenue opportunities. So we're looking at developing of a Clark Bay port facility, exploring shipboard Wi-Fi, and then like a go-go like entertainment system, like when you're on the plane where you can watch movies and all that stuff. Currently, we have a DVD player up on the bridge that we play movies for kids, and yeah, it's kind of clunky, old. So looking at maybe doing something like that, and then exploring airport transfer and catch can. And then cost-effective strategic growth, trying to rationalize and understand the possibilities of additional routes in Southeast, and any added support for AMHS as they bridge into their next generation, this exciting time that's coming up, right? And then cost-effective and cost-reducing initiatives. We are validating, streamlining all of our current procedures, policies, and processes, just making sure that we're being as diligent as we are with the funding that we get and with our fare box. And we're working on ticketing improvements. So, we've recently we've done some upgrades to the ticketing system, barcodes on tickets, pursers, being able to check people in by just scanning the ticket instead of sitting in a computer terminal and doing it. So looking at ways to make our processes more efficient. All right, and then future focused. We just completed a 10-year plan on maintenance, projects, costs, and it's completed and it's been submitted to submitted to the state for consideration in the STIP. Exploring options to secure continuity of service for the future with new ships. Investing in developing internal talent, succession planning, and other initiatives for an improved employee pipeline. And like I said, focused on being that ethereal concept of being the employer of choice. And then finally, partnership opportunities for island-wide and Southeast-wide transportation. So in charting the course ahead, and just to echo what I heard yesterday from another one of our business owners, and I apologize, I can't remember who, and I'm gonna knock this over. We can all do this together, but we can't do it. We're stronger together than we are individually. So I appreciate all of you. I appreciate our friends at DOT, and guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you. And so next, moving right along, we've got Katherine Corvallis here, Deputy Commissioner Thief, who's is down and out, so she's not able to participate, but this gives us a good opportunity to introduce Tony to you, because even though he's been there for an incredible 14 years, he's not as well known to many of you, and now he's the guy. So he's going to give us a brief overview of operations, but also if you hadn't made his acquaintance, he'll be here throughout the day, and you get a chance to chat with him afterwards as well. But please welcome to the podium, Captain Corvallis.
Yeah, so I wasn't supposed to do anything today, so it's cold turkey. I don't have a presentation, but you know, as Robert was saying, yeah, he came in. He's like, you know, you're that guy that you're not out in the public. You know, we don't see you very much, and it's true. I spend my time like many of the employees for the Alaska Marine Highway System who aren't right up front. I'm just working and trying to get the Marine Highway System to where it needs to be and keep the ships running. So I want to thank all those people, the people on the ships, the people in the office. They deserve a lot of credit. So yeah, it's like juggling balls and spinning plates, and then the change happens, and it almost feels like someone throws a running chainsaw at you, and you got to keep going and juggling it. That was my feelings, when all this started out. But I can say that the commissioner's office and the employees and the building, they've been very supportive, and I'm very appreciative of that. So I got a rundown here. I've learned from my mentor, Captain Fowler, never to go anywhere without something written down in case you get called up on stage when you weren't expecting to be called. So, and then I can take questions if anybody has anything, but you want me to keep this to 5 minutes, right, Robert? Okay. So, so we have the Kennecott is an overhaul, and she's in, vigor and catch can. And, just a standard overhaul, blast and paint. And we plan on putting her back into service on May 10th. The Columbia is an overhaul, and we're warming her up. She's going to save the day. We're crewing her up, and she's going to get on the run here pretty soon. So we're going to have her cover for the Matanuska, which is currently having some steel issues and some mitigation issues on the ship. And so she's also, both these ships are at vigor catch can. Let's see, Latuya's undergoing repairs, and I want to thank Ron. I thank you down on the floor, but I want to thank you publicly in front of everybody for helping us cover the run to Metlakatla. It really means a lot. It shows cooperation and partnership, and I think that's where we're all about and we're going to. So thank you. What happened was the emergency generator failed, and so we're trying to get that fixed as soon as possible. And we think that we'll get her back probably in March. So working towards that. Lacani's at vigor and catch can. She's going through a standard dry dock, blast and paint. Tuxemina's an overhaul up in Jag Shipyard in Seward, Alaska. Another standard overhaul. And we have her getting back on the run on March 1st. The Mighty Aurora is up in Prince William Sound, and she's servicing the communities up there. And we are anticipating to run the Hubbard on May 1st. If we can hire enough crew, and we are aggressively going after that right now. So like the commissioner said, if you know anybody, we'll take you, help you get your merchant mariner credential. So let your friends and family know as well. And let's see, the Taslina is on the run out here in Juneau, and she's servicing Gustavus and Lynn Canal on a 4x3 schedule, also making her way down to Angoon. So that's the rundown for the ships. We've had a lot of, I think any organization changes over time, and we're going through some changes right now. It's not the easiest thing, but I think when we come out of it, it'll be to the betterment of the marine highway system. And we'll have a much stronger organization and a ferry system to service Alaskans. So with that, any questions?
Lots of questions all day long.
Well, I gotta go do a security audit on the Taslina, so I might not be here later. Okay. It's regulation. Okay, thank you.
All right, so the next two presenters are going to be kind of giving you a little teaser for discussions that'll be happening tomorrow as well. But next up is David Turner from Elliott Bay. It's his first Southeast Conference fiscal appearance. We've seen John Reeves in the past, who's actually going to be taking a captaining position here in Southeast, and of course John Waterhouse, but just the amazing team they have there. But please welcome David to his first Southeast Conference presentation.
So good morning. My name is David Turner. I'm a project manager at Elliott Bay Design Group. Been working in the Seattle office since 2011, but I was hired into the New Orleans office in 2010 as a naval architect. So I'm an engineer by training, not a public speaker. We've come out of COVID as a largely remote company. We have employees in Washington, DC, Alaska, Oregon, California, Idaho, Texas, Louisiana, Michigan, New Hampshire, South Carolina. I think that's all of them. We do both design work and modifications. We participate in a number of studies. Yeah. So we'll kind of wing it. Let's see what the next thing is. Nope, not the one I was expecting. So we'll just skip the presentation and that's for today. We have a lot of current new ferry construction projects going on. And, you know, we have a second vessel for North Carolina DOT that's under construction in Louisiana right now. We have a new design for Texas DOT. It'll be entering construction soon. We have a boat for Cameron Parish in Louisiana. It's under construction also in Louisiana. We have a boat for Casco Bay up in construction at Sinesco Shipyard. And we've got a new ferry for Governor's Island in New York that's under construction in Louisiana. So all the boats that you have in AMHS and IFA are diesel mechanical vessels. They're diesel engines, turning shafts, through gears. None of these new vessels are that. They're all different. They range from diesel electric to diesel electric hybrid to diesel electric hybrid / all electric vessels. There's multiple reasons why owners are choosing to do different things with their boats. Emissions has a lot to do with it, but emerging technologies as well. So the diesel electric installation, it offers a lot of advantages and flexibility. In our North Carolina vessels, they have oh, we got the right presentation up now, it looks like. Okay. So this is the new North Carolina DOT ferry. First of which has been delivered. I don't know that it's actually entered service yet. It has 4 propulsors and 3 generators that drive it. So in normal operations, it'll run on 2 generators. They can continue normal operations if one of the generators is completely out of service. And if they lose a second generator, they can continue to operate all the propulsors at reduced speed, get back to dock. So it brings in a lot of redundancy. And with the complex propulsor installation, trying to do 4 drives like that with the mechanical drive would be a complicated installation. It's not really applicable here, but diesel electric has advantages for vessels that have large house needs as well. So you can take something like that and add a battery bank to it, or 2, as in the next slide. This is the Cameron Parish. Oh, go back one. So it looks a lot like the boat from North Carolina, but those two rectangles at either end of the machinery space are actually battery compartments. This vessel will not have any enhanced shore charging, so it will operate in a hybrid mode all the time. They will operate off of 1 or 2 generators. I'm not sure, this isn't one of my projects. It'll run at more or less constant speed. They'll use the batteries to level load the engines as they go. It ends up being a little more fuel consumption than a diesel mechanical drive, but interestingly, emissions go well down. So then the next step is to go to something like the Cameron Parish boat, or Casco Bay boat, which is the next slide. And this is one where they're going to be putting in large shore charge capability. And the boat's intended to operate as an all-electric vessel in normal operations. It has a diesel generating plant on board as well, so that in the event that there is a problem with the shore charging, they can continue normal operations. Governor's Island project, it's possible that the vessel is going to be delivered before the shore charging is actually installed. And so it'll start off its life operating as a hybrid. And when shore charging becomes available, they'll be able to do all electric operation on their normal route. It'll keep a diesel plant on board, again, to deal with the blackout situation like the Superstorm Sandy a few years back. If they need to do alternate routes in the harbor, they can do that. And also for transit to shipyards. So it's being built with 2 generators. And we have provisional approval from the OCMI for it to operate with one of those out of service. And if it loses all generating capability on board, it will have to return to the dock, but it will have full maneuverability and everything. We're talking about diesel electric and diesel this and diesel that. Fact of the matter is, alternate fuels can be applied to all of these installations. They have their own set of challenges. We use diesel just because it works so well. We've got all the infrastructures in place. These challenges that we have with alternate fuels are being addressed around the world. One of my colleagues presented the marine log ferries in November this past year. He was speaking specifically to the use of ammonia in a large ferry vessel. It's similar to the other alternate fuels that are primarily in consideration. It's got a much lower energy density. It's a low flash point fuel. It's got toxicity concerns. All of these have substantial impacts on the design of the vessel. Whether the tankage can be integral or if it has to be independent, the volume for a given range is going to be perhaps 3 times or more the volume that is required for a diesel vessel. And with the hazardous zones, you get into lots of access, compartment access and venting arrangements that are going to create design challenges. The other big design challenges are going to be the infrastructure to support any of these fuels and the regulatory package that is going to encompass them. Regulations are evolving right now. The Coast Guard can't really keep up with the industry development of these fuels, and they're relying heavily upon classification societies like American Bureau of Shipping, which oversees the AMHS fleet, or DNV, which has a lot of involvement with the fishing fleets up here, or others. And then there's the infrastructure. Ammonia is used in the marine industry. It's a common refrigerant now. Several years ago, we converted several of the large fishing trawlers that operate up in Alaska from other refrigerants to ammonia as a refrigerant. So it is something mariners are familiar with, but not in use as a marine fuel right now. The engines are coming. One advantage with the ammonia is it has the ability to be produced in a very lean method, so you get kind of the well-to-weight equation going that way. Retrofitting the technology is a significant challenge. We don't think it's going to be practicable in most cases. I think it's going to have to be incorporated in new designs. Decisions about the design are going to be driven by what the fuel choice is and what the infrastructure that's going to be there to support it is. So, next. You've heard mention of this, and there's the green boat again. They worked with Southeast Conference to develop a report. It's for a pilot program for near-term potential of low emission or all-electric ferry operations in Alaska. it's kind of a first step in the process, and it's got recommendations for next steps, which would include a deeper dive into operational considerations, future growth, shoreside infrastructure. All these things are going to have to be looked at in depth. Matt von Ruden was speaking. He had a slide up there just showing a few of the various reports that they put into their electrification project, which we did have a hand in some of that. But at the conclusion of this first project, the recommendation is to move forward with an all-electric operation for certain of the shorter routes in the AMHS portfolio. Such a vessel is going to utilize the same technologies that are going into the new construction that we already mentioned. And while that's new construction here in the US, all of this is being done around the world. Norway, I think, has been leading the charge on a lot of this. We have large vessels that operate in Norway, Finland, Denmark, places like that, that are using these technologies. And the green boat's on there because for the routes that we were looking at, something comparable to the IFA vessels would make a good note in the design. So that's sort of the starting point for discussions. Not the final. We're going to be going around this spiral. Assumptions will be challenged continually. The report that we presented is kind of right there at the opening gate of the spiral. That's where we are right now. Some projects can loop around the spiral and get to a finished product quickly. Others can take years. It kind of depends upon the complexity of the requirements that are going into it and also the competing needs of the stakeholders involved. Investing time in the design phase, central to achieving a final product that will satisfy the users. You know, these ferries, whatever they are going to be serving up here for decades to come, so it's important to get them. We usually, on a project like this, would start off with a statement of owner requirements, where you get the various stakeholders at the table and sit down and come up with what's basically a bulletized list. This is what the design has to incorporate. That document becomes foundational to the whole design process. You know, any modifications in the design to the statement of owner requirements require buy-in from the various stakeholders and are often the subject of a change request in the project, which can involve money and time. After that, you get into the fun parts where it's the early stages, the concept design, and through contract design. The process, though, the harder it is to make changes to the fundamentals of the boat. So again, that's why it's important to invest the time into the early stages. Next. So with these propulsion systems getting more complicated, the propulsion integrator is a role that needs to be filled in these projects. And it can come in a number of different ways. You know, we see an array of roles. From what we got there is the herder of cats, which would be a group of engineers, project managers that don't have any equipment sales involved, but they have the domain expertise and the knowledge to be able to ensure that all the vendors involved in the project are coordinating with each other and speaking, and that at the end of the day, everything's going to work together. Elliott Bay would be an example of somebody who can fill that role. We recently had the third vessel in the series of 3 for Staten Island ferries was delivered. Those were built in Eastern Shipbuilding down in Panama City. And there was an independent engineer was brought in to fulfill this role in that project. Worked very well. Those were actually diesel mechanical vessels. The next ones for Staten Island probably will not be. So kind of in the middle of the spectrum, you've got somebody who's the vendor of a single piece of equipment that's central to the design. And this may well be the control system, something like that. This person will assume responsibility for coordinating with the other vendors. Companies like Bayer or Kongsberg would be examples of this. And then at the other end of the spectrum, we've got what we can call the mega core. And this is going to be somebody like Siemens or ABB or Rolls-Royce, where they're actually providing the majority of the key equipment for the project. And the components that they don't manufacture, they still maintain responsibility for ensuring the delivery happens as it's supposed to. Delivery times on equipment are long. When we aren't quite there yet. when we were looking at this latest repower for Texas DOT, they were taking a couple of large generators out of a vessel, replacing them with 4 C-18s and a Siemens Blue Drive Plus C system. Lead times on the Caterpillar engines for that project were about 15 months during the contract design phase. So there's a lot of planning goes into that. When the contract was written, it gave the shipyard 300 days from signing the contract before they took possession of the vessel. And that's just time for them to do detail engineering and acquire equipment. There's a new trawler for the Bering Sea under construction at Thomasy Shipbuilding down in Louisiana also. That's an example where Rolls-Royce was the systems integrator for the project. They provided primary naval architecture services. They're providing the propulsion plant, the steering, the deck equipment. It's going to be a Rolls-Royce boat that goes into service. So then next, all this means that yes, capital costs are high. These technologies are available at a premium. They're complicated. They require new training for crew and for maintenance personnel. What you're seeing up there is the design that Elliott Bay's been working on for a while. It's in the detailed design phase now. There's, I believe, a contract in place with the shipyard. Everybody's excited to get it going. It's a hydrogen reformer towboat. And what you're seeing there is a diagram just of the power generation system, and it's complicated. There's a lot of equipment going into it. And it's going to require a lot of money to get it built and training for new personnel. So one key way to try and bring costs down on these projects is to build multiple vessels that are essentially the same, build a series of boats. When we looked at this project for Southeast Conference, we identified 3 potential routes that could use this vessel. There may be more. You know, a few years ago, I was involved in a project with Vigor Shipbuilding, and we were looking at a class of fishing vessels that Vigor wanted to be able to build. And they figured they needed to build 5 at a minimum to be able to turn profitable on the project and keep the price at something that people would go for. So we spent months on that project. We had representatives from the major fishing companies that are involved in the operation of these boats. We had them all at the table in the room. At the end of it, we came up with a design that we thought everybody had bought into. Turned out only one of the owners was interested in owning this. So the project died. They never got built. Being able to build multiples of the same thing is a big help in keeping costs down. So I think, in conclusion, I think people have been saying it forever. We live in interesting times. We have several ferries under construction now that incorporate these hybrid electric systems. We have these alternate fuels that are in the pipeline. What the next boats for Alaska will look like, we don't know. It's going to be interesting to find out, though. That's it.
Thanks, Nick.
Releasing that document today, and John Bowling has been very involved with that, so you can also field some questions as well. And finishing out the panel today, Carrie Kissel is with the Associate Director with NATO. You've some that meet her and Brad, so give us a teaser of what's tomorrow and beyond. So welcome.
So much, Robert. I'm really pleased to be here. I am with the National Association of Development Organizations, or NATO for short, and Brett with the maroon sweater is taking a picture of me right now. He's my colleague. We're up here from Ohio. I want to say thank you to the Southeast Conference for being committed to having hybrid meetings as well, because last year I got to come to the Transportation Symposium remotely, which was really fun to get to hear all those conversations. Nathan, if you'll advance to the next slide. As a little bit of background, the National Association of Development Organizations works with Southeast Conference and organizations like the ARDers across the whole US, mostly in rural and small metro places. And we do that in a couple of ways. We have a government relations team that works on policy issues. So some of those conversations that I've had with some of you about match, about the difficulties of applying for federal funds, these are conversations that Brett and I will be taking back to our policy team, sharing with them. Brett and I are part of the research team. Most of the work we do is federally funded. So I'm going to add my thanks to USDA, as many of the panelists have done these last 2 days. because USDA is supporting technical assistance work that we do along with a team of researchers from the Western Transportation Institute at Montana State to partner with organizations like ARDERS and communities and do research on transportation issues. So that's why we're here, is really to learn about transportation in the Southeast. Nathan, if you'll go ahead. Skip that. Skip that. This map shows some of the places where we have done this kind of community-focused research work before. So we certainly are not experts in Southeast Alaska. We're not experts in ferry transportation, but we have worked in a lot of rural places on all kinds of transportation modes and have seen a lot of continuous themes that are common across rural communities. You'll go to the next slide, Nathan. Some of the things we've seen that are some common ingredients for success are conducting really broad community engagement, getting a lot of input from a lot of different types of people about their lives, about their travel and their travel needs. Looking really broadly at what transportation means and how it fits into the community. I'll be honest, Commissioner, we have 2 state DOT members and work with a lot of state DOT staff around the whole country, and I have never heard a DOT person use the word fun in a presentation before. I also have never heard a state DOT person talk about population retention and attraction as a transportation issue. Local community folks talk about that. I've never heard a state person talk about that, so that's super exciting. We see linking existing plans and processes and connecting to concretely to implementation as some of the ingredients for success, as well as figuring out what communities really need. We've heard a lot yesterday and today about community essential service. What do folks need? What is the right level of service, the right level of transportation that people need to live their lives and to get around? Go to the next slide. So we'll talk about this a little bit more tomorrow. I want to leave a couple minutes for questions. Go to the next slide. Part of the reason that we're here in person is, as Brett says, so you know we're not random people on the internet. When we try to get in touch with you and folks from your community, we really are working in partnership with Southeast Conference, and we want to know what your community's lives are like and what your travel needs are. So during the break after the session, we'll be passing out a flyer with a survey QR code. It's only 10 questions, mostly questions about where you live, where you work, where you travel in Southeast Alaska, how often you leave your home community, just to get a sense of baseline data. How are people traveling now? It was really hard to get down to 10 questions, one of which is optional contact information, because there's so much we want to know about what your travel needs are, why you travel, when you travel, and looking forward, what would essential service look like for your community and for other folks in your community. One of the questions in the survey is for you to give us recommendations about reaching out to other folks in your communities. I know in the community where I live, if you want to gather information or share information on any topic, you go to the Facebook Moms group. And those conversations roll offline and they roll out to households that do not have school-age children. In another community near where I live, you physically post something on a signboard and everybody walks around in that community. Everybody finds out the information from the signboards. And then another community I'm familiar with, they have library staff that are really energetic and well networked. You want to share or gather information on anything, you go to the library and that information rolls out to everybody. So we don't know what those modes of communication are in your communities. So if you can let us know good ways to reach out to folks, that would be really helpful too. Nathan, do one more slide. Here's our contact information, and we're here all day today and tomorrow. We'd love to talk with you some more. Thank you.
A lot is going on behind the scenes to make sure we have a viable, sustainable, modern Alaska Marine Highway system. We're very pleased with that. We're also very mindful that we wouldn't be here today if we didn't have such stellar management and at the helm. And we don't let our friends go quietly into the night. And even though Captain Falvey is not here with us physically today, we certainly want to acknowledge his service to us. I was on the MTAB in 2004 when he first came on. I think Shirley was there. He should work most closely with him. So come up here, come up with me, Shirley. Yeah, and so, you know, he'd already had a storied career before he joined the Marine Highway System, mostly because of his expertise in fast vehicle ferries. He'd already had like 27 years in marine transportation, including a stint in New York where during the 9/11 tragedy, he was one of the first responders in his crew, and he was one of those heroes of the day, transporting thousands of New Yorkers out of Lower Manhattan. And, you know, for many of us in our communities, he's been our hero for the last 18, 19 years. And I've never really dealt the hand of cards that he would have liked to have had, perhaps, but you never heard him complain about that. He always made it work. He always got the operations floating to the best of his ability. And the board of directors wanted to acknowledge that. I'm going to ask the commissioner and Captain Corvallis if they would stand, because we do very few of these outstanding public service achievement awards. And the board of directors would like to convey this to Captain John Falvey in recognition of a legacy of dedication and service to support of our healthy communities, strong economies, and a quality environment in Southeast Alaska. And if the membership concurs, would you please indicate so by a round of applause? Yeah. Thank you. And again, we're excited about the opportunities ahead and the good times that we're going to see in our communities. What'd you call it? Frontier, the last frontier. That's much better than the things I do before I die. So much better. So we're going to take a break. We've got another action-packed hour panel ahead of tourism. So we're looking forward to that. So again, our break sponsor for this one is Sea Pilots, right? Is that correct? Yep. No. No, this one is by respect. We've got some great sponsors, so we want to make sure we recognize them all. There's Eric. Okay, thank you, Eric. And so anyway, enjoy the Snap Network and be back here in 25 minutes for our next panel.
Perfect.
If everybody wants to start getting folded back to their seats, grab another snack. I think there's actually a piece of bacon left in them. That's amazing. And if the transportation panel wants to come on forward. Once again, we want to thank our amazing sponsors and each of you for being here with us. The networking is certainly the most fun part of the event. Just like you all are demonstrating at the moment. So let's go ahead and come on down. Where's our transportation panel? Mr. Kirkwood? First, what did I say? I don't know. I'm just so, I haven't made my descent down yet to, where I'm so gaining altitude. All right, you guys know what you're supposed to be doing. All right. So we have, you know, you see, you can make them sit in whatever you like. I'm going to sit first, and then everyone has to sit around it. I think it's a little early. You are thanking me officially. Yes. Yeah. All right. Why should you listen to me? Nobody else does. Okay. No, they didn't. All right. All right, let's take our seats. Start calling on people in the back to help me with crowd control. Like Lacey, you gotta tap the person to the left, or I can just kind of call out and say, "Hey, Karen Petersen, can you hear me in the back? Karen Petersen, you can hear me? Okay, I just want to make sure because I wasn't sure that everybody could hear me because they weren't. Oh, Keith Perkins is at it again. Mr. Perkins, calling Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins. Hi, thank you. Speaking of hi, no. Anyway, so next on our agenda is the tourism panel, and we are very honored to have Mr. Habberstad to facilitate, Alaska Airlines being one of our chief tourism transportation sponsors and enablers of all good things. So please welcome our panel and our facilitator, Scott Habberstad.
Why, Robert, that's a rather worldly tie you're wearing today. Casey, obviously. And folks, Casey, sorry she couldn't be here yesterday and today. She is sick. And in the new world we live, you don't travel when you're sick. So I appreciate that. My name is Scott Habberstad, Managing Director, Alaska Market for Alaska Airlines, past ATIA chair, and I want to thank you for sitting in on this tourism panel. The last couple of years have been really good in the tourism industry. We've seen growth from independent travel. I think you've probably experienced it here in Juneau. In fact, I know you've experienced it here in Juneau. This last year, our friends in the cruise industry returned to cruising, and we had a good year. Looking forward to this year, we're expecting great things from both independent travel and cruise tourism. We've got 5 people here that are going to talk about different segments of the industry. And from my left, your right, we have Carol Fraser with Aspen. Carol's going to be our first speaker. She's going to come up here and talk. We're going to go through all the panels. So we're going to talk through some stuff, and then we're going to open it up to you for questions. So start thinking about your questions as we go through this. Can I get a warm welcome for Carol?
Good morning, everyone. I decided to pretend I'm a millennial today, and I'm going to do my speech off of this. So if I keep doing this, just bear with me. You see that all the time at weddings, the best man speech, they're doing this, which looks so weird, but I didn't have a printer this morning. But I'm really excited to be here to represent the independent traveler market, and I'll keep it really short because I know we all want to hear about cruises. But I am excited to be the first speaker because these are all great speakers and I don't have to follow them. So yesterday we heard a lot of enthusiasm about tourism. It's up and it's exciting, and it is. I started in the tourism industry 30 years ago, and our season was basically 3 months. It was June, July, and August. And now it's a 6-month season, which is super, super exciting and unbelievably exhausting. Last year, we've heard a lot. Last year was our best year ever, and it really was for, I think, everybody in the tourism industry. And for Aspen Hotels, if you don't know, which of course you do because of Southeast, Aspen has 3 hotels in Southeast Alaska, Haines, Juneau, and Sitka. And then we've got 5 other hotels around the state. Best year at all 8 of our hotels. Absolutely phenomenal revenue. I set a goal, and then I set another goal, and then I set another goal, all the time my boss was just like, you can't do that, and we blew him out of the water. But it was the hardest year I've ever had in the tourism industry, to the point of just sheer exhaustion, because everybody was doing 2, 3, and sometimes 4 jobs. Some of the questions that were asked of us is talking about the employees and our biggest issues. And I think at every conference you go to, every meeting you go to, everything you hear on TV, the biggest issue is lack of employees. People are not coming back to work, or they're retiring, or they don't want to work in the office, they want to work remotely. Hotel rooms, weirdly, do not get cleaned when you're working remotely. You have to have employees that work in the hotel. So that's not an option for a lot of the people in the tourism industry. And for example, last summer, my best friend runs the Denali Princess Lodge, which is the largest hotel in the state, has over 600 rooms, and they couldn't open all of their rooms last year because they didn't have enough housekeepers. They had to keep 2 of their restaurants closed because they didn't have enough culinary team. And to give the culinary team a break, who was working 7 days a week, they gave them 1 day off, they gave them Sundays off, and so they purchased $4,000 worth of sub sandwiches every Sunday all summer long up in Denali. And actually, I think the Denali subway is the highest revenue grossing subway in the United States, for reals. And then they also hired a taco truck to sit in one of their parking lots, and then hired Peppercini's Catering that brought up sandwiches every other day from Anchorage to Denali to fill all of their coffee shops. It was insane, just to survive. So it was a great year last year. It's going to probably be an even better year this year. But our labor pool is, there's no pool. It's a little kitty, little pool that you blow up from Walmart is our pool right now. So I was asked to talk about what our company has done differently, and we did a lot of things differently that last year and this year. One thing we did last year, we started this on March 1st, we increased all of our wages. We were paying $14 to $16 an hour, and now we're paying $20 to $23 an hour. And that's a hit to our bottom line of $800,000. And then we added a 401k program with a 6% match, a contribution, and that's another $400K. And then I have 3 employees, that's all they do is travel. And if Sitka says, I need housekeepers, I fly them down there. If Juno says, I need front desk, I fly them down there. And the cost of those 3 additional employees and our management team, plus Alaska Airlines, and who we love with all our heart, that's an additional $200K to our bottom line. We are building 7 employee housing units in Homer, that's $1 million. We're building housing in Sitka, which is another $1 million. And we're spending an additional $100,000 on employee advertising, which we've never had to do before. Then, just to motivate the employees that did come to work, and we had to motivate them to do their job. I noticed that we just weren't selling out every day. We'd always leave 1 room on the table or 2 rooms. And so I put together a program that if we do 100% sellout, anybody who worked that day got $20, which didn't sound like that much. I mean, $20 bills, no big deal, right? Every employer's got that. That ended up to be $100,000 in bonuses by the end of the year, as well as bonusing our managers. So we broke every record with revenue, but our bottom line wasn't that much different because of all the things that Aspen Hotels is trying to do to retain our talent and to get new talent. What we're doing this year, all the things I just told you, we're also adding on a lot. Finally, we have some time to give a little bit more back to our communities, and so we're developing a scholarship at every high school that we have an Aspen Hotel in. We're also working with the King Career Center in Anchorage, which is like a high school vocational school, and Alaska Resource Education Program. And this might sound a little weird, but I love classical music, and so I'm partnering with the Juneau Symphony to help with their programs in middle school, because there's a crisis of a lack of kids that are playing musical instruments now. And some of the school teachers are saying it's going to take us 7 years, kind of a cycle of what happened with COVID. Kids just didn't pick up instruments. They didn't play their instruments when they were home. They couldn't go to band practice or anything. And so it's gonna be 7 years before this next generation of kids starts playing music enough for us to have jazz band and youth symphony and things like that. So we're doing a lot more with the youth in our communities. We love, Aspen Hotels loves Alaska. We are Alaskan owned and operated. We build our own hotels. We have an investment, not just in Southeast Alaska, but in Alaska, and we love tourism. And that's why we are willing to build more and do more to keep our communities vital as well. But unfortunately, we're kind of in the 4th year of this crisis in getting enough employees, and with employees not coming back, now we're all building more housing and things like that. But I think, and this is just me, so don't get mad at the tourism industry, but I think that one of our biggest threats is not this global pandemic anymore, but it's really the challenging partnerships that we have with our communities and local government. Tourism is built on an entrepreneurial spirit. It can be one person saying, hey, I think this would be really cool. I'm in love with these glaciers. How can I get more people to see the glaciers? But we have to have really positive partnerships with our local government. And I don't know if Mayor Eisenbeis is here, but I'm going to call him out. For example, Sitka needs reliable transportation. We don't have ride sharing. We don't have Uber and Lyft. It's really scary to get in those cabs. And so my solution is I steal my general manager's car every time I'm in Sitka. And then she texts me, hey, boss, where's my car? And then I don't remember where it is. We have to have reliable transportation through the airport to our ferry terminals. And I don't have to talk about the ferry system because we all know what those issues are. We have issues, not just in Southeast, but around the state. If we need employee housing, we've got to massively overhaul our zoning and our permitting processes so that, this giant piece of land that is zoned for a duplex could actually be zoned for an apartment or a housing complex for employees. So there's issues there. So as I said, tourism is really built on spirit and passion. And in 1946, a man named Chuck West, who was a pilot for Wayne Airways, he was organizing tours to Nome and to Kotzebue. And then he started a small hotel chain for tourists. And then he bought a couple motor coaches or buses. And just because he loved interior Alaska. And then he started building that and growing it. And it is now called Holland America Line Cruises. And then in 1950, Captain Jim Binkley and his beautiful wife Mary started river excursion business in Fairbanks because they loved Fairbanks. And now that business has multiple ships on the Chena River. They have restaurants and gift shops. And I think 4 generations of their family is now running that business. 4 generations, that's amazing. And why I think that our industry's spirit, because we are built on spirit, needs to partner with our local government authorities is because we provide jobs for your kids. And we pay hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes that builds buildings and builds convention centers and builds playgrounds and we contribute. And one of the things that the tourism industry is really, really, really bad at is we don't tell our really cool stories. We give constantly, but nobody tells about it. And specifically, we give millions of dollars to nonprofits every year, but we don't really talk about it because we're busy for next season or trying to fight a tax or something like that. The millions of dollars to nonprofits throughout the state of Alaska provides services, facilities, healthcare, and a better quality of life for all Alaskans, not just the tourism industry. So talking about an entrepreneurial spirit, which is a hard word for me, I have to toot my own little tiny horn for a second. 4 years ago, I had an idea to do a fashion show. And so I called up my girlfriends in the tourism industry, had about 10 of them, and said, hey, you guys want to do a fashion show? Wouldn't that be fun? And that's all I thought it would be fun, just fun. And I could be with all my girlfriends and we could just talk about the industry. And then it was Casey Hostetler, who you all know with Alaska Airlines, that said, why don't we do a fundraiser for a nonprofit? And I'm like, I just want to do a fashion show. So we decided to do a fundraiser, and we thought if we could raise $10,000, that'd be a success. And we only wanted Alaska designers, and oh my gosh, the talent of Alaskan designers in the state puts New York Fashion Week to shame. And so we picked our own industry, the Alaska Travel Industry Association, which is a nonprofit, and we picked them as our partner, and we raised $30,000 the first year. Super, super successful. We were super excited. And then we thought, well, shoot, if we try harder, maybe we could do better. And so the next year we partnered with VOA Alaska, which their whole mission is to save Alaska's youth, and through suicide prevention programs and alcohol and drug misuse programs. And together we raised $120,000 for that nonprofit. And we just finished our fashion show last Saturday, and we raised $180,000 for Let Every Woman Know. And their mission is to eradicate gynecologic cancers, which affects everybody, not just the women, all you guys, you have a mom, and so it can affect you too. And it made a huge difference. $180,000 for a tiny little nonprofit makes a difference, and it can save lives. And so I said Casey Hostetler is on the committee. Laura Martinson is on, McDonald is on the committee. A group of statewide tourism women are really making a difference. But it's not just us girls that raised $180,000 this year. Some of our partners were Alaska Airlines, was Huna Totem, Gold Belt, Cape Fox Corporation, Sea Alaska, Holland America. That's just to name a few. So that's why we need a healthy industry, because we're not only providing jobs for youth, we're actually doing beautiful things for all of your communities. So to sum it up, I just read this quote just this morning. You know, when you think about something, like the other day I was thinking, God, it would be great, it's so cold, I should make some chicken and rice soup. I didn't even say that out loud, and now I'm getting chicken and rice soup recipes through Facebook constantly, which is really bizarre. So I was thinking about my speech this morning and what I wanted to talk about, and a quote came on Facebook, and it said, to travel, to experience, and to learn, that is to live. Thank you.
Good job, Carol. And you guys did do a great job at Trend. It was fantastic. But the one thing I will say is the only runways I should be on should have asphalt. So, and thanks for what you do for the youth. I mean, especially as it relates to music. Jack is taking the baritone so he can come to your house and practice. Can we set that up? Thank you. With respect to tourism, some of our greatest partners in the industry are the DMOs, the people that are putting local marketing programs together to promote your communities. And here with us today is the president of Visit Juneau, Liz Ferry. Travel Juneau, not Visit Juneau, Travel Juneau.
Well, good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Liz Perry, and I'm President and CEO of Travel Juneau. We are the Convention and Visitors Bureau for the capital city. And our mission is to market Juneau to independent travelers, meetings and conventions, and other kinds of groups. So that is our sole focus. And I usually use this opportunity to say we do not spend a dime, and I apologies to Renee, we don't spend money to market to the cruise lines. They do a marvelous job of that themselves. We are funded with hotel bed tax and some marine passenger fees to cover some of our visitor information services. But our focus is just for those 2 to 3 pretty discrete groups. They come in, they spend time at our hotels, they B&Bs, and that is our focus. One of our other charges is to sell Centennial Hall, our community convention center. And that is written into our MOA with the city, and that's just part and parcel of the work that we do. Tangentially with that, we are actually in the City and Borough of Juneau's marketing and economic development plan to support and promote Eagle Crest as part of winter tourism. So we're actively getting campaigns underway to get people to come up here for a long weekend and enjoy Eagle Crest and enjoy Juneau in the wintertime. So what we're finding with our independent passengers, our travelers rather, and our meeting groups is when they come into a destination, they're looking for a number of things. They are looking to make sure that the community is doing everything it can to be sustainable. They're looking for green communities. They're looking for immersive experiences. They want to really dive into a community, take a good look around, enjoy everything there is to do. They want to enjoy the local food. They want to do everything that the locals do. They're into adventure. They are into authentic experiences. So working and collaborating with partners, for example, like Sea Alaska Heritage, we can help create those kinds of experiences that are authentic and that travelers will really enjoy. We also have found through some research that is pretty real, I think it's pretty available online too, is that our inbound folks have high expectations for customer service. So we have been talking, for a couple of days now about the ability to attract good staff, actually, and then getting them trained to deliver this customer experience that people are expecting. For some reason, even though we're post-pandemic and everyone supposedly is undergoing kind of the same staff stresses that we're all experiencing, we're finding that 85% of people who are inbound to a destination are expecting the same or higher levels of customer service than they had pre-pandemic. Now, this is a real head scratcher for us. What we do know is that with this pent-up demand, there's also some pent-up cash associated with that. So people who come to Alaska are spending a tremendous amount of money in their minds, and they expect the service that goes along with that expense. So working with folks like ATIA with their Alaska Host program is going to be critical to getting folks really ramped up and ready to deliver that customer service. And there are some locally grown programs that are doing that as well. There is some question looking forward into the 23 season about what visitor spending is going to look like with the upcoming, and this kind of sticks in my throat, if we say recession, they will contract their spending. So they will get up here, they'll enjoy the destination, but we're still kind of ferreting out what that expense, what they're going to spend when they get up here. One of the things that Travel Juneau has done over the last year, working with Kirby Day and other staff, and with the City and Borough of Juneau, Alex Pierce was instrumental in this, is pulling tourism best management practices into Travel Juneau as one of the things that we administer for City and Borough of Juneau. It was really important for us, and for those of you who don't know what tourism best management practices is, it is a program by sign-on membership, voluntary, for our excursion operators, our tour operators, shuttle drivers to join in on, and it is basically a behavioral program. We have a list of guidelines that they sign on to say, you will behave in a certain way, you are able to go into these neighborhoods, you must stay out of these neighborhoods. There are close to 100 guidelines divided by sector at this point. And I invite you to go to tbmp.info to take a look at the 22 guidelines. All this to say is that with Kirby wanting to take kind of a step back, and this is his program, and it's been highly successful for 25 years and is being picked up in Whittier, it's being picked up in Sitka and a number of other cities up and down southeast. We are helping those cities get launched, and TBMP will rest under the Travel Juneau office only as an administrative piece. We're building a new module into our database so that we can be better at reporting, capture a lot more data. We've hired a part-time administrator for the program who will handle all of the calls. And Kirby and I are happy to talk to you more about the purposes of TBMP. It is built to help that itchy scratchy relationship that communities can have with the tourism industry and to help mitigate all of those impacts that the industry can have on your town and our town. We live here too. We're impacted by tourism, and TVMP is designed to help manage that. The other things that are happening, I'm also a member of the Southeast Alaska Tourism Council, and I'm sitting on the ATIA board as well. Southeast Alaska Tourism Council is, like a lot of organizations, hitting reset post-pandemic, and our job is to show off Southeast as a region and as a destination for independent travelers. So we host our own website at alaskasinsidepassage.com, and we are looking to really revamp what that program looks like and how we can best promote the Inside Passage to all of our independent travelers. A key piece to that will be the Alaska Marine Highway System. We have calls every day at Travel Juneau office, somebody calling and saying, I would really like to ride the ferry up. How do I do that? They've got a million questions about how to navigate the ferry scheduling, what that looks like, what the cost is, and what their options are. So it is a true missed opportunity if the ferry system is not really up and running, completely functional, because we're missing a lot of walk-on and drive-on traffic from people wanting to visit Southeast. So as we move ahead, I think that's another piece that we want to let our legislators know. Regarding this ongoing, staffing issue, certainly Travel Juneau and other DMOs have not been immune to staffing issues. We worked remotely during the first part of the pandemic and then slowly came back to the office. But while I have to say that my crew is really, really passionate about what we do, we're small, but we're mighty, we get a lot of work done. But I have had members of my crew poached, and you probably have had that happen to you as well. And navigating that part of HR and that part of retaining your crew has been a critical piece of what we do. One of the things that we just implemented over the last fall were policies regarding remote work and working from home. We've got 2 separate policies because we see those as 2 separate things. And I can tell you, it has been critical to my success being able to retain my staff. Now, granted, we're all located in Juneau, and unlike Carol's position where, she rightly put it, you can't change beds remotely. But there's a lot of the project work that we do in our office that can be done remotely. So creating policies around that, allowing people that flexibility has been critical to my ability to retain staff and actually to get staff. So I think that's something that as we move through, wherever possible, you will want to put some of these policies in place. There are a lot of samples out there. I'm happy to talk to you about what we did, but it has really been helpful to us. Finally, as Carol mentioned, working with our communities and local governments, we see on just a Juneau basis, the need for better ground transportation, all of the things that we've been talking about. Sometimes this is a question of staffing, again, but making those needs known, especially getting people back and forth to our ferry terminal is just problematic. And one last thing I wanted to do here. Finally, one of the big things that Travel Juneau did, and some folks would say it was too big, but we did bring in Ironman Alaska last August. So, thank you. As many of you are probably aware, the 23 and 24 races have been pulled. Now, Ironman will tell you, and I will tell you, it was nothing that Juneau did or did not do that resulted in this. The Ironman Corporation is undergoing some stress right now, and frankly, we are one of several races that had to be pulled off their calendar because they simply could not support those. However, I think what this proved is that Juneau is capable of pulling off a big thing like that. And practically everybody I have talked to who volunteered or participated, and I know there are a couple of participants here in the audience today, they had a great time. The athletes had a great time. The community had a great time. We had 1,400 volunteers here that went out and they staffed the water tables, they did medical work, they checked people in, all of the things that had to be done. And the athletes said it was the hardest and best race they had ever done. They kept talking about the enchanted forest out off Mendenhall River where they ran through. My point is that this is an event that sent people all over Southeast Alaska. I talked to several people who said that they were, when they were done in Juneau doing all the things, then they were going to go someplace else and fish. So they went to catch cannon fish. They went to Sitka and visited over there. They maybe took their rig up to Haines or Skagway and went on to see the rest of Alaska. They used this as like a 3-week vacation, basically, to get all over the place. So as we look to grow our homegrown events, I think this is a huge opportunity for us to really, through SATC, through ATIA, and have that ripple effect that will affect your bottom line in your communities as well. So that's all I have for right now, and I'm happy to take questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
And that really was a Herculean move for you guys to bring Ironman here. My only one ask is we identify events in the future that maybe don't have 1,500 bikes. And I didn't get a chance to personally thank Alaska Marine Lines, but they did a yeoman's job getting a lot of those bikes up here. We can get maybe 15 of those bikes on an airplane and it bulks out the belly. So when you're bringing in 1,500 people, it was a bit of a challenge. And while I'm glad it was great for the community of Juneau, I did lose a few nights sleep and a lot of hair over it. So I wasn't bummed that we're coming back. I was bummed for the community. I wasn't bummed for me. But moving forward, regenerative tourism. What is that? It's a name that's coming up more and more these days. More people are getting engaged in it, and it's more. It's part of the tapestry of tourism across our nation and the world. Dan Kirkwood's going to talk to us a little bit about that. Dan, come on up.
Thank you all. My name is Dan Kirkwood. I work for an organization called Salmon State, which is a statewide organization that focuses on healthy wild salmon, the people who rely on them. My work these days is focusing on sort of a conservation-minded look at Alaska, defining a vision for economic development. How do we have awesome communities, the things that make Alaska great, and define a positive vision? And I come from a tourism background. I got my start in Alaska with Allen Marine. I worked for the Forest Service managing tourism. I managed a tourism business for 5 years called Pack Creek Bear Tours with Alaska Seaplanes and Kissel Incorporated. And in that time, I really got to get involved with this idea of the growth of tourism and how do we have the growth, positive growth, and keep the experience great. Not just for the visitor, but for the communities. How does the community keep its soul? So I saw that whale watching. I saw that with bears as more and more people wanted to come, because the things that we have here in Alaska, you cannot get anywhere else in the world. The demand for it is, as we know, it's huge and continues to grow. So regenerative tourism is, I think, really just tourism that works for our communities. And that's defined by a conversation with the communities. They're the ones who can say if it's working for them or not. It's a conversation that happens between the communities and the industry, looking to identify shared opportunities, shared purpose, in a way that's going to make the community, the cultures of Southeast, the land in Southeast stronger. I think that our smaller communities definitely have articulated concerns about the growth of tourism. A lot of our communities feel like we've got a lot. It does continue to grow. The economic benefits of that are awesome and clear. But I think the good news is that our communities can guide tourism if we put our attention to it. I think you do this by making decisions about infrastructure. Where do you put trails? What kind of trails do you have? Where do you put docks? What kind of docks do you have? I think communities need to do a better job of asserting power with our land managers, articulating their goals and their vision. I think we can do good work supporting our businesses and entrepreneurs. As someone who ran a small business, I can tell you it's a lonely position up there at the very tip of the missile. And I think, we've got great examples, the tourism best management practices, of where communities are defining their priorities. We can do that with visitor pledges. We can do that with agreements between the communities and the industry that works there. So that's sort of my overview of what regenerative tourism is. There's so many awesome players in this role right now that are here in the room that you're going to meet and get to engage with. I'm working at Salmon State, but I'm very excited about the work that's going on with Spruce Root and their business development programs. The folks at Sea Alaska and Allen Marine are making big investments in our communities around the region. Well, I work very closely with the Juneau Economic Development Council's Visitor Products Working Group. And this is a place where the industry is coming together, identifying shared priorities that they can work on. Some of the folks that I've been working with since leaving Pack Creek Bear Tours, the folks at Kookesh Incorporated, a really exciting example of a village corporation that's making investments not just in trying to get tourism going in their communities, hopefully going to be seeing partnerships with Allen Marine starting this summer, but also opportunities where they're engaging the youth in the community, providing that education, not only for workforce development, but getting folks out on the land. The other really exciting thing that's happening is the Forest Service or the USDA's sustainability strategy. I think this is a long time coming, and really that commitment to prioritizing a shift to recreation and recognizing what a huge part of our economy that is. That's a really exciting opportunity. How can you get involved, your community get involved, or your business get involved? I want to let you know about the Heritage and Cultural Tourism Summit. That's April 11th in Sitka. I encourage you as a business to participate in the Visitor Products Working Group, the Juneau Economic Development Council. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're like me and you get home from a day of running tours and then start looking at Excel spreadsheets at about 10 at night, I really encourage you to get in touch with Spruce Root and Mark Wheeler and their incredible business support programs. But I also think that we should be looking forward in the very near future to a region-wide conversation about what our vision is from our communities, from our land managers, about where recreation and tourism is going. And I think that, like I said before, this is a conversation with communities and the industry, and it's just getting stronger. So thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. Next, we're going to go with Renee Reeve. Renee is the VP of Government and Community Relations for Cruise Line Leah. Industry.
Thanks, Scott. I wanted to go last because batting cleanup is always easiest. So you gave Russell the easy job, probably best. Yeah. So I'm going to try to stick with the theme of all of us together, because what Dan was just talking about, the partnerships, that's what makes this work. And yes, I represent the cruise lines that bring a lot of people to Alaska. And we might as well just get that out of the way. 1.17 this year, likely 1.2 after we add the small ships. And next year, we're looking at 1.65 million capacity. And for me, that's good news. I have a headline here. Alaska sales helped drive record January week for Holland America Line. That's from the 30th. We are still a really popular destination. We are a beautiful state that people want to come visit. And I think everyone in this room understands the benefit of that. We also all understand the challenges of that. Some of the challenges that we are talking about a lot as industry are housing, because we want our guests to have the same experience that you want our guests to have, which is a positive one. And if you can't find seasonal workers that don't have seasonal housing, that affects the experience. And another aspect of that is childcare. Probably not something that you would think Clea would talk about, but we heard about it from Senator Murkowski. We heard about it from Mayor Weldon. We hear about it from the people in this room. It's a chamber position this year. Why? Because it matters. If you can't find childcare, we have an untapped resource of employees that aren't able to come and work in the businesses that you all own and run. One of the other challenges that we're facing is increased costs. We know that fuel costs are high. We know that airfare is high. No offense, Scott, but it is. Taxes and fees, goods for ships, all of those things factor into where we are. And we worry that there are still factors that could affect our season, the economy, obviously. But going into this, we know we're fully operational for the first time in 3 years. You know, our borders open, we have that certainty that we didn't have. And people want to travel. People want to get back out and see the world. So that's good for all of us. Our 2023 focus, I kind of broke it down into 3 areas. First, environmental. All of our member lines have signed up to be net zero carbon cruising by 2050. It's a really ambitious goal. I pray to God I'm not in this job when we achieve it. The other thing that we're focused on is the Green Corridor. I see Alex in the back. Alex and I have been talking about the Green Corridor since before its inception. We have signed on with the Port of Seattle and a number of port communities in this room. The Green Corridor is an attempt to look at the cruise corridor from Seattle through Canada into Alaska. And what are the ways that we can reduce the carbon footprint of that? Some of those things are shore power. We're going to launch a feasibility study that tells us what's possible, because everyone in this room knows that shore power is not possible in every community. Fuel bunkering isn't possible in every community. So the feasibility study will show us what is possible. And we're proud, CLIA is proud to be signed on. A number of our larger member lines are signed on, and a number of you in this room. So that's something that we're tracking. Also, the IMO, by the way, it's not the International Monetary Organization, which is what I could not figure out what they had to do with cruising when I took this job. The IMO is doing a carbon intensity indicator. There are regulations that are going to talk about the efficiencies of cruising, and those could have an effect on itineraries in Alaska. We're watching that. And a number of our partners are also entering into alternative fuel conversations with partners to figure out what would work best for them. And we're watching all of those because those are all positive things. Everyone wants to see the carbon reduction. Our passengers want to know what we're doing with carbon reduction. So it's important and it's happening. Destination stewardship. It kind of goes through everything that has just been discussed all the way down the line. We have a huge focus on being good partners to the communities we visit. I look around the room, I see people that I talk to on the regular, because we want you to be happy to see us come. And I know that that can be a difficult line, figuring out where that is. We're building stronger relationships with local governments and with our partners in the communities. We're trying to do increased outreach and public education. And we're working on sustainable cruising, not just on the ship, but also on land. We partnered with ASME this year. They gave me a spot in National Fisherman Magazine to write about our sustainability efforts on board. One of our member lines purchases 4,000 to 5,000 pounds of Alaska seafood per voyage that comes to the state of Alaska. We know that's sustainable seafood. We know that those people then go home and look for Alaskan seafood. They don't want the farm-raised salmon anymore because salmon shouldn't be gray. And finally, telling our story. Carol's right. We don't do it well. None of us do it well. We have to do a better job of explaining to people what happens on board. And one of those things is ship tours. We obviously couldn't do them during the pandemic because there were no ships. And then last year, the requirements on board were still difficult, but we want to get people on board. We want them to see the environmental stewardship that takes place on a ship. We want them to see the advanced wastewater treatment facilities. For those of you who know John Binkley, he would even drink the water to show that it was clean. My commitment has not gone that far yet. But the recycling efforts, all of those things are things that we want not just the people on board to know, but the people who have questions to know. And I think equally important or more important than bringing our friends on board is bringing those who aren't sure about us on board, because we do have a good story to tell. We are doing wonderful things on board. that most people don't know about. So I would say, in conclusion, I believe in everything that's being discussed here. The partnerships, talking with all of you, being at events like this so that you can approach me and ask me the hard questions. If it's anything about the environmental stuff, I will probably have to ask someone else because those issues are hard. But I really do appreciate being here. I appreciate all that you do. I appreciate that you welcome the people into your communities, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thanks, Renee. Nice job. And, you know, I can't see the future, but with that airfare ticket price thing, I see a middle seat in the future. Yeah. Many in the room know that I grew up in Southeast, out of Ketchikan, flying float planes, and it was a great way to pay for college, great life. Unfortunately, my wife told me I had to grow up and get a real job one day, and I'm still looking for it. But I remember when I was flying for Jerry Attack 1, I got the opportunity to fly to Hunna quite a bit because we were doing work up in that area. And, you know, that was back in the early 90s. And the way Hunna looks today compared to what it looked like back then is holistically different. And our friends at Hunna Totem have done an amazing job for the community. And next, I'd like to invite up Mr. Russel Dick, President and CEO of Hunna Totem, to talk a little bit about their project out there.
Well, thank you, Scott. Wasn't really going to talk about Isis Strait Point because I think everybody knows about it. But I do want to talk about some of the things that we're looking at today. We're doing a lot of cool things. You've probably heard about our project in Whittier. That broke ground this year. Our proposed project here in Juneau, which is a pretty big project. We're looking at a project down on Prince of Wales Island, which is exciting because to me, it has the opportunity to do something for a community that's lost a lot of people. It's lost its economic platform in timber. It has the opportunity to do for that community what it's done for the community of Hunna. And that to me is heartfelt and the greatest opportunity that I think is out there for us. We are looking at some other ports in the region. We're looking at some things down in the Seattle area as well. And you know, the cool thing about doing all of this is the opportunity to travel, right? But you're on the road all the time. You're putting deals together, and I actually don't have to put the deal together, right? I make the deals, the team puts the deal together, and hopefully it comes out well. The challenge with that is you do early morning flights, you do late flights to come back home. You have to sit up here, give a little presentation with bullet points that were put together by Mickey at the last minute. So if something doesn't sound right, Mickey is sitting over here at this table. But no, coming out of COVID, it really gave us a good opportunity to think about tourism. You know, we're always focused on Isis Strait Point and what we were doing out in our community, but COVID gave us an opportunity to think more holistically about what tourism can be in this region, right? Not just in our community, in this region, in the state of Alaska. So it really gave us an opportunity to think really holistically about how we do that. And, you know, how could we not, I was looking at this thing that like the challenges and future of tourism. How many people think that the future of tourism is bright? Yes. Right, it is. And as we think about it, it just, there's such an opportunity to develop an economic platform that reaches across our entire region and the state of Alaska. And, you know, for me, the growth is coming, right? If you believe in tourism, you want to take advantage of it, the growth is coming, right? Alaska is the highest yielding market out there for the cruise lines. New cruise lines are coming. You've heard of the MSCs. They're probably coming at some point. The Virgins are probably coming at some point. Smaller ships are getting replaced with larger ships, more efficient ships. You know, the development of more upline ports in the Seattle area. I think that's exciting stuff. And to me, that's progress, right? And I want to commend, I see Alex sitting out here, the assembly the other night passed the recommendations of the Visitor Industry Task Force. And whether you agree with all of those recommendations or not, to me, that's progress. That's progress in our region on things that we've been fighting about for quite some time. And to me, I think about progress as being incredibly important because I look around our region, I look around rural communities, and you see a significant outmigration of people, outmigration of families. And we have to do something to support those families. We're talking a lot about J1s, H2Bs, how we provide housing for all of these workers that are coming in, these seasonal workers. Well, maybe we ought to talk a little bit more about training, building our own, a hospitality academy here in Alaska or in this region, for example. We're not putting enough effort into that kind of platform, that kind of infrastructure to help support our families and our people. And the more we can do that, we're growing our own, they're living at home, we're not having to pay as much for housing. We're in the same situation. We're spending over $1 million in housing this year alone, right? So it's a big issue, but that's the type of infrastructure I think we need to be thinking about. So as we think about all of these things, it's just reimagining how tourism can work. How can it really work in this region? How can it work in this state? How do we integrate tourism into our communities? Dan made a very good point. One of the things at Icy Strait Point, we integrate the values of our community into our port and not the other way around. So the values that we've lived with in Hoonah continue to remain in Hoonah. And I think that's a very, very important point, Dan, and I thank you for bringing that out. But everybody talks about the Junos, the Ketchicans, the Skagways, the Icy Strait Points, and the Sitkas, right? But you've got a lot of other communities out here that can benefit from that. We had the opportunity to win the Global Sea Trade Port of the Year award, right? A small little community like Hoonah. And why can't that happen in some other communities like Klawock or Cake or Angoon, right? Or Yakutat? That opportunity is out there, and I think those are the types of experiences that guests want to see. How do we reimagine tourism, or tour products and experiences? We talk about Denali. Denali's great. I don't want to bash Denali. It's in the interior, right? But to me, I don't want to go on a tour that that I'm supposed to be excited about. I get to see all these animals, and then I get there and I can't see a mountain, right? Give me something else. Give me a tour to Kaktovik where I get to see a polar bear, right? There's a lot of these other experiences out here that I think we can take advantage of, and it's just take a little bit of reimagining how we do that, right? How we pull that together. You may have heard Mickey in the past talk about our Alaska Native Tourism Network. From our perspective, guests get off a ship in Alaska and they have no idea they're on Aboriginal lands and what the history of the state is, right? There's a real opportunity in cultural tourism, the regenerative tourism that Dan talked about, the ability to have those people walk home, get back home, and know that they've experienced something different, and they get to talk to their families about, to say, you know what, this wasn't just about wildlife, the environment, the beauty of Alaska. This is about the history of a very diverse state, right? A cultural state. And I think that strengthens the experiences in Alaska. But all of that takes infrastructure. Our existing ports, new ports in our region, docks, transportation, tour products, lodging, everybody knows it. But it's big money, and it takes a lot of experience, right? But you got to start somewhere. We have now at this point, I think, what do we say, Mickey, 125 years of experience sitting in our team for development, designing, constructing, operating ports, running ports, designing tours, all of that. But we make mistakes. There are pitfalls all over the place. We continue to make mistakes and we learn from them. And we're open to partnerships. We want to partner with communities. We want to develop new opportunities for people. But at the same time, we're talking about these hard infrastructure investments. We need to match that investment with investment in our communities. And I think that gets back to Dan's point. We're talking about people. We're talking about how this fits within our communities. If we keep building bus parking lots and disregard the value of livable communities, year-round communities, this industry is not sustainable. Right? This has to be integrated into our communities in a way that reflects the value of those communities. And really, we need to inspire our youth to engage in locally owned operation and become the next business leaders. Right? That's important. That's how we keep people here. That's how we don't have to go out and hire a 90% workforce that comes from out of state or someplace else. Which brings me back to this theme, that it takes all of us. I think that's part of the theme of this conference. I'm sitting here coming out, working in Juneau is difficult sometimes, but it's a good place to remind yourself that we do need to work together. In a lot of cases in Alaska, I feel like you're playing this video game, Mortal Kombat. Right? Many of you know Mortal Kombat. I mean, it's a brutal game, right? Video game. I see you laughing over here. It is. But every round you go out there and it's like, fight! It's like, Go back to your corner, next round, fight. Pretty soon you're in the 10th round and you're trying to stitch yourself up and you're licking your wounds and you're walking yourself back out there and say, let's try to do this one more time, right? But that's a win-lose scenario. And it doesn't work for anybody. It's just, we have to get away from this fight, and think about the fact that we can really move the needle on this. And we can be a better region if we're willing to open our minds and think about what's possible for our communities and for our people. The bigger challenges facing us today will not be solved by fighting. It's not going to be solved by division or complaining or regulation, right? We're going to win through creativity, innovation, partnerships, working together. And to me, the future is really bright if we can do that. So finally, I'm going to close. Sorry, Sky, I did say 5 minutes, but I couldn't help it. There's a lot of bullet points from Mickey. But Mickey did make me say this. I really didn't want to, but I'm turning 50 tomorrow. But it just, multifocal contacts, Scott. But it's just incredible to think about how time flies, right? I grew up in Hoona. I'm a Hoona boy. Grew up in Hoona, and to be here today doing this, I think is really exciting because I didn't have to leave. But the industry's changed. We started this in 2004, and we got up and running in 2002, up and running in 2004. The industry is so much different than it was. And we need to think about that, and we need to embrace that change. Because Alaska is a tourism economy. It really is. And we need to trust our youth. And we need to support them. And I guarantee you, they will deliver solutions that will carry this region and Alaska into the next 50 years. So thank you.
Well, you can never say tourism is short of words. I mean, our presenters have done a great job covering a wide range of topics. We are 5 minutes before our lunch break, and our friends are stacking that up right now. We do have time for a few questions if anybody has some. Yes, ma'am.
Hard to stay in the lower 48. But I did have come to love Alaska. In a previous career, I worked in the United States a little bit more. And Alaska is throwing this out there as a term idea, has the capability to bid things like USA. My buddy. USA kayaking, USA sailing, a whole lot of other stuff. And we have an Alaskan at the University of Texas now swimming for the UT team, Go Horns. And she happened to be from Alaska and won the gold medal in breaststroke. And so I would urge you to contact the USOC regarding opportunities for tourism. They love to go to small communities. And in Greece, if any of you followed that, where there wasn't housing, cruise ships were brought in, and cruise ships were utilized for housing. And the Olympic Committee paid for those to augment the lack of housing in Greece. So my question is, have you ever considered anything kind of out of the box like that? Because Alaska is ripe and rich for those opportunities.
I guess I'll lead it off and then hand it over to Liz, but I know Anchorage's been on the Winter Olympics in the 80s, but I haven't heard of anything since.
And you're not going to have to bid all those things, but you have to then go up, but they will bring in hundreds of people, if not thousands, to train and compete from the USA Sailing, USA Swimming, USA Kayaking, all those water sports that you can do May through August. I think the water was full of September before September, but y'all are right for it.
Figure out how many kayaks we can put in there.
Thank you for that. And as I mentioned earlier, Travel Juneau did bring in Ironman, which is an internationally branded event. And, yeah, there were hurdles about that. We ended up with about 850 athletes and their traveling folks. So we ended up with about 1,500 or so extra people in town for a week. They stayed in general on average about 7 to 10 days in market. So they came in three or so days early and they stayed 3 or so days after the event, and again went all through Southeast to continue their adventures. I think part of that discussion is, and just mentioned this is capacity of towns to do that. Still looking for right-sized events, absolutely. But that is something that Travel Juneau is actively pursuing, including growing our own events to make them larger as board capacity can handle that. So, for example, we have in Juneau the Auckman Triathlon, which is going to happen that first full weekend in August. And there is some talk about growing that and making that a much bigger event or making it into a 70.3. And those are all pieces that are under discussion. So yes, to attempting to get events like that in, we're again pursuing all of that. And we want to also make sure that we're recognized for what our brand is. I mean, it's an outside brand. I mean, so we want athletes who understand what they're getting into and understand the terrain, understand the weather, and all of those pieces parts. So that's part of our job in promotion.
Question from the applicant. Well, I think what your question brings up, and none of us, I think, hit on it well enough yet, was what is our brand here? And we have one of the best brands in the world. We have a brand that's... No, go ahead. I was going to say something that's...
Heard academics in Alaska, not in California. But the question is simply this, Andy, when are you going to come to Yakutat and help us with our dock? I just got a new dock and we're trying to do that. And I wanted to hit you up with that. And Yakutat, I mean, we already have the biggest youth surfing camp on the coast. So we're really coming progressive. So we'd love to have you there.
Was that for Russel? Yeah, there we go. And Alaska Airlines is a sponsor of the Yakutat Surf Camp.
Let's talk today.
So I am a firm believer in landing and taking off on time, and it is right on time. Was that week? I'm sorry. Let's hear it for the panel. Let's also hear it for University of Alaska Southeast, because they are charting a course ahead, and they're the ones that are responsible, have sponsored your lunch today. So let's hear it for University of Alaska Southeast.
I just want to remind you that we did change up the afternoon agenda a little bit. We're going to have our House panel as scheduled. They'll go for an hour. We'll take a short break. Then we're going to go right into the energy panel. Senator Sullivan's going to join us at 2. So if anybody is slipping in and out on other appointments, I just want to make sure you all know. So thank you again. It was a great panel. Scott, thank you one more time, and get through lunch quickly and back to your tables. Thanks, everyone. But they were the sponsor of this amazing lunch, and Smokehouse Catering and Chef Noel has prepared for us. We have a round of applause for our sponsor, for our staff, the cooks. Thank you. Thank you. So we're privileged to have our reps representing our coastal areas. These are our champions.
that have been working with us for so long. And unfortunately, Rep. Story had to scratch, as did Rep. Edgemond. So this gives us more time with the four here who are quite known to us. So we're not going to do any deep bios, and that just cuts into the time we have to hear from them and to engage your questions. So we'll start at the far end and have Rep. Ortiz, each of them kind of just a 5-minute overview of the committees you're on, the kind of the priorities that you have before you, and then I will roam the floor for questions. Please keep your questions to questions. They're the only speech makers today. So if you want to give a speech, a dissertation, please provide that to them privately if they can. But we want to engage as many questions so that they can answer those, so we can all be better informed as we work through the legislative session. So with that, Rep. Ortiz, the floor is yours, sir. Okay, do we need audio help with each of these positions?
Is it on now? It is. It is. Thank you, and thanks to all of you, first of all, for being here today, for making the effort to represent your different communities, to come here to Juneau, to be a part of Southeast Conference. I can't remember how many conferences this is for me now, but it's every time that I attend, I gain a whole lot from attending, and it's mainly because it's an opportunity for me to interact with so many of you, particularly so many of you from my particular district that I'm representing. My name is Dan Ortiz. I represent District 1, now labeled District 1, formerly District 36. That includes the area from Wrangell on down to Ketchikan, on down to Metlakatla, all the way down to Hyder and Saxman, and also includes now northern Prince of Wales, which is Whale Pass and Kaufman Cove. And let me say, first of all, that it's an honor to be able to say that. It's something that, you know, I've been able to do now for 8 years, and I'm just starting my 9th year. And for me to be able to represent those particular communities, it's truly an honor. And it's truly an honor for me to be amongst you all here today. I see so many more familiar faces, and it's really a comfort. I remember my first Southeast Conference and being in a panel, and I was like scared. But now it's like I'm seeing my friends. I'm seeing folks that I've seen for over the years, and it's really a comfort to be here, and it's a priority to be here. So what I do right now, I continue to serve in this particular upcoming session on the Finance Committee, and within the Finance Committee, I help to oversee the sub-finance committees of transportation, of education, and of DEED, not the whole BSA thing, but DEED itself, the Department of Education. Also DEC, as well as transportation, if I said that already. So in that role then, I'm able to be in the room and be helpful to trying to accomplish some of the overall goals that are before many of you, based on what I've heard so far in being part of the conference, and also to accomplish the goals that are part of my caucus that I'm a part of, and so yeah, I'm pretty excited to be able to contribute to that particular process. My particular priorities will match, I think, a lot of the priorities that you're going to hear from the rest of the coastal legislators, and it starts with making sure that we make progress towards arriving at a fiscal plan, that we arrive at a situation where there's more fiscal certainty for the state overall than there has been in the past. And it's not an easy task, because I can't think of anybody in the legislature that doesn't support that overall goal, but it's how you get there is where the problem has been. And but it continues to be a goal of mine, and it continues to be one that I will try to fight for and try to make sure that my votes reflect the overall goal of acting in a fiscally responsible way that not only helps to try to address the issues of the day, but also helps to ensure that the future for Alaska and future generations for Alaska that we're improving in that ability to provide for a secure, stable state that delivers on essential government services, that continues to deliver an affordable PFD, but also provides for meaningful things in terms of investment in the capital budget so that infrastructure issues can continue to be addressed. I know that the district that I represent has some real needs in the area of capital investment. And so that's going to be something that I'm always going to be working hard for. So it starts with fiscal stability for me. And then from there, you know, I apologize in no way for standing up for education. I'm hearing loud and clear, not just from my own district, but throughout the state, about the need to address the BSA in a meaningful way. And I'm going to advocate as hard as I can and vote as consistently I can so that in the end, our budget addresses that particular issue because it's an important issue. To me, you know, I used to teach economics in high school, and they talked about education in terms of human capital and investing in the most important element of our economy. You know, you can talk about natural resources, you can talk a lot about other types of assets that we have, but if we don't have a country, if we don't have a state, and if we don't have a region that's investing in our future, and our future workforce, and our future, overall future, then, you know, there's not a lot there to be hopeful about. So it's always going to be a priority of mine, and particularly this particular session, that we address the BSA issue in a meaningful way would be another critical component, another critical key. After that, you know, being from Southeast Alaska, coastal Alaska, obviously the Marine Highway System is something that I'm going to be watching over, and I'm not going to go into the details about that, but just to make sure that I'll do the best that I can to make sure that the administration, you know, is I'm sure they're going to be, because they're the ones that applied for these great resources that are now going to be available to us, the $285 million that's now going to be available to us that we heard about from Senator Murkowski yesterday. With that, though, we need to make sure that we provide the match so that we can receive all of those particular funds. So I'll be watching that particular issue closely. I'm not going to continue on with much more because I want to leave some for my fellow speakers, but let me just say that I can't think that there won't be much that they say that I won't also be in alignment for, and I'll be glad to answer any further questions after what they have to say, once we hear what they have to say. But with that said, thank you for the opportunity, and again, I'm so excited to see so many of the folks that I represent in the different communities here in Southern Southeast Alaska, and I look forward to meeting with you further and then having conversations with the rest of the folks as best I can. So thank you very much.
Shoot, I am here from House District 2, and basically we could just say what he said. But to be more specific, House District 2 runs from Heidelberg and other communities on Prince of Wales, and I've seen friends here from Craig. I don't think I've seen anybody here from Kloak yet, or Kisan, or Heidelberg. And if I've missed you, please let me know. And I know that John's here from Thorn Bay. So those are my communities on Prince of Wales. I don't get to have Whale Pass and Kaufman Cove. And there are, of course, other smaller communities there as well. And then my district continues up, as I like to say in the legislature, the incomparable House District 2 runs from Heidelberg up to Yakutat. Sorry, Louise. I got Yakutat, yeah. So I'm very much aligned with everything that Dan said that he's going to be working for. My committees are Community and Regional Affairs and Education. And so I feel particularly well positioned to help with the conversation surrounding education, and stabilizing what's happening for our schools is really, really important to me. I'm still actively teaching, although I'm in Juneau right now. I'll be back in a classroom this fall. And so I'm hoping that what I can bring to those conversations is a perspective from inside the schools and what we need to be doing to help all of our students. I think everybody's still in recovery from the pandemic, and our students are certainly also still in recovery. So pretty much everything Dan said is what I'm going to be working for as well. But unlike Dan, he's, you know, in his, what do you say, ninth year? His 9th year of doing this, and he's completely comfortable. And I'm in my 1st year, and I'm learning a lot, and I love it. And it is an incredible honor to be here, and really wonderful to see folks that I met for the first time, many of you, over the summer while I was visiting parts of the region, but then also at Southeast Conference. My first one ever was in August. And so it's really nice to come back, see everybody again, hear about the progress that's being made, and set goals together for what we're going to do next. So I'm going to turn it over to Sarah.
There it's live. I'm Representative Sarah Hannan. I represent House District 4. And through redistricting, you're in my district. Thank you for being here in downtown Juneau. This is my 3rd term. My first 2 terms, I was House District 33. So when they redistricted, they renumbered and they started from Southeast Alaska instead of the top of the state. And in my first 2 terms, I represented parts of Juneau and then our neighboring communities of Haines, Pluckwans, Skagway, and West to Gustavus. So I got the Juneau Plus. In redistricting, I lost our outlying neighbors and my colleague Andy Story's district, which is the remainder of Juneau, and the outlying districts took those over. I like to say, in some ways, formally, my job got easier. Previously, I represented 4 school districts, 3 police departments, 3 first-class cities, a second-class city, et cetera, et cetera. Now I'm only responsible for 1 police department, hearing from 1 police chief, from 1 school superintendent, but I completely understand the interconnectedness of our northern Southeast. We know we are the regional hub for going to the hospital, seeing a dentist. We used to say seeing a veterinarian, but in the current environment, you're better off taking your pet to Haines, where they have a Canadian vet who comes across the border, because in Juneau you can't get in to see a veterinarian. But that's a very minuscule issue. Former Speaker of the House said she got in with her pet, but you know, when you come from out of town and you're the former speaker, they may have taken that as privilege. I was also a high school teacher, and so like my 2 colleagues, although I do want to give a shout out, we went from having 3 retired teachers in the House of Representatives, myself, Representative Ortiz, and Representative Kronk, to adding 3 active teachers to the legislature, 3 teachers who were grading papers in classrooms last semester. One is a Senator Jesse Bjorkman from Nikiski, and then we added 2 members to the House, Representative Himschoot and Representative Dybert from Fairbanks, and that lens of you're currently in the classroom and you're responsible to those 3rd graders next year is a different lens than I'm a retiree and let me tell you how it used to be. I do like to give as an example that I'm using from my superintendent, who, when she's talked about education and escalating costs and what it means to have had no increase in operational funds from the state since 2017. P&I insurance that the Juneau School District has to buy, has to have, it's an absolute must in business, many of you understand that, 3 years ago was $200,000 a year. And then it doubled, and it went to $400,000 a year last year. This year, it tripled that. So this year, for the Juneau School District, it is $1.2 million in P&I insurance. And as the superintendent said, trying to ask an insurance provider why that cost increase went up, there wasn't an explanation she could understand. We didn't have a devastating loss of a school. We didn't have a devastating workers' comp case, but it tripled from last year. And that cost means there's an extra $1 million
that needs to be spent for insurance. That's not delivering services to students. That's not making sure our school buses are serving our kids, but it's a cost that must be met. Making sure that we are investing in our human capital so that when students graduate high school, they are prepared for the next step, whether that's higher education, vocational training, or going right into the workforce, is critical for our success as a state. We saw a lot of people elected in this last cycle who understand that, who've said, we're tired of hearing politicians say, yeah, we're gonna get a fiscal plan, we're gonna talk about education. We have educators leaving their classrooms to say, we mean now, let's get this done, because it affects everyone. And I like to say, before I hand it over to our champion of the Marine Highway System, the Marine Highways moves Alaska, not just businesses, not just you and I, but schools. Everyone in coastal Alaska needs a functioning marine highway system, especially in the winter. In the summer, we have options. Planes fly, individual boats, smaller vessels operating, but in the winter when there is no one able to fly, it is how we keep our smaller coastal communities functional. And we've had a sea change. Legislators understand that. You're going to hear us talk a lot in the elected time about the fact there's all this federal money and we want to use it, but we do not want to be set up for the fiscal cliff. There's a lot of pressure to use that federal money and not have the state paying in out of the general fund, which, as anyone who does 5-year planning can say, if we use it all now, when we then hit that cliff and that federal money is gone, turning to our colleagues and saying, well, now we need 285 million. And they'll say, you had that federal money, what'd you do with it? Well, we better be building boats to replace our aging fleet, improving our terminals, as well as investing in our service delivery. But we need to make sure that the state keeps operational money in that so that we don't be surprised. And everyone who knows boats need annual investment of money and labor to keep them functional. And with that, the queen of the fleet.
Queen of the Fleet doesn't know how to use the microphone. Hello, everybody. Hey, how are you doing? How's lunch? Delicious? Good. Good. Nice to see you all. You'll be happy to know I am not a teacher. Never have been and never will be. So you got all the education by the 3 representatives before me, and I won't be addressing the educational issues. However, you need to know that I do support them. It's time. My name is Louise Stutes, and I'm from Kodiak, and I represent Kodiak, Cordova, and Seward. Those are the larger communities, and I have several small villages. I saw John Erickson back there from Yakutat. I lost him in the redistricting, and my district is number 5, which is my lucky number. So that's a good thing. My focus has been and will continue to be our fisheries, which are huge in this state of Alaska, and the Alaska Marine Highway System. Those are my 2 main focuses, and Representative Hannan here touched on the Marine Highway, and I see sitting here Shirley Marquardt. Put your hand up there, Shirley. She is the chair of our Alaska Marine Highway Operations Board, which will be meeting here Friday. And that is a board that is pursuing what it's going to take to have a long-term sustainable marine highway system in this state. And as Representative Hannan expressed, it's critical that the state participate in that financially. The marine highway system will always need to be subsidized in order to service the small communities that need to be serviced and are entitled to be serviced. That's our highway system.
So that's our big focus, is rebuilding our fleet. We don't need 13 or 14 vessels. We need a smaller fleet that we can maintain, that has some commonality amongst the fleet. So when you have a breakdown, you're not waiting 6 months for a part from Norway or wherever it might be. You can go through one of the other vessels that might have spare parts. They need some commonality. The other thing I'm really focused on, I'm going to just talk briefly so you guys, that's a beautiful thing about being the last one to go, you know, everybody said anything, is our fisheries and our mariculture industry. Alaska is on the cusp of being the leader in the United States for our mariculture industry, whether it's oysters, seaweed, clams, you name it. And I'm really trying to follow that and make sure that we have funding available for the different appropriations to pursue those industries, because it is absolutely critical. The other thing that I'm working on is a bill that would allow self assessments on new developing fisheries. So any new developing fisheries, those fisher people can self-assess a tax to themselves, which would then be utilized to further that particular species or industry of whatever their new fishery is. Rather than waiting for fishing game, they can go and get their own surveys and do whatever. And then it would also allow them, I currently have a bill in that does this, would allow them to reduce that assessment once they've gotten their surveys or whatever they need. So those are really my two focuses, is fisheries and ferries. And I love them both. And I'm happy to be here, and I'm glad you're enjoying your lunch. And now I'm going to turn it over to Robert so he can go around if anybody has any questions. Thank you very much.
Maybe as I walk back to the back of the room for individual questions, what's the temperature of the House caucuses? What is any particular strategy that members should be thinking about as they want to pursue projects, or individual members? Just thoughts on.
I'll start, if you don't mind. I would say that on the face of things, there's a lot of commonality in terms of goals that the whole legislature has, and goals that the two caucuses in the House have. And I noticed I said on the face of things, and it just remains to be seen as to how common they remain as we start to go through the session. Ultimately, the fundamental problem, I think, was addressed yesterday by the Senate committee, in particular Senator Stedman, is that no matter what we do, no matter what we pursue, obviously we are limited by revenue and how much revenue we have. And I say that, it seems pretty simple to point that out, but ultimately then the question is, you can't be for everything. In other words, we all know in our personal lives, we know, as we run our own budgets for our businesses, et cetera, that we can't have everything. We just can't. And so the reality is, while most of the members of the legislature are saying publicly that they support an increment to a BSA because they're hearing from their districts that that's needed, we can't have that and also, at least a significant one, and also have a full PFD or the statutory PFD. Those two things don't work unless you're willing to overdraw the earnings reserve. But everybody has said a priority number one is to not overdraw the earnings reserve. So if you say that, and you're not looking at any new revenue, and I think Senator Stedman said yesterday, nobody's seriously looking at any new revenue, and certainly if we do, we can't get it on board in time for this upcoming fiscal year. So therefore, it's really simple. You can't have everything, and so if we want to have a significant capital budget, if we want to have a significant increase for the BSA, well, then we can't have the statutory PFD. Those things are not possible. You cannot do it. And so that's really where everybody's going to have to show their cards individually as individual legislators and as caucuses. Eventually, the vote will come as to, okay, where are you on the full PFD versus having a meaningful budget, a meaningful capital budget, and having a meaningful increase to the BSA. Those, you have to choose. And so ultimately, the answer to the question from my perspective, Robert, is right now, things seem to be in pretty good alignment, but the reality is going to come pretty soon where we have to show our cards. Where are we? I know where I'm going to be. I'm going to be for a PFD only that we can afford in a sustainable way. And then I'm going to be for a significant increase to the BSA, and I'm going to be for a significant capital budget, because I know that the people in my district need to have some capital issues or capital project issues addressed, and they're going to need help from the state on that. So that's where I'm going to be. But everybody's going to have to work that out, first of all, individually, and then as within their groups that they're a part of. Thanks.
I'm going to just chime in as an example on the capital budget. The governor introduced his budget. And I forgot to say, committees, I'm serving on the finance committee along with Rep. Ortiz. When the governor introduced the capital budget and said, well, we're just 400 million short, but we'll be able to take that out of the ERA or the CBR, we can manage that. When you start going through that couple hundred pages, you will find, especially as community leaders, a couple of categories where there's nothing there. There is no money in the budget for the Municipal Harbor Grant Program. Zero. Donut. Nothing. There is no money for school major maintenance. Again, zero. Donut. There are some new projects. Dream big, build new. But all of you know, if you are a local government leader, you got buildings that need maintained. There isn't a harbor in the state that doesn't need money. Most of our communities have dutifully said, we'll work through this process, and I understand my project's number 10 on the list, and maybe it's only gonna fund the top 2 this year, with the expectation is you take 2 off and the next 2 get funded the next year. But right now, nothing. Those are gonna be places where I will continue to advocate and say, we need to help our smallest communities in programs. We're not obligated, we don't have to give those, but we certainly have had a perception with local community leaders through the years that the state and local governments are in a partnership about how we keep our communities healthy and economic. And that includes basic things like harbors functioning and schools not having leaky roofs. So it's not glamorous capital projects, but I say they're critical. And will I vote to add those in? Yes. Can I do that and afford a nearly $4,000 PFD to everyone? No.
I use fewer words. Insofar as caucuses, the caucuses are pretty much aligned. But expect politics to play a big part over doing the right thing.
This is John Erickson. I'm from Yakutat. All right. See, I got him trying. The idea is simply what I'm worried about is as they run out of, if they're going to come after PCE again, and we had to take the governor to court 2 or 3 years ago to try and get that money back in, which we won and we got part of the money back. But and of course PCE, then you're talking as us as small, call that nowadays. So that's what I'm worried about is we're going to get left out in the cold, small government.
John, I think the advantage is the House Finance. They have 2 Bush Caucus members as co-chairs. There are 2 chairs on that, and 2 of them are Bush Caucus members, and they are acutely aware of that becoming a target. And on the other side, you have Senator Hoffman, who is also acutely aware of it. So I'll be surprised if they make too much headway this year.
And secondly, there was some litigation that affirms the PCE's place as not sweepable fund, right? So we now, the political bandying about that was talked about of we can liquidate that fund and just pay for PCE out of UGF, out of undesignated general funds. That issue, the governor and the legislature, PCE litigation went through, and now we know and we all understand it's not a sweepable fund. It's separately aligned in the Constitution, and there's some great political quotes from that time of designated, declarated, appropriated. What's the difference? Well, legally there are differences, and the court said here's what it is, and that's where it is. I have heard in committee with PEC being explained, first member of the House Finance Committee saying, but we don't have to, he didn't say it this way. What he said was, why do we do community assistance out of the waterfall of PCE, and do we have to? So it made me think PCE is not going to be the target, but is community assistance in that waterfall of it. That may be.
Yeah, hello, representatives. I'm Dennis Watson. I'm from Craig on Prince of Wales Island, and there's been a lot of discussion about the lawsuit that the Wild Fish Conservancy has filed against the National Marine Fisheries Service. And ultimately, if it goes totally south on us, it's going to have a devastating effect on the troll fishery in Southeast Alaska. And we're just wondering if the legislature is going to make sure the state has the resources that they need to fight this off, because it's going to be a big one, I think, before the end. And I'd like to hear what you have to say about it.
Yeah, that's all right, how's that? Okay. That's a great question. When you say devastating, we're talking $85 million of devastation to Southeast Alaska, so it's huge. I have a resolution in the works right now. The resolution, of course, is only a statement of support, but it does encourage the state of Alaska to fund the needed efforts to fight the lawsuit and to conduct sound science. So that resolution is forthcoming. I think I'll have some support for that. And we're doing, I was on the assembly in Sitka and I thought it moved slowly. And it turns out the legislature moves even slower. But I understand that ATA needs that resolution this month, if at all possible. I don't know if things can ever move that fast in Juneau, but we're working on it. And then, Dan, did you want to add about state resources for that?
Certainly, there'll be support from coastal legislators that the state supports and provides financial support for further appeal if the lawsuit is. It's my understanding that the situation is in the judge's hands now, and the announcement that he's going to. We're all waiting that announcement. If that announcement is unfavorable, then it's the plan of everybody involved to appeal that. And we heard yesterday from the governor, I was here, that he intends to put the administration support behind that appeal. And as long as he's doing that, I think there's a good chance that the people from the valley, the legislators from the non-coastal areas will get behind the idea of supporting it financially. Certainly there will be support financially, support for making sure there's money in the budget from coastal legislators like myself. So I'm pretty encouraged that if the ruling is not favorable, that the state will be fully behind efforts at appeal and supporting it financially.
And I had an opportunity to have a chat with Commissioner Doug Vincent Lane about this very thing. And he's like a bulldog on a pant leg. He's not letting go of this one. He's ready, willing, and able to go to war.
So, as Mr. Walker in the room reminded me of the, the Renewable Energy Fund has been very important to Southeast Alaska and coastal areas for funding many projects. It expires this year. See any obstacles for getting that reauthorized in the House?
Why do you use words like, are there any obstacles? This is politics. Of course there are obstacles, and it could be the thing that nobody's opposed to renewable energy fund, but Bert Stedman is sort of the notorious. If you're for it and I'm gonna need you later, I'm gonna hold on to this so that I have your attention on the issue. And right now, I don't know who's sponsoring the renewal and extension, because that's one of the issues, right? Would it become a political pawn over something else not having to do with the renewable energy fund? In general, there is very broad support for the renewable energy fund. But in this business, there are a few words you never use. In nursing, you never invoke what a quiet day in the hospital. And in politics, you never say it's simple or is there any opposition? Because now you've given it like everybody's for it, so I can use it as leverage for anyone. But there's broad support. It's the soundbite of the day. Renewable energy, 21st century.
That's precisely why we have this panel to teach us these sort of things. So don't make that mistake again, anybody. Question up front.
Thank you, Robert. My name is Millie Schoonover, and I represent the city of Craig. I'm going to change the subject, although everything you've spoken about today is very important. But something that lays very, very heavy on my heart, and I'm sure it's happening in all of your areas, is the drugs. The drugs have such a domino effect in our communities. We have children, we have babies that aren't being taken care of, that aren't being fed, that aren't going to school. It affects all of our lives. And yet you can go on either your local, if you have a paper, or you can go on the state trooper site. And it's repeated offenders. They get just a slap on the hands. How many more people are we gonna lose to drugs? So that is my concern, is having, there's more than one way to skin a cat. And I know that our jails are full. I come from a world where there's balance. There's balance in every single thing we do, and we are so far out of balance. We need to get back in balance. I feel like my hands are tied on this issue, but there has to be something that we can do locally or our legislators. Thank you.
I appreciate that very much, and I do know we have some really, really smart, active, progressive freshman legislators this year, and I know of 3 of them, and that was their driving force in becoming a legislator, is addressing legislation that would address the, just as you're saying, the sellers of these drugs and the sentencing of these drug sellers. And so there is movement as we speak in that direction.
I'll also quickly add that the governor addressed the issue in his State of the State address that he delivered to the legislature a few days ago. And so he talked about stronger sentences and things like that. And, so it's on the minds of all of us. And I wish I could tell you that I have the plan to solve the problem. I don't, but it's certainly one that I'm willing to continue to try to address as best I can from my position at the state level.
I'll just add that the Department of Public Safety has a 14% vacancy rate. So while we know there are issues with employment across the nation, it is my hope that we will make Alaska the place people want to come to work. And I think Senator Sedman mentioned there are many levers to do that yesterday. Won't hurt at all if we pay people more. It also could help if we return to a defined benefit so that folks have a more secure retirement and gives them a reason to stay. So you correctly diagnosed that we have to do something, and there are many things that we can do. So those are some of the things that we're looking at, along with the judicial side of it. What can we do to make sure that the law enforcement presence, because I know from Prince of Wales, when I traveled the district from Yakutat to Prince of Wales was, the communities there talked more about public safety than anywhere else in the region. So what's happening for you, and I know there was just a bust in Craig. So what's happening for you, I think, is magnified as compared to some other communities, and we just went through a loss in Fawak, so we need to replace some law enforcement there. Although it sounds like he was irreplaceable, but we have a lot of work to do tackling this from all different points. And it's not, we hear you. There's a lot to do and we're working on it.
And I'm going to add on, thank you, Millie. Every family in Alaska is touched, I like to say, by the two horrific measures in Alaska: suicide and addiction. And the thing we know about someone who ends up in public safety and in prison for drug-related crimes, the behavior that led them to being in prison, there were problems much earlier. And if all we do is increase punishments and put offenders in prison, we haven't stopped our problem. Because the child who is not being fed and not being tended to has a much higher risk of becoming addicted and repeating that cycle. So we gotta do both things. We've gotta make sure that our communities are safe, but we need to intervene and make sure that people who are at risk of becoming addicts, or when they're first addicted, that we are dealing with those behavioral health issues when we are not on the significant criminal pathway. Because if that's what we do, once they sold fentanyl and someone's overdosed and they're now in jail for murder, the lives are destroyed and we haven't stopped the problem. And it's a really hard measure in politics because preventing an addiction is a really hard to measure thing. It's easier to say we arrested this many people for this crime and put them in prison. But in that cycle of addictive behavior, we know, and I think AA is the most familiar. If you are an addict, even if you're not drinking, you still are an alcoholic. You're sober, you're not drinking. And that treatment of addiction isn't something that we do very well. And I always like to say, if you don't know this, our prisons are our largest deliverer of mental health and behavioral health services in the state. It's not what they're designed to do. They don't do it well, but it is the place where more people in Alaska get mental health and behavioral health services. And again, it's not what they're designed to do, so they don't do it really well, but 85% of people who go into prison have a diagnosed significant mental illness. And that's the piece we need to stop. We need to treat that long before it's a criminal behavior.
Thank you for that. So as we wind down, last year Southeast Conference got $1 million to develop a carbon sequestration kelp seaweed program. it seems like it's all the buzz this week, and what kind of traction is that getting in the House for discussion to save the world?
You know, it's interesting, when the buzz is there about carbon sequestration, there's two places that get mentioned all the time, you know, and it's See Alaska and Hunacorp have done it with timber. Mariculture, there's the potential. But the bill and legislation that have been introduced so far don't touch on either of those. They touch on oil sequestration, carbon dioxide reinjection. That's about how much I know about it. It's pretty dense material. So the buzz is there. We have examples in Southeast Alaska of generating revenue off of carbon sequestration. It's really complex policy-wise, and we don't see mariculture or timber in the legislation that the governor has introduced on carbon sequestration.
Okay. Well, we will look forward to being part of the conversations when the day is right and the bill is in line, so.
Marco Scheer somewhere is already working on his white paper on it. I got an introductory paragraph last night.
All right, so we're going to actually conclude a couple minutes early, which means that you can maybe have a minute with them out the door. There's a couple that have 1:30 commitments, so you see them running faster, and then you can catch up. Then you have to walk with them all the way to the hill. But welcome Representative Himschoot to the cause. And the others of you have been long in the trenches, and we really appreciate those efforts, and we look forward to continuing working on these issues that matter so much to us. So let's thank our panel, and we're going to take a break to 1:30. All right, go get your refill. Get your refill.
I have some.
Home stretch. There again. Now I have a feeling you might hear me because I don't hear me and you don't hear me. Sometimes when I do hear myself, I'm talking to myself again. Okay, we are ready to launch down the home stretch. So I'll make sure that folks in the back can hear me. You can. Okay, Brett says he can hear me, but yet I see Michael and company behind me. I'm not sure if. Oh yeah. Okay, now I got your attention. All right, if you have a conversation you need to continue, go ahead and take it, take it where you need to take it. All right, so we're gonna commence with our energy panel, which we know is gonna be interrupted in about 30 minutes by Senator Sullivan. Welcome. So we're looking forward to that. So we're going to begin with our energy keynote by the Executive Director of the Alaska Energy Authority, Alaska's Energy Office, no stranger to those of us in the room in Southeast Conference. So please welcome to the podium, Mr. Curtis Thayer.
Good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I was actually very fortuitous because this morning I did Alaska Power Association meetings on the Hill, now Southeast Conference, and I do appreciate being here. Last year we had some technical difficulties. I think in Washington D.C. and mid speech my video feed went away because it went away. So a little bit. Let's do next slide here. A little bit about AEA. AEA, who we are. We were created in 1976 by the legislature as the Alaskan Energy Authority, and we're a public corporation governed by a board of directors, and we simply have a mission: reduce the cost of energy in Alaska. That's also urban as well as rural Alaska. Next slide. We do that through 6 different areas. We have Railbelt Energy, which is owned assets, which is the Railbelt. We own Bradley Lake, which is the largest hydro project in the state, as well as 200 miles of transmission line, not only on the Kenai Peninsula, but also from Willow to Healy. We also do power cost equalization, which is really a lifeline to rural Alaska. Talk a little bit more about that. And then we do rural energy, which is powerhouses and bulk fuel in rural Alaska with 197 communities. And then we have alternative energy and energy efficiency. At the time, alternative energy was the buzzword. It's really renewable. We have a team that concentrates on renewables, whether that be wind, solar, hydro, biomass. We also do grants and loans. And up until this year, I always would say we did more loans than grants, but with the federal dollars coming into the state, there's a lot more grants available. And then also we help with energy planning, not only on a regional basis, but a statewide basis. Next slide. A little bit of our active projects. These are active projects that we have going on any given month. This includes power cost equalization. This could be training in rural Alaska. This also could be our assets as far as Bradley and the Railbelt, including a lot of stuff with the Renewable Energy Fund, which we'll talk about a little bit more. But they really cross the gamut. There's a lot of renewables on here throughout Alaska. You can even see we have a wind project up in Kotzebue, and we also, alumni on Prince of Wales Island, we finance. So we're clearly across the state of Alaska. Next slide, please. A little bit about Bradley Lake. You know, for Southeast Alaska, it's probably not as important as it is for South Central Alaska. What this provides 10% of the power on the Railbelt, not only Homer, but all the way to Fairbanks. Fairbanks receives 17% of the power from Bradley. In addition to that, it is the largest. It electrifies about 54,000 homes on the Railbelt. And one of the things that we're looking at doing is we have what's called the Dixon Diversion. There's a similar glacier, lake, creek like Bradley, 5 miles away on the footprint of the Bradley land. And so we're looking at expanding Bradley and possibly electrifying another 24,000 homes, almost increasing Bradley by 50%, which would be huge for the Railbelt and the Cook Inlet consumer. Bradley right now is with 4-cent power. It's an extremely good benefit for the residents of South Central Alaska. Next slide. Alaska Intertie. This is a little bit about, we own some Intertie. We own Intertie from Willow to Healy. And one of the things I think is really key with this Intertie is it benefits Golden Valley Electric. And this is their number, not our number, but it saves the Fairbanks community $37 million a year by being able to buy power cheaper in South Central and shipping it north to Fairbanks. So it's, again, one of the ways that we lower the cost of energy. Next slide. Another thing that you've seen us in the news about, this is of course focused on the rail belt, but transmission upgrades and battery storage. 2 years ago, we paid off the Bradley bonds, which was a huge accomplishment. And in doing that, there was language from the power sales agreement that if we had required project work to improve Bradley, we could use the funding, we could change it to excess payments, the funding that was going into the bonding, the debt service. And we went out and bonded $166 million for 4 different transmission projects, 3 transmission and 1 battery storage project on the rail belt. The nice thing with this is it does not increase, this is not a burden to the state budget, and it doesn't increase the cost for the ratepayers. It was the way that we were able to exchange that in language that was in a 32-year agreement. And with Department of Law, I always like to say Department of Law, you know, we asked their opinion. They didn't give us 1 opinion, they gave us 5. But they all said the same thing at the end of the day, that we could do this and this was a good use of Bradley funds. And so this is big. The one thing that's important to note is whatever we do on the rail belt to lower the cost of energy, they look at the cost of the power in Fairbanks, Anchorage, and Juneau. That establishes the floor for PCE. So if you're a PCE community, your floor is 19 cents this year, and your cap is 75 cents. That's set by statute. So if the floor drops, say it drops to 15 cents a kilowatt, then you're going to be able to receive 4 more cents per 4 more cents towards that cap. So if we can lower that floor, it's a benefit not only for rural but urban Alaska. Next slide. This is when we start talking about, as I call the 2 favorite uncles. We have IRA and we have IJ. This one is IJ, the Infrastructure Reduction or Jobs Act. This is funding that's coming to the state of Alaska. It's $60 million. $22 million should be available this year. This particular funding is available to utilities that have for transmissions over 69 kV. And it was designed for that bandwidth with that $60 million. And the state, it says there's a 15% state match. The state has been matching that. They matched it last year. The governor's requested they continue that match, and this request will still be out there for like I said, for a total of 5 years. This is an application process, and we filed the application, and we're filing the application this week. It's about actually 6 weeks early, but the Department of Energy has been moving fairly quickly, so we don't see any problem to have this money available, because once we get an okay, then we have to develop a plan to put it out there in a criteria through economic modeling, and also looking at the feasibility of such projects, but make it available to the utilities. One thing I will mention here is Alaska receives the 4th highest formula funding in the country, and we beat, the only one that beat us was California, Texas, and Florida. The question that I had when talking to the Department of Energy, why us? Why did we get that number? Why did we beat out New York for our money's more than New York State? And they said 3 simple reasons. Lisa Murkowski, Dan Sullivan, and Don Young. They created the formula for Alaska, and we're going to see the benefit of it. Next slide. State of Alaska electric vehicle infrastructure. This is where we partnered with DOT. And there's $52 million available to the state for electric vehicle infrastructure. Our plan was approved. It took us 6 to 8 months to develop a 100-page comprehensive plan across the state, but the funding the plan was approved, and $19 million will be available this year. And we are looking at taking a request for applications for site hosts. I don't think it's the role of the state. I don't think it's the role of AEA to tell people where their charging stations will be. We want to invite the public in. We want to invite communities in. You help tell us where you would like them. There is a requirement of a 20% match. We did do this very similar program when we had Volkswagen settlement funds, and the state AEA put $1 million into 9 charging stations, and the private sector came forward with $500,000. And so it's across the board, those charging stations. Next slide. One of the requirements for this is it has to be part of the National Highway Network. And so the first designation is between Anchorage and Fairbanks. And then we obviously will be looking at going down to the Kenai Peninsula, Tok and Delta, but also the Marine Highway qualifies. And so we look to be expanding the network down the Marine Highway. Couple restrictions we have, it has to be 50 miles apart, no more than 50 miles apart. We do have one exemption on that for the highway between up near Cantwell. And then also it has to be no more than 1 mile off the road system, off the highway corridor. So over time, we'll be seeing $52 million. One of the challenges that we do have is it's the national requirement is that we have 4 charging stations connected 150 kilowatts each for a total of 600. That's a large power draw for some of our communities, especially anywhere. And so other states, other Western states are questioning that, and we can do it cheaper and we can get just as effective charging stations. So that's kind of what we're waiting to see how that materializes. But overall, we do have that money coming forward. Next slide. Other infrastructure project opportunities. This is ever changing, literally ever changing. We did receive from Defense DOD, and that is a Black Rapids training site. This is where, and I think it's important for you, and that is we work with Golden Valley. Golden Valley had an opportunity to expand their transmission lines to Black Rapids, which is a military training that was on gas, it was on diesel generators. The transmission line didn't extend. So they came to AEA because we are an agency that could apply for the funding. They did not qualify for funding, but we did. So we partnered with them and were successful in the grant application and receiving $12.8 million for Golden Valley. So if you find stuff in IIJ or you find items and it says you don't qualify for whatever reason, but it does say that a state energy office qualifies, call us, reach out to us. We'll be more than glad to work and partner with you and be a pass-through agency. Case in point, actually, there's $74 million on Alaska High Energy Efficiency and Home Rebate Program. That money is actually done by, that type of work is done by Alaska Housing Authority. But when the bill was written, they don't qualify. But we partner with Alaska Housing Finance. We're running the money through AEA and working out with a memorandum of understanding. They're going to do the work. We'll do the government reporting and accounting of the funds, but they're going to have the bulk of the $74 million. So again, here is something where in law it said State Energy Office, doesn't say Alaska Housing. So, but we found a workaround that is very successful. So if you see questions like that, reach out to us. We also have energy auditor training. There's another $2 million Alaska rural electric vehicle deployment. Interesting in that $52 million, but none of the money rural Alaska qualifies for because they're not part of the highway system. But we did work with the Department of Energy. They suggested this competitive grant to start that process. And so we have applied to have some funding out for rural Alaska. We're not looking for electric vehicles in all of rural Alaska, but we're looking at the hub communities to test that out. And then also looking at four-wheelers or outboards or snow machines and where it could be electrified. And so that's one of the projects that we're doing with that. And then just recently, it just came in blue. We just came out within the last 2 weeks. And that is the Competitive Energy Efficiency Revolving Loan Fund. Again, it's funds that was designated for a state energy office. This is very similar to what we have with Power Project Loan Fund. So we do have a model. And so we will be working with that to apply for that funding. It's formula funding, so we just need to apply for it, meet certain criteria, and then we want to make sure that that money gets out on the street to Alaska. Next slide. A little bit on power cost equalization. The legislature increased it from 500 megawatts to 750. We assume that we would see a dramatic spike in that, but we're not seeing that. The program normally costs about $29 to $30 million. It's looking to cost $35, $36 million. And this is funded by the endowment. The endowment did lose money last year, but the 3-year averaging, there's plenty of money for power cost equalization for the foreseeable future. Next slide. Oh, and one thing on that particular one, I will say AEA, we were behind by 300 applications that we owed people money, and we redid some staffing changes, redid our procedures. We're 100% caught up, and everybody's being paid within 30 days, and that's our goal. And so, if you have anything beyond 30 days, reach out to us. But we believe we're 100% up to date with our PCE payments. Next slide. This is just grid resilience. This is another one of the IIJ funding. There's 4 of them. We call them Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, and we got 2 Group 3s. The one is the last one, Rural Alaska Microgrid Transformation. We did put a package together looking at renewable opportunities across Alaska, a lot in Southeast Alaska due to the hydro. You have borderline hydro where you just need that little extra oomph as far as funding, and so we've actually applied for a $250 million grant. There's $10.5 billion available across the country, so I don't think they're going to be giving it all to us, but I do think hopefully we can get a good piece of that. And I will say Department of Energy reached out to us based on our concept paper and wants to have conversations understanding more about that grant and the microgrids in Alaska. Okay, next slide. I guess I'm getting the thing. Just real quick, we have power system upgrades and bulk fuel upgrades. This is just key that we are in the governor's budget. He's asked for money and federal receipt authority. We would ask if when you talk to legislators that you would support this, because this is the key for rural Alaska for the powerhouses and bulk fuel. Next slide. And we do have a renewable energy grant fund. We are in round 15. We have 31 applications, $33 million of ask. We'll be giving that list to the legislature in March. And so if you do have a question where you're at, let us know. But last year we had 27 applications and $15 million, which was actually the largest amount that the program had received in the last 8 years. Next slide, which I'm just wrapping up. We have our power project fund where we do loan money. Our largest loan is Alumni down at Prince of Wales Island that is operational. And with that, I will just end there. I think my time has expired.
So once again, we're experiencing a joyous federal convention because Senator Sullivan has, that was a notification, was that the senator is joining us as we speak. Our tech team is tractor beaming him in onto the large screen. All I see is Keith Perkins leading. Okay, now I see myself. That's not much of an improvement. Let's try one more. Third time's a charm. I see a small screen at the top.
Promise he was on for a second.
Representative Peltola intervened during our broadband session this morning. And Senator Murkowski yesterday. Glad to be able to juggle our agendas to match theirs.
We'll let you know when he
Back to. Well, Mr. Rovito, do you want to say a few words while and then be prepared to just be unceremoniously booted from the video? Or
sure.
You're gonna say that you're not gonna risk even being booted from here.
Well, if you want me to actually, maybe I'll just put in a plug because it's meant to mention a few times. I'm Mike Rovito from Alaska Power Association, the Deputy Director. Senate Bill 33, the Renewable Energy Fund extension. I know it's been mentioned a few times, but we can't stress enough how important that is to be reauthorized. And so if that bill doesn't pass this session, that program terminates on June 30th. And it's a lot easier to extend the program than it is to resurrect the program. Many of our members across the state have benefited from this, including the Southeast, funding either substantial parts of projects or feasibility studies or any portion that helps lower the cost to the ratepayers or to the utility as a whole. And so I think while we wait for the senator, I would just put in another plug. I know we have our conference going on down the street at the Arts and Cultural Center, and we've asked all of our members, when you're meeting with your legislators, please ask them to support this. Right now, Senator Kaufman from Anchorage is the prime sponsor. There's not a House bill at this time. I don't know if there will be, but very important that gets reauthorized. For 10 years, it's going to go to 2033. They won't have to worry about doing it again until 2033, and we can have a bit of a break. So I think maybe I'll just say that for now, and then you want me to wait, or?
No,
Or should I keep going?
no, you should just keep on going until you see the correct senatorial being on.
I will yield when the senator comes on.
Thank you.
I think, you know, a lot of what the electric utilities in the state are really focused on nowadays are two things. One, financially, is the vast amount of programs that came out of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. And so, you know, these bills, especially the IIJA, were passed now more than a year ago. And so the federal agencies in charge with designing these programs to grant out these funds, they had a lot of RFIs out there to the public. And what APA had done, or has been doing, is responding to these RFIs to point out the unique nature of Alaska's electric system statewide and why more attention should be paid to our state, why our projects should be elevated above others. And we're not ashamed of saying that. We know there's needs in other parts of the country, but our needs in this state cannot be compared to lower 48. I mean, our electric utilities operate under the conditions unseen anywhere else in the country, and they do a darn good job at it too. But we want to be able to build these new projects and these needed projects to the lowest possible impact to the ratepayers. And on those same lines, our membership statewide, electric utilities from the rail belt to rural Alaska, everywhere, they're taking part in the energy diversification that's going on around the world, essentially. Moving to cleaner energy, diversifying away from just one fuel source, whether it be natural gas or diesel. As far as APA is concerned, we're source agnostic. We like to term it clean energy. We're supporting wind, solar, hydro, biomass, micro nuclear has become a new feasible technology upcoming. And so, but what you're seeing the electric utilities do is proceed with caution. And some people want the electric utilities to proceed much quicker with transitioning away from fossil fuels. But there's a balancing act that has to be struck. And everyone in this room who lives on a microgrid knows that reliability is king in the state of Alaska. And so you need that base load power. You need to be able to keep those lights on and those heaters going all year. So I would have to say that our electric utility members are moving forward in a very diligent but cautious manner so that when they do transition to a diverse fuel structure for generation, they're doing it in a way that doesn't ruin technical operations, doesn't cause blackout or brownout issues, and doesn't unreasonably raise rates. So as you hear people talking about, you know, we need more renewables, our membership is very supportive of renewables. They're integrating them across the state. I mean, there's been great success down here in Southeast with hydropower. I know Inside Passage Electric Cooperative has done a lot of work with hydro, AT&T, SEPA, a lot of municipal utilities down here. But it's being done in a way that is technically and economically feasible. And I think that's important. One other aspect that we really work on at APA quite a bit is somehow trying to lessen the time and lower the cost of hydropower licensing and relicensing. The federal process is extremely lengthy, extremely time consuming, and it doesn't give our members the certainty, timeframe certainty to do these projects. And so we've met with FERC every single year in Washington, D.C. The FERC chairman tends to change quite often. But what FERC has told us is we need congressional authorization or congressional action to put us in charge of more strict timelines. And so it's kind of a perennial topic, I think, amongst our hydro-owning members and APA to try to figure out a way to you know, put a little bit of relief on the timeframes and the cost of licensing, relicensing. I mean, Alaska Electric Light and Power, I see Alec out there, they have a 100-year plus hydro project that has to go through a significantly lengthy relicensing process, even though it's been operating for more than a century without any problems with it. And we want to find ways and solutions to make that a little bit better. And that, in the end, lowers costs for consumers as well. So I will mention another thing about the power cost equalization. APA has a perennial yearly policy position to maintain the endowment and fully fund PCE from the endowment as authorized by statute. We are very wary and very much not in favor of other appropriations being funded from the endowment, because if that happens, then you impact the returns that endowment gets and the earnings, and then that can cause problems for the program down the line. We are very appreciative that the floor or the limit was raised from 500 kilowatt hours to 750 kilowatt hours. And some people, they say, well, we don't see a lot of communities using that much, but what a lot of our utility members are excited about is that gives some room to maybe integrate electric heat pumps, to maybe lower the reliance on fossil fuel for heat in some parts of the state. I know that the heat pump technology, I'm no expert on it, but it's advancing drastically. Down here, ALMP has done a great job with the heat pumps and making the awareness of it. But, as I understand it, heat pumps are coming to a point where you can start using them feasibly in many parts of the state over the coming years. And so if we can, with the PC program, provide a little additional, actually quite a lot of additional kilowatt hours per month, maybe you can transition at some point away from fuel oil or heating oil to electric heat. So this is an exciting time, I think, for the energy utilities, the electric utilities. There's a lot of new technologies coming out. We're having our conference just down the road, and Copper Valley Electric Association just gave a presentation about their feasibility study on a micro modular nuclear reactor and how they're moving forward with that. And the technology on that is almost space age, what they're coming out with. And it could solve conceivably a lot of electric energy challenges in remote and rural communities and even in urbanized communities as well. So there's a lot of things going on. We're having a big education push up on the Hill because there's a lot of new legislators. So I'm glad that we're all having these conferences. I think there's 20 or 21 new legislators right now. So this is our time from the energy front to really talk about what's going on, take advantage of technologies. We're hoping that there's a lot of state investment in transmission infrastructure, upgrading electric infrastructure. We had a legislative panel over there earlier today, and I was really happy to hear Senator Bishop on the panel say he believes that the state should invest in a wide range of electric infrastructure across the state to move these electrons, to be able to move new clean energy resources, move them around where they need to go. And he says, in his opinion, it was the state should have a massive investment in partnership with the federal government so that that burden doesn't fall down to the ratepayers in areas of the state with energy cost challenges already. So, Robert, that's the update, I think, from APA, and I'll stop there. Happy to take questions, but it's always good to be with the folks from Southeast Conference.
Apparently that was the senator's office coming on and tell us the senator was coming on soon, but sorry for that brush. But let's take a couple questions for our two speakers here for a moment or two while we expect them to come on. Then it gets delayed, we can bring Karen up for her biomass report. But I know one question that I had is, where does hydrogen fitting into the mix, and is AEA likely the lead on that technology or alternative fuels of that magnitude coming forward?
That's a very good question.
Do we have Mike?
Okay, so now I'll pick this one. Okay. As far as hydrogen technology, one of the things that the governor did is there's a lot of different things happening, and so what they've done is the hydrogen issue is being worked by the Alaska Gas Line Development Corp. We have a seat at the table, AEA. Micronuclear is being worked at the university. Carbon sequestration is being done by DNR, and energy planning and renewables is being done by AEA. And he set up an office of energy innovation that John Espandola, who many of you know, is heading that up. So he's coordinating between those four groups. Rather than state government all having different fingers in it, we actually have a plan and we're all setting on it, but we do the energy planning, but look for the gas line and the hydrogen.
Thanks. Michael, is the industry, are they looking to embrace that, or are they waiting for developers? How's that integrated going?
I think like any newer technology or upcoming technology, we're watching it, where it might go. I think that there's a lot of, there'll be a lot of interest of how that's developed and how that plays into the larger generation portfolio or infrastructure elements. But, I have to repeat again, there's definitely in a lot of parts of the state, there's a need, and we're seeing this countrywide as these new technologies come on, there's a need for massive investment in the grid and in transmission infrastructure to properly move dispatch these new technologies and integrate renewables and still have a solid base load of power so that when the wind's not blowing or the sun's not shining, you're able to keep the lights on and the heat going. And I put in a plug all the time. People might get sick of me saying it, but the electric energy is the cornerstone of the economy. We need to have cheap power in all parts of the state. in order to keep, families here and to keep the economy going and attract new investment. And so I think hydrogen could be one of many new exciting types of technologies that are coming to the fore. And I know there's a lot of smart people who work in this state and electric utilities who will figure out a way to capitalize upon it. So I think it's an exciting time.
Thank you. We heard earlier today about the cruise line industry looking for, how to green their propulsion and technology to support that. And it's often gets down to the supply chain availability of whatever the technology is and who's using it and how it can be available. Are there questions from the floor for, yeah, go for it. Thanks.
I just make one thought. One thing I think it's important to understand is when we talk about anything renewable, you need to have the transmission lines. And this is where we're woefully late in Alaska. Our transmission lines were built in the 50s, the 60s, and some in the 80s. But like we look at Bradley Lake, as I talked about at Dixon Diversion, we could, like I said, increase Bradley by 50%. We do not have the transmission lines to stem that power. And if you look at that, it's 1.5 million to 2 miles a mile of great transmission lines. So you just take that across the state. We've got to look and just look at the basics. So when you drive by and see a power pole, kind of look how old that is, what we need to upgrade. That's just one of the things. It's just a backbone. If your transmission, it has to go with renewables.
Yeah, and I would say one challenge, and I don't want to, hopefully I don't end on the downer note here before the center comes on, but there are significant supply chain challenges in present and future day. I mean, it's about 18 plus months to get a transformer in the state of Alaska. We actually had a situation a couple years ago where Unilocleat needed transformers desperately, but could not find any on the market. And so Inside Passage Electric Cooperative had extra transformers, and we were able to connect the two, and they shipped their transformers up there. Other construction materials are taking a long time to come to the state, and so that's concerning for immediate needs and for other projects. But another big problem, and we addressed it at our conference earlier today, and I'm sure it's been a topic here, maybe not, but it probably is workforce issues. We have a raft of retirements in the electric utility industry, and not only in the near term are our members having problems finding folks to fill the gaps, but they're worried about if they do get these federal grants and they do get these projects going, will the workers be there? Will the supplies be there? To do things. And some of these grant funds have timeframes in which you have to get these projects done. I'm sure the federal government, you can talk to them and work with them on things, but that's something that our industry is really looking at as workforce development. APA has a few scholarship programs that we run in order to hopefully, help Alaskans get the education they need to come into our industry. But a lot of it, we had a big conundrum and a big conversation in our conference this morning is, how do you motivate young people to want to go to work and to want to get into a job? And so it's something I don't have a good answer for. I joked, I saw an article where some outfit polled 3,000 high school seniors, and 75% of them said their career goal was to be a social media influencer. That's not going to help us in our powerhouses and our linemen and things along those lines. So there's certainly some headwinds that we're facing, but at the same time, we have all these opportunities in front of us, and these federal funds are seriously a once in a generation opportunity. So that's why I think you see folks AEA and our member electric utilities statewide are really working hard to try to take advantage of these availabilities.
Thanks. It just come to me that, the best way to make sure that the senator gets on quickly is to queue up the next presentation. Karen only has a couple of slides anyway. So once you come up, Karen, and share what you've been working on the biomass front.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm pretty sure that I don't need to introduce myself, but I've been working for Robert since 2017 and doing biomass work since 2000, and I'm still here. Anyway, Robert said I could only have 3 slides, so you're going to just be really quick here. Oh my gosh, the senator is dead. All right.
So, Senator, it is great to see you. Do a sound check. Can you hear us okay?
Oh. Right on.
Okay, I think we can hear you. You have a good connection there?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Perfect. Yes, sir. The floor is yours. Welcome to Southeast Conference
All
Mid-Central.
right. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. And I'm really excited to be able to give a little bit of an update. I love getting in front of Southeast Conference. I wish I could be with all of you guys right now in Juneau. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be in Juneau starting in about 5 days, and we'll be there for my speech to the legislature early next week. So looking forward. Hopefully I'll be able to see some of you. And I want to thank Robert and the whole Southeast Conference team, the entire board. Your work has been exceptional. And when I mean exceptional, I don't think anybody thought it would be as challenging as it was the last couple of years. Let's face it, I don't think any of us want to go through that 100-year pandemic again, but in particular, the southeast part of our state, tourism and other issues, I mean, it was really hard. So I want to thank all of you. It was a really tough time. We were honored to work with everybody during that time. And, you know, we got through it as Alaskans, people working together. And I just really want to express my appreciation because so many of you were on the front lines of what was happening. So I wanted to give a quick update on a couple things, and then if there's time, I'd be honored to take a few questions. But want to talk a big issue that happened today. Now, people are going to say, well, it doesn't really impact Southeast, but we're going to need all Alaskans coming together on this. We had the final EIS on what's called the Willow Project, and this is a very significant project we've been working on. If you look at kind of how long this has been in permitting, really starting in about the 1990s. And this is a giant oil and gas project on the North Slope in the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska. Really hasn't been too controversial until late. To be honest, the Biden administration made it controversial. And but we got an EIS from them. It's pretty good. It's something that we can work with. As some of you might know, this is about a $9 billion investment from ConocoPhillips. 2,500 jobs to build it. They're ready to build it like tomorrow if we could get it going. Highest environmental standards of any project like this in the world. Lowest greenhouse gas emissions of any project like this in the world. Peak production would be about close to 200,000 barrels a day, which of course our pipeline needs, our state needs these revenues. So this is enormously important, not just for Alaska and the North Slope, but for our country. You know, having energy security for America is something that's really important, particularly given some of the national security challenges. So there's 30 more days for the record of decision on this. And in my speech to the legislature, I'm going to really encourage all Alaskans to weigh in. Let's face it, there's some groups, some of the far left environmental groups are really going to try and kill this in the next 30 days. There's some administration officials who would like to kill it. These are valid leases that Conoco took out, you know, years ago, paid hundreds of millions of dollars for them. So this is going to be a really big deal. My view is the vast majority of Alaskans, a vast majority of our Native community, all our workers, all the big building trades, everybody is on board on this one because it's so important, so strategic. So stay tuned. We'd love it, even though it's not in the vicinity of Southeast Conference's, economic issues. This will impact every single person in Alaska. It's exciting, but it's going to be a battle the next 30 days, and hopefully we come out on top on that. So that just happened a couple hours ago. I've been doing press all day on it, and stay tuned. Really important. We need to let every voice in Alaska, let BLM hear it. I've done some national media today saying, hey, America, call BLM, right? And so we want your voices to be heard on that. Next, an area where I think we have huge opportunities as a state is with regard to broadband and broadband infrastructure. You know, as part of the infrastructure bill, I hosted several of the top federal officials in charge of broadband connectivity with the goal of, in the next 5 years, having every community in our state connected by broadband or some kind of satellite internet connectivity. It's a big goal. The federal officials that we had at this summit in Anchorage in August all came up. They traveled throughout the state. These are federal communications officials, USDA rural connect officials, the National Telephone NTIA Information Agency, and they are literally distributing billions and billions of dollars for internet connectivity. Our state, because of the way Don Young, Lisa Murkowski, and I work, the definition of this infrastructure broadband bill, we're going to do really, really well. Billions. And it's a great opportunity for all of us working together, state, feds, private sector, tribal groups, ANCs, to put forward a vision, which is what the summit was in August, all about. Imagine if we can connect every community or state with this kind of internet connectivity, what we could do for education, what we could do for telehealth, what we could do for small businesses. So that is happening. Those dollars are coming, and we are very excited about that. And I'm sure that the Southeast Conference is going to play a really important role and is already playing an important role in that. You know, the broader infrastructure bill, again, we think it wasn't perfect, but between Senator Murkowski, Congressman Young, and I, we were able to get a number of really important things for Alaska. As I like to say, we're resource rich, but infrastructure poor. Alaska has less road miles than Connecticut, and we're 120 times bigger. So infrastructure is something that I think is absolutely critical for our state. And we did very well in that bill. Billions coming in for highway, roads, bridges, ports. And I want to do a shout out to my colleague, Senator Murkowski. She worked overtime on the investments for maintenance and reliability and the service of the Alaska ferry system that was also part of the infrastructure bill. I think that's going to be really exciting, really transformative for Southeast, and I'm sure she's already talked to you about that, but really good opportunities there. Let me mention a couple other ones that I know that hopefully you guys know that I'm very focused on. The whole issue of critical minerals that our country needs and permitting reform. As a matter of fact, I was just on the phone with the senior House of Representatives member of the House. He and I are coordinating with a small group of small group of senators and a small group of House members on the need for permitting reform. By the way, this should not be a partisan issue. When I talk to mayors, when I talk to governors, doesn't matter what party they're in, we need to be able to build things, roads, bridges, ports, resource development projects in a timely, efficient manner. And right now, the sad fact of the matter is we don't. You know, the Kensington mine, I like to remind people, if you include the litigation all the way to the Supreme Court, some of you might know I was involved on that, the tail end during my time as Attorney General, that took 20 years to permit. 20 years. I mean, that's just insane. We lost a whole generation of opportunity for Alaskans because this permitting system that we have is just taking too long. So we do have opportunities with regard to UCOR, the Constantine mine in Southeast, the Ambler project, although we had a big setback with the Biden administration on that. We had a record of decision, 7-year EIS, final record of decision during the Trump administration on that critical project. And unfortunately, it was reversed by the Biden administration. The same day the president was holding a summit on critical minerals. I wish the government was talking to both sides, you know, the White House and the Department of Interior on that one. But we'll keep fighting it. We think this is really important for our state, for the renewable economy, for electric vehicles, for our military. So many of the critical minerals, rare earth elements that we need for our modern economy, modern defense systems, we have in America, in Alaska, and yet they're dominated right now by the Chinese. That is not good for our national security. It's not good for the environment because they don't have environmental standards. It's not good for our workers who could be the ones mining and processing these critical materials. So it's the combination of what we have in terms of resources and what we have to be able to do in terms of permitting reform. We would welcome your ideas on this. The permitting issues relate to hydro projects in Southeast that take way too long to permit with FERC. It relates to the intertie issues that we try to get to move energy across Southeast. It takes forever to do those things. So if you have ideas on this, Robert and others, please let me know. We are leading the charge here in the Senate on the importance of those issues. Let me end with a couple other ones that I just want to focus on where we're having some challenges, but also some opportunities. You know, my office is very involved in writing the Coast Guard bill every 2 years. Last year, we got the Coast Guard bill over the goal line, passed, signed into law. By the way, it was called the Don Young Coast Guard Authorization Act. We thought that was great, naming it after our great congressman. It's built on many successes, a number of continuation of the recapitalization of the Coast Guard fleet, a number of regulatory reforms that were critical for our fishing industry. And the one big disappointment that didn't come out of the Coast Guard bill, we had authorization, almost $170 million for the purchase of a commercial icebreaker. As you know, we're building icebreakers now, but those are going to be initially the first two that are built are going to be home ported in Seattle. That's where the current icebreakers are. Unfortunately, one of those is broken, so we literally only have one icebreaker. Our country has one icebreaker. The Russians have 54. We have a huge gap that we need to make up with. So we had this idea, starting with the Trump administration, extended with the Biden administration, to buy a commercial off-the-shelf icebreaker. We worked really hard with the Coast Guard to say, hey, that needs to be home ported in Alaska. I got a commitment from the Coast Guard Commandant to do that. The Coast Guard did a study that we were pressing on where to do it. They came up with the idea and the plan to home port it in Juneau, which is exciting for Juneau, exciting for Alaska, in my view, exciting for America. So we've been working with the Coast Guard to do that. We got the authorization done in the Coast Guard bill. We got a land transfer for NOAA to the Coast Guard to actually have it for the port for this icebreaker. We're going to need hundreds of millions of dollars of additional infrastructure in Juneau for this icebreaker. The ship crew will be, you know, in the hundreds. I mean, this will be a giant issue for Southeast. Super exciting. We had it all lined up in this giant omnibus. You might remember at the end of the year, the Coast Guard authorization, money for the icebreaker, the president's budget, the appropriations bill from Senator Murkowski, and then lo and behold, at the last minute, this $1.7 trillion bill. Literally at the last minute, 2 a.m, somebody removed that from the bill. Enormously frustrating. So I've talked about this publicly. It's a hiccup. I've already had good discussions with the Commandant of the Coast Guard and the Homeland Security Secretary just last week, saying it's imperative you get the money to do this, to purchase this icebreaker back in the president's next budget. They couldn't say, yes, it's going to be there for sure, Senator, but they were signaling that that's very likely. And the Commandant said, we are 100% still motivated to move forward on purchasing this icebreaker and getting it home ported in Juneau. So stay tuned. We're going to keep working at it. It is a giant issue we've been working on for years. And it's really good for our state, really good for Southeast. It will be, and really good for America. We need more icebreakers to protect the Arctic. So that's happening. That's an update, a little bit of a setback, I will say, despite a lot of hard work. We've been talking to the mayor of Juneau and the leadership in the community on getting ready for this, but it's a great opportunity. We're going to keep pressing it. Let me end with a couple issues that one is well, they're both tough ones. You know, our fisheries are the lifeblood of so much of our coastal communities, so many communities in Southeast Alaska. Some of you may have seen my Alaska Salmon Research Task Force Act was passed and signed into law at the end of the year. This is focused on bringing the best scientific minds, significant federal funding, state, federal, tribal experts to really dig deep on what is happening to our salmon fisheries in Southeast and interior Alaska, you know, on the Yukon and the Kuskokwim. The king salmon runs have just crashed. This is an unbelievably horrible situation for so many of our Alaska communities, particularly along these mighty rivers, the villages there. So we are 100% focused on trying to get the best science. What's happening? How do we solve this? How do we address it? Bring all the stakeholders together, working together as Alaskans. Another issue that I got to tell you really just riles me up is fighting for the troll salmon fishery in Southeast Alaska. Some of you might know that a Seattle-based environmental group known for its very extreme positions has filed a misguided, manipulative lawsuit arguing that Alaska's small-scale hook and line troll salmon fishery is endangering the continued existence of Puget Sound orcas hundreds of miles away. If that sounds ridiculous, I would agree. But they filed this lawsuit, and unfortunately, they're abusing the Endangered Species Act. They're not calling for any fisheries in Washington state to be shut down, or the pollution in Puget Sound that might be impacting the orcas. They're blaming it on our small fishermen in Southeast. And I am getting ready. Well, I'm very focused on this. We had a good discussion 2 days ago with the leaders of our trawl fishery. I'm working to file a lawsuit, or not a lawsuit, join the lawsuit with an amicus brief from the congressional delegation. But to be honest, we're worried about this because the magistrate in this case had made a recommendation to the district court judge to shut down the fishery in Alaska, not in Washington state where the orcas are, in Alaska. It makes absolutely no sense. So if you're hearing about this, which I'm sure you probably are, please let everybody know we are focused on this. I'm calling the Secretary of Commerce, the head of NOAA Fisheries, the head of NIMS to say, you need to defend this lawsuit in the Alaska salmon troll fishery vigorously. We're going to join the lawsuit as well. But this is the kind of abuse of our legal system that really frustrates me. I know it frustrates so many Alaskans, but we are in your corner fighting on this topic on a daily basis. Let me just end with some good news. You know, after a rough couple of years, our tourism sector is really looking up. I know it's so critical to the economy of Southeast Alaska. Again, we all work together during some rough times during the pandemic on these issues. Thank you again for your great cooperation with us. Helping the comeback of our tourism industry, my bill called the Visit America Act was just signed into law by the president. This is really a big push to make sure that at the federal government level, we push for tourism, not just in New York City and LA, but in places like Alaska I worked really closely with our Alaska tourism industry to put this bill together, to get a lot of their ideas together, and we got it over the goal line. So it's signed into law, and we think that's going to help the comeback of our tourism sector, which is so critical to Southeast, but really critical to the whole state of Alaska. So that's it for now. Thanks again for all the great work you guys are doing. I've been honored to work with so many of you. A lot of challenges, but a lot of huge opportunities for our state, and you guys are leading the way on it. And it's a real honor to work with everybody.
Thank you, Senator. It's hard to believe it was just 2 or 3 years ago that you brought the Secretary of Commerce down to Ketchikan to help with some emergency relief funding that really helped stabilize and then turn the economy around. EDA has been very responsive to us. I know there's a reauthorization bill that's going to work its way through your committee at some point, and we'd love to work with you and your staff on that, especially when we talk about matching funds. I think that's one of the challenges that we see in the region as we were pursuing some of these infrastructure opportunities. So we look forward to that, and we really thank you for your work on that icebreaker. It's I just redouble our efforts. Anything we can do to help with that, I'm sure you'll let us know. For curveball question related to military, you know, there's that sonar installation there on the back island, right?
Yeah.
But the Navy seems to have forgotten that Alaska is one of the 50 states. I don't know. It doesn't seem like they have much of a presence here. Is there a way we can welcome them to Southeast Alaska?
Well, Robert, great question. And the Back Island facility is, you know, one of the most important in the entire subfleet for our Navy. I mean, it's absolutely critical. So you might remember, some of you might remember a couple of years ago, I hosted the Secretary of the Navy in Ketchikan, and we had a great event. We had a huge community dinner for him. Ironically, we didn't know this, but the Ketchikan Daily News did a story. It was almost 100 years to the day that the last time the Secretary of the Navy visited Ketchikan. He showed up almost on the 100th anniversary to the day. I mean, talk about ironic. But I will tell you, you know, we are doing a huge buildup of our military. I like to say Alaska constitutes 3 pillars of our military might. We are the cornerstone of missile defense, so all the radar systems, all the ground-based missile interceptors that protect the whole country are based in Alaska. We are the hub of air combat power for the Arctic and Asia Pacific. Now we currently have over 100 fifth-generation fighters. Those are F-35s and F-22s. Over 100 now based in Alaska. No place on the planet Earth has that many fifth-generation fighters. And we are the platform for expeditionary forces that can go anywhere in a moment's notice because of our strategic airlift. Some of you may have seen that the Army redesignated the whole U.S. Army in Alaska as the 11th Airborne Division. That is having a hugely positive impact on morale in our forces. And then we're doing this huge Coast Guard buildup, including this home porting of an icebreaker in Juneau that we just got to redouble our efforts on. All told, the buildup in the last 5 or 6 years, and you know, we've worked together with so many communities, but I'm on both the Armed Services Committee and the Commerce Committee, which oversees the Coast Guard. It's been in the billions, and that's been great for our national security. It's been really, really good for jobs. But to your question, I just met with the Secretary of the Navy last week, and I pressed him on the issue you just raised. There's this big buildup happening in Alaska, but the service that seems somewhat MIA is the U.S. Navy. They need to be doing more training. At J Park, there's this big biannual exercise called Northern Edge where they play a really big role. Just today, the Marine Corps Times talked about the Marines doing a lot more in Alaska. Some of you know I've been trying since I got to the Senate to marry up 2 of my passions and loves the state of Alaska and the U.S. Marine Corps. And we're trying to get the Marines doing much more. There's a good article today saying that they're going to start be doing a lot more training in Alaska. So it's happening, but I will agree with you, the service that's been a little bit slow on, looking at the ability to home port vessels and do more training with the Navy and the Marines has been the U.S. Navy. So I raised this very issue, like I said, in a good meeting I had with the Secretary of the Navy just last week, and we hope to get him up to Southeast Alaska again soon and not have it take another 100 years for the visit of the Secretary of the Navy to southeast part of our great state.
We certainly appreciate that, and there's no doubt in anyone's mind how hard you're working on all of these things. You just kind of give us a snapshot, and it's like almost overwhelming, all the different issues that you're putting 100% of your energy into, and we just so much appreciate that. And if there's anything that we can do individually or community-wise or organizationally, we're certainly here for you whenever you call on us. So thank you.
Okay. Well, hey, thanks again, everybody. Robert, thank you. We'll see some of you next week in Juneau. Keep up the great work. Know our door is always open on these and other issues. And I can't thank you enough again, all of you, for the hard work, the great work, the tough work that you all did during a really trying time last 3 years. And I think the future's bright if we keep working together on these and other issues. So thanks again, everybody. Have a great conference. Hopefully see you some next week.
Okay, I knew if we just brought Karen up, that would do it. So, Karen, you've got another slide or two. You want to kind of show us what's going on in this month? 2 minutes. All right, here we go.
All right, I'll talk very, very fast. I had a past life as a tourist. Anyway, I just have 3 slides here. I would want to talk really quickly about our pellet project. Southeast Conference is moving pretty aggressively in partnership with the United States Forest Service and the Denali Commission on a demonstration project that happened in Southeast Alaska on Rovito Island. We're installing a containerized pellet mill. If you look in that photograph, you'll see the blue. It's 2 containers stacked one on top of each other. The mill itself is actually in the lower part. And in the upper part, that's where the grinding and the storage is for the feedstock. We've got a building on Rovito Island that we are working with our contractor on configuring so that we can get the right materials to install this, and hope to be ordering equipment fairly quickly, just for trivia's sake, because someone always asks, isn't our wood in Southeast Alaska too wet to make pellets? That particular plant that is in this photograph makes pellets out of chicken poop. So there you have it. If anybody has questions on that, you can talk to me later. But I will say that because of our work on this project, we have 2 other entities aggressively pursuing a similar project. One is in Kodiak area, and the other one is in the Kenai area. So we'll see, they are following our route with this and are interested in the technology that we are working out. So the owner of this company has been to Alaska and has taken a look at our location and is really pleased with everything that he saw. All right, next slide. One of the things that we do is we work literally in partnership with the Alaska Energy Authority and the United States Forest Service on quite a bit of the biomass work that we do. And we try to put on a biomass operator training every couple of years. We actually would like to put one on twice a year, but it's just ridiculous how hard that is sometimes. So we are trying to get a training put on in Hannan, Alaska. Our tentative dates are in the early part of May, and we are just waiting to nail down a few key parts of that project, and then we'll be advertising it aggressively. So it's not 100%, but it's very close. And then next slide. All right, last thing. I want to put this on everybody's calendar. One of the things that we do, and this has been in complete partnership again with the State of Alaska Energy Authority, is a wood energy conference. We call it the Alaska Yukon Wood Energy Conference, just like we heard AT&T saying that they were trying to connect the Yukon via broadband to Southeast Alaska. We really feel that a lot of the issues that we have in Alaska are similar to those in the Yukon, and we partner with folks in the Yukon to put on an energy conference. This is a spin-off off of the Energy Authority's rural energy conference that they used to put on pre-COVID, you know, all these things. So this will be the first conference that we'll have put on since 2019. I'm pretty excited about it. Robert knows why. He told me I couldn't retire until we had enough wood energy conference, and then COVID happened. There we go. So it says tentative dates, October 3rd, 4th, and we are working to put on a third summit or conference on the third day that would focus on small law sawing, because one of the things that we heard over and over and over again is biomass works well with a sawmill residual, and so many small communities have small diameter logs that they're learning on, would like to learn how to process more. So that is coming together fairly quickly. It wouldn't be tentative. I just haven't had time to call the hotel and ink the contract, but pretty close to sure that that's happening those dates. Robert, is that it? Anything else? Is that 2 minutes?
Thanks, Karen. You've learned that by now, it's the third time. So what I wanted to do for just a couple minutes is, a lot of our utility folks are over at the Alaska Power Association's meeting that Mr. Rovito is hosting down the street. But there's a couple folks in here, there's been some significant progress on some projects. Wanted to make sure that we get those on the floor. Southeast Conference and the region has supported Metlakatla's Intertie project for years and years. Alaska Energy Authority has been a conduit to manage some of the design work on that. And Mayor Smith was here, and I thought we've got a news update on where that project's at. So would you please let us know? Let us know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're real good at putting us in the spot. It's going great. We recently got the award from MTIA grant to help complete the project finally. So we're very excited about that. I'm sure it's going to be a few years out to get the cable built and laid, but get the funding to finally say we can complete it. It's awesome. It's been decades in the talkings and see if I can finally get it finished. There's another issue. Let me go right into the green crab. Okay, well, so yeah, you see me put my coat on, so he's like, no, I'll go get him the mic, so he doesn't go nowhere. Okay, so I'm gonna head up towards the stage and make some noise. Okay. Okay, well, Albert Smith, Mayor Metlakatla. We got, as Senator Murkowski mentioned yesterday, we have discovered the invasive species of green crab, European green crab. We've been monitoring it, coming up, it's a big problem in Washington State. We watched it migrate its way up through the coast in Canada. And last July, we found some shells. So we started, we had some pots out testing before that, but we were deeper than we should have been. We found them mostly in the intertidal zones and the tide pools and that sort of thing. So it's that's in the warmer months. In the winter months, I think they go a little deeper. But it's a problem that that they go after our habitat for salmon. They go after our shellfish when they're small. Look into it. It's going to be a big problem for our state, I think. for it to get to Annette Island, it had to travel through state waters to get there. So it's here. We don't know how far up the state or up the coast it's gone. To my knowledge, we are the only active people trying to catch them. And with the history of learning through what Washington State's doing, the tribes down there, and the communications we have with them, is that if we don't try to get it under control right away, it can get out of hand exactly with what they're dealing with. So look into it, encourage whoever you can in federal and state officials to start monitoring and find out how bad it really is. Because to date, this was yesterday's numbers, we've gotten 777 crab. That doesn't seem like lots, but that's, we're very small part of Alaska. And if they're already that far, then it's something that we should really keep our eye on. Our funding has depleted to continue to catch them and try to keep them at bay. The BIA is trying to help us out here, and I think we're going to get a little bit more funding, but I think it's something that all of Southeast and all of Alaska should be very concerned about and try to do the best you can to keep the numbers down. It's very tough to say if we can completely get rid of them. I don't think so, but to try to keep it down the best you can would be the what I'd recommend. Thank you.
So are there, did Andy make it last Heat Smart? There he is. We're going to talk about what's happening there, and Mr. Thayer, interesting slide about some energy auditor funds that might become available, so you might want to get his card before you leave, but tell us a little bit what's going on.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Hi, everybody. Andy Romanoff, Alaska Heat Smart, representing a nonprofit here in Juneau, Alaska. And as I like to tell people, I think I say it almost every day, it's a great time to be in the heat pump business, because either everybody's doing it, or if they're not doing it, they seem to want to do it. Demand for heat pumps is probably at an all-time high here, at least in Southeast Alaska, definitely in Juneau. And so we at Alaska Heat Smart have a number of different programs funded by Department of Housing and Urban Development, and by a generous contribution through Department of Energy, thanks to Lisa Murkowski. Essentially, Alaska Heat Smart is a bridge between the consumer, the homeowner, business owner, building owner, and heat pump installation contractors. And so we have a number of programs that help, that help individuals and people interested in space heating, lowering their costs, lowering their emissions, figure out what exactly they need to do to bring a heat pump into their energy mix. Our foundational program is our home heat pump advisory service, where we, through an analysis of a space's energy utility use and lifestyle use and living patterns, can generate a report that helps the homeowner understand exactly what they need to move forward. So essentially, we're helping to empower and educate homeowners and building owners on how to move forward, what they need, take the confusion out of the process, and basically make it easier and streamline things so they can move ahead and save money and eliminate emissions and electrify their space. That's kind of a program that sort of reaches the tier, the socioeconomic layer that for folks who have money, who have capital, who can move ahead and do this. So through a $2 million grant that we received last year from Housing and Urban Development, we developed a Healthy Homes program. The 90 or so lower income family homes, air sealing, weatherization, insulation, mold, mildew, moisture removal, potentially oil removal, heat pump installation, electrical panel work, service upgrades, all sorts of things for these lower income homes. Really bring them up to speed, make them safer, drier, healthier, and more comfortable and much cheaper to operate. That's the lower end. Kind of in the middle, we realized we weren't hitting this sort of middle section of our triple chocolate layer cake. I like chocolate, so I think of these things in terms of chocolate. Through Senator Murkowski's help and the Department of Energy, we were able to receive $420,000 of congressionally designated spending. And with that, we've developed an incentive program. We call it the CHIP, Clean Heat Incentive Program. And so if you're a homeowner and your gross household income falls between 80% and 125% median area income, Alaska HeatSmart can provide you with $1,500 to $3,000 of incentive towards your heat pump installation, as long as one, you meet their income qualifications, and two, you have a successful Alaska HeatSmart home heat pump assessment, saying that your house is ready for a heat pump and good to go. We do not have any installers on staff. No, we essentially are a conduit between you, the homeowner, and the installers. So we work daily with the installers in town. We work with just speaking with installers up in Anchorage today. I often speak to folks in Sitka and Kenai all over the state. We're also becoming as sort of an educational conduit for information about the Inflation Reduction Act and the various tax credits, and hopefully not too far off energy efficiency rebates that are going to be available through that program. So we're very excited. If you haven't had your home heat pump set, you live here in Juneau, it's time. We're here for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. So while that's a Juneau program, they're also reaching out to other communities to see how they can support those, and that's also something that USDA Rural Development is supporting through one of the programs that we have a grant for at Southeast Conference. So if you want more information on those type of things, reach out to Andy. We have, you're board chair now, aren't you? Well, you're on the board of directors for IPAC. And so Patty is from Cake, another one of the communities that we've supported for a long, long time on energy development. They've commissioned this past year the Gunnet Creek Hydro. How's that going? What? Usually I want to hand the mic to, like, okay, but if there's anything you want to say, we'd be happy. No, Keith, you don't, hey, the overcompensation over there. So Clay Good from Reeve was not able to get flights, snafu down south. It was not Alaska Airlines. It was shame on him for not taking that. But you guys don't fly to Australia? Yes. Yes. So anyway, he could be with us. Nathan, is there anything you want to say about ASEP? What's happening there?
Yeah, so I'm with the Alaska Center for Energy and Power. It's a research group based out of UAF up north. Robert roped him into bringing someone down here to get in contact with folks from Southeast, get an idea of the energy issues here, to relay that to the researchers up there. Just this past month, I was able to link up one of our researchers, Michelle Wilbur, with some folks out of Kunat, and they were able to have a discussion about some of the challenges that they've been having with their heat pumps, and so yeah, this can then help inform us, like what are the issues that we need to address before doing some of these rollouts. If you have any research, any energy questions that you want looked deeper into, feel free to come to me here at the computer table, and I can link you up with some of our experts up north. Also, another plug for some upcoming events. In May, there's the the governor's office is putting on the Alaska Sustainable Energy Conference over in Anchorage. ASEP is one of the major sponsors of that, and in the months leading up to that, we're hosting a series of online workshops. The first one later this month is on low carbon energy transitions. We have international experts who will be telling us their experiences in making that transition. Next month, we'll be having a carbon capture and sequestration workshop. It seems like there's a lot of interest in the governor's workshop and the governor's office and the legislature on nailing that down. So there we'll have some discussions about that. And in April, there's going to be an energy storage workshop. So we all know about the batteries we have, but what we have isn't going to be enough for the upcoming energy needs of the state and the nation and the world. So what other storage technologies are in the works to help make that happen? And all these workshops are free online, so you can look up the Sustainable Energy Conference for more information about that.
Thanks, Dave. All right, so that's one of the things that we try to do is facilitate network resources to whatever the need or the topic is. And so it's great to have those relationships with Renewable Energy Alaska Project for ASEP and of course the state's energy office. Lori, did you want to say anything about any other local issues? All good. Okay, the other project that Alec, you want to?
Well, since Lori so politely declined the microphone, I am going to take a moment to say, so I'm Alec Mesnick with AEL&P here in Juneau, and for a lot of years you've seen me get up and talk about some of the different things that we're involved with in Juneau, like Alaska Heat Smart, and recently we just hired Lori Sona, who is taking over my position at AEL&P, and so you'll probably see her around a lot more, talk more about some of the things that I was promoting or have been promoting to everybody here for years. You know, the opportunity to see more electric vehicles in our region, to do more with our hydro resources and use electricity efficiently and all of those things. So just to introduce Lori, so you know that she's here and available and a resource to answer some of those questions as well. That's the update for us.
And welcome, Lori. So we've also work closely as part of the Thayer Creek hydro project, and it was not shamelessly named that in order to get Curtis Thayer's buy-in and support, which he's freely offered, but it is slowly moving forward. But I'm pleased that the Forest Service has really stepped up this year to help with some of the permitting issues. So that's still on our list of regional priorities to continue supporting. So we have one last thing, you know, and it's usually it's kind of a rare thing. Okay, what is the fourth time now? I got past it. Okay, so we rarely it's a rare thing when we recognize outstanding service to the region. It's usually every 2-3 years maybe. And we did so earlier today for Captain Falvey and his service, but we have one individual in the energy world that we wanted to recognize. I'm going to ask our board president to come up for that. So, Lacey.
Thanks, Robert. I have something that was prepared by fellow board member Alec Mesdag, who is now the general manager of AEL&P. So if you'll indulge me, I'd like to read this because it's a good one. Connie Holbert started as Alaska Electric Light and Power's controller in 1996 and was promoted in 2002 to vice president and secretary treasurer, which was the company's antiquated title for chief financial and regulatory officer. In 2017, she became the 10th person to serve as AEL&P's president and general manager, and the second woman to serve on that role. During her tenure at AEL&P, Connie was involved with many projects that have played a massive role in the remarkable place that Juneau finds itself in today, including the transfer of Senishim from federal government to Ada, becoming the first port in the world to connect a cruise ship to shore power, entering into an interruptible energy contract with Greens Creek Mine, which has saved Juneau's ratepayers over $80 million. The 2008 avalanche recovery efforts, the financing and construction of the Lake Dorothy Hydro Project, COVID-19 pandemic, and more. When you're not a lineman, one of the hardest parts about working in electrical utility is that no one really understands the achievements. The industry is highly regulated, complex, and flooded with snake oil salesmen who seem to have endless hours available to promise 100% renewable energy for almost nothing. And the only reason that no one has done it already is that other people are too stupid, or crooks, or both. They don't answer the call when a single mom in an apartment with electric heat doesn't know how she's going to pay the bill, even though the only room she heats is her babies because baby wriggles out of the bed blankets at night. True story. When Connie vacated her office upon her retirement, she left behind a Post-it with a quote that reads, "Complex problems, there are simple solutions that are almost always wrong." Electric rates matter to the health of an economy and community, and while AEL&P's rates have the largest impact on Juneau, they are also a component of the PCE calculation. When AEL&P's rates go up, the rates go up in every PCE community in the state. Connie knew this, and she was at the office early, stayed late, and worked most weekends. When she was asked to write a note for AEL&P's annual letter to the community that goes out to every household in Juneau, she wrote, "Knowing that what we do at AEL&P affects every person and business in town as a reminder to do our best each day. And I can assure you that I've always kept that in mind." Few people perform their work with such precision, integrity, and kindness. So it's my honor on behalf of the Southeast Conference Board and organization to present Connie with the Southeast Conference Award for Outstanding Public Achievement, which Alec Mustag will accept today. Please give Connie a round of applause.
So Connie did want to be here. I tried to convince her to be able to make it. She's still, she's limiting her public appearances these days, enjoying, I think, her retirement. And she was never really someone, I think, who sought a lot of attention. She worked for a lot of years, mostly behind the scenes, in the accounting department at the utility, which is not a place that usually gets a lot of attention. And but her work is really meaningful to Juneau, and again, it's really complex what happens there, but it makes a big difference to a healthy economy to have affordable electric rates. And there aren't many things that you can buy in Southeast Alaska for less than the national average cost, and that's what we have here in Juneau. So she, like I said, not someone who sought out this attention, but someone who really worked every day, truly believing that it was her responsibility to do her best for her community, and that is why she did her job. And so it's something that it's been a real honor for me to work with her, and I hope to really carry on that example that she set in her community mindedness in the work that she did. Thank you.
So any final comments, Travis or Russel, as we wrap up the portion today?
I would just say everything that was said about Connie Holbert is absolutely true. I had the privilege of working with her in my capacity at APA, and what a smart, caring individual who really put, the community and all that before anything else. So absolutely appropriate award. Congratulations to Connie.
I would just like to thank you for hosting myself and again, anything AEL can do. The one thing that we recognize, and I said this morning, with electrical utilities, they're member owned. And so what can we do to help you as a member owned one? To help you?
That's the outlook that we have at AEA. On that subject, I think Phillips, I've never met before, please wait for him. I need to chat with him afterwards to see our outreach.
So don't go anywhere. We have one final panel after this break, but we're going to give you a break here. And please thank our energy panel and all of our energy champions here. And so, like I said, we always put tribal enterprises onto our agenda because it is a very significant part of the Southeast economy. And I think that's, yes. So the group of ketchup can people in the corner, see Keith, I'm leaving you alone this time. I'm just calling out ketchup can and encouraging them to come in and have a seat. All right, so it has been absolutely incredible to see some of the accelerated activities that have helped with the recovery from this pandemic. And one of the greatest moving forces in the region since that time to launch that recovery has been Lincoln County Central Council. First with the stabilization and recovery and the emergency aid that they provided, and then launching out into a very forward-looking employment and jobs and so many activities that are adding value to our region. So we're very honored to have the Chief Development Officer. See, I got it right this time. I just had to follow exactly what he told me. And again, his bio and introduction is on that QR code, but we just know him as Will Ware. And would you please welcome Will to the podium?
All right, well, I hope everybody's enjoyed Southeast Conference in our facility. Hopefully it's gone well for you. Hopefully the food and beverages were to your liking. We appreciate Southeast Conference utilizing our facility and look forward to having that long relationship with them into the future. My name is Will Ware. I am the Chief Development Officer for Clinton and Haida. I oversee the Tribal Development Division of Clinton and Haida. What that means is I oversee all of the enterprises, which are businesses. I also oversee all acquisitions that occur of land, facilities, businesses, and the likes. Why is it important for you to hear about tribal enterprises? Well, I think at the last Southeast Conference that we had down in Ketchikan, you heard that the fastest growing sector of Southeast Alaska was tribal governments. As tribes across Alaska specifically, I can brag about them here in Southeast Alaska, tribes are growing with great sophistication at lightning speed. We work well with our congressional delegation. We work well with our state representatives. We work well with our municipal governments. And for those of you that are across Southeast Alaska here, which I think is nearly everyone, you come to know that tribes within our communities are often the backbone and extremely influential and strong participants of everything that occurs from roads work. I was the Tribal Transportation Director here at Clinton and Haida for years, as well as in Petersburg, the Petersburg Indian Association. And so I understand that through those kind of infrastructure dollars, we make a difference in every community that we are in. Now with economic development, you get a chance to hear a little bit about what we are doing. I did speak a lot on this last year at mid-session and went into great detail over all of the different activities that we're involved with. I'm gonna just briefly touch on that this year. I don't have a PowerPoint, so you're gonna have to use your imagination. It's the end of the day. I know that's short, so I'm gonna keep this shorter than what I typically would. I'm gonna list off just the enterprises that we have right now. Tribal Development is responsible for nearly all of the tribe's enterprises, such as Sacred Shine, which is a part of our fleet management. We provide detailed cleaning of vehicles to the general public, but we also do our own fleet of nearly 60 vehicles. You can imagine that keeps us busy. We also have a fleet maintenance department that eventually will be getting into minor vehicle repairs, oil changes, brakes, and the likes. We also operate Smokehouse Catering that you were able to enjoy this week. Title Network, which I think you heard just briefly upon here earlier today from our network director. Southeast General Contractors, Sacred Grounds Coffee and Cafe, the Elizabeth Pradovich Hall, which you're sitting in right now, our online store, which is shopclinkenandhaida.com, Smoke Signals Fireworks. For those of you that like fireworks, we provide fireworks sales here in Juneau. Believe it or not, I fought that enterprise as that was an idea. President Petersen said we're doing it, and I said I don't think it's going to do well. And that is one of our most successful enterprises that we are engaged with, and he reminds me of that all the time. We've also, just so you know, for those that are across Southeast here, we also are now selling the larger fireworks for municipalities and boroughs to be able to do their own 4th of July fireworks shows. And so we will be distributing that right out of the Juneau area. So again, if your community is buying fireworks from the lower 48 and having them shipped up, you may consider getting a hold of us here at Clinton and Haida. We'll also be selling the mortar tubes or the software as well that you can operate. So you're not doing it right close. I guess they operate it off your phone. Anyway, for those of you that are involved with your borough fireworks, you know what I'm talking about. I don't. Just get a hold of us and we'll put you in contact with one of our team to go ahead and do that. We also have our TNH Logistics, which helps to facilitate the moving of equipment and building materials out of Seattle, also across the Juneau area here as well. And then we are operating our Haynes vacation rental property as of this last year. And my team asked me to talk about a food truck that we got through the Volkswagen emissions settlement that will be in operation hopefully this coming year. There's a number of things that we're doing. And when I first took over the business and economic development of the tribe, we had an operation that we call social enterprises. And so the idea is that we were going to use a matrix of how many people we could bring together or put into employment with a livable wage. That was really the intent of the enterprises. That was our first measurable matrix that we were going to be using, was a social enterprise. Well, after my first executive council meetings, the first few, nobody was looking at how many people we were keeping employed, how many people that we were providing full-time health insurance benefits to and retirement plans and the likes, and livable wages out there. They were still looking at the bottom line of what we were doing to say solvent. So I convinced the executive team of Clinton and Haida, which I'm a part of, that we start looking at it as just strictly enterprises for generating revenue, so we're not reliant upon restricted or unrestricted. We're reliant upon unrestricted funds and not onto government funding sources. Once our enterprises did a turnaround and we became solvent and we were able to contribute back financially to the tribe in some significant amounts, I then went back to our executive team and said, let's start bringing in some of these social enterprises philosophy. And that is, now that we're solvent, now that we're moving in a direction where we are receiving unrestricted funds, now we're going to start adding into this matrix of bringing people back to work. That really ties back in, so why is it important for you to hear of tribal enterprises in your communities? Because many of our tribes across Southeast Alaska are doing that very same thing. They have sophistication not only with federal funds, but they have the contacts at our congressional delegation, and as well as our representatives and senators at the state level. But it's really important for you to understand that they have access and sophistication enough to operate things that are going to provide benefits to your community. We work well with CBJ. We have opportunities that we look to do partnering with CBJ. We have opportunities to partner with the state as well. And of course, we do a number of things in conjunction with the different federal organizations. This last year, I presented some of the acquisitions that we had made. Just recently, this last year, we made the acquisitions of 400 and 410 Willoughby, which is the building that's right across the street from here, as well as this big white one right over here on the other side of the parking lot. That was nearly 100,000 square feet of office spaces, just between the two, a little more than 100,000 square feet of office spaces. And those are under the very beginning stages of renovations to meet the needs of the tribe, which you'll later hear we have over 500 employees, not quite half of that right here in the Juneau area. doesn't sound like a lot, but you'll just note, as President Petersen shared it, is welcoming. When he got here 8 years ago, we had 190 employees. And so we have grown substantially. One of the things that he charged the enterprises in our tribal development department with at the beginning of the pandemic when I took over was, I want to come out, he says, we need to come out as a tribe stronger at the end of this pandemic. In my head, I was thinking, I hope we come out alive and the business's doors still open and the lights still on, right? But he said he wants us to come out stronger. So that required a lot of work of being creative. It came out with a lot of work of making some modifications to our business operations and our plans. And let me tell you, for those of you that are involved in government, things like that doesn't happen very easily, right? When you're working with government, whether it's a federal, state, or even on a local level, government change occurs slowly. But the pandemic required us to become more fluid, and that made us better, and it made us more efficient. It made us being able to work with a smaller labor force, and that labor force had to have a buy-in. They had to have not only a buy-in, but they also had to just have that flexibility. So we came out stronger. We came out solvent. We came out with a business as the pandemic started to lighten up and open up. We had a business model and a plan that was able to be successful. And we're finding even more success as the pandemic is on its waning side, we hope. What has this acquisitions of these properties down here is it allows us to have a cohesive campus with available programs and resources all in one location. Creates for us a campus. We're spread out all over here in Juneau. We have offices out in the valley, we have them downtown, we have them in Lemon Creek. And so what this will do at the very end, we hope is going to provide the majority of our folks that are working here in the Juneau area to be working on one campus. I'm also happy to announce that after a mid-session last year, we were able to form a partnership after the presentation that we gave on our business and economic development. We were able to start a partnership with Allen Marine. Now, I know Jamie is gone on vacation right now, but he has representatives here. Zach, it's good to see you. And so we had a successful first season of catering for Allen Marine tours, and it was exciting. It was busy. And for those that don't know, Jamie and his team are quick movers. They have high expectations, and they cut no slack. But at the end of the year, we had a great relationship and one that was positive. And we just signed another MOA for the 2023 season. And we look forward to going into that with, again, not only growth, but continued success in that partnership. Our Smokehouse Catering Company is, up until our fireworks, was another one of our more successful endeavors. And we are actually growing into another facility with a large dedicated commercial kitchen. And so we'll be able to do much larger events and more regularly, multiple events, actually, not just what we're kind of solidified to do in one major event per day. We anticipate being able to grow and meet the needs as they come up for us here. That move will hopefully happen by the end of this year or early 2024. The Elizabeth Peradovich Hall. This was, we've hired some staff that has really helped us step up our game. And Chatham Timothy, I think you probably, if you haven't been introduced to him, he's been running around. He's the one guy that you're gonna see moving in and out of the kitchen and all over the place. I know that he's here early in the morning. He usually shows up at the end of the day to make sure that things are tidied up really well if he's not here all day. I gotta tell you, the Elizabeth Peradovich Hall here has been busy. We're booked, and we're seeing some solid growth within that. And for the first time over the last couple of years, this hall has proven to be solvent and paying for itself and then some. So there's some great excitement that we have with that as well. We're also looking at moving, and I wish Anthony was here because we're looking at moving into some Sea Alaska owned facilities for an additional Sacred Grounds Cafe and coffee shop. And so that partnership with Sea Alaska is going well. We look forward to having that occurring and starting up here this summer. One of the things that I'm most excited about to share with you, not just because JC is sitting right here in the front row looking at me, but is really our Small Business Resource Center that we started up officially in 2023. Really, we launched that a little bit sooner. We launched that maybe towards the last quarter of 2022. But the Small Business Resource Center, in partnerships with Spruce Root, provides, well, just that, small business resource training and classes and opportunities for communities across Southeast Alaska. Something that we find to be very popular. We have a website that'll be coming up live here shortly. It's going to have available grant information for small businesses, as well as a business directory of small businesses across our region. There's training opportunities. We've already started our own business basics classes. I think our first one was for tribal artist certifications, or tribal artists, for artists. And then we also have a tribal artist certification program. That doesn't sound like a big deal, but let me tell you it is. When you have visitors that are coming into the Southeast Alaska and they're wanting to get artwork, they want it tribally certified. They want to know that they're getting it from an authentic tribal artist. And so by having a tribal artist certification program, we're seeing sales for our artists grow exponentially. Been very, very popular though, having these small business basics programs out there, and we're looking at having that continuing on throughout the rest of this year, hopefully indefinitely. In addition to the small business resource centers, we've started the small business grant program back in, I think we're in our 3rd year. We offer out $2.5 million a year to businesses that are tribally owned in the form of grants. And so that was initially started to help them through the pandemic. We have probably one more year entitled of that kind of resources available to our tribally owned small businesses. And for many of them, I could tell you, well, just in 2022, we helped out retaining 4,436 jobs. That was reported to us on what we were able to save and preserve for tribally owned businesses through this grant funding that we were able to offer. We also had a startup training classes for small businesses where we gave them a small grant if they completed a small business training class, which really helped them develop business plans. We gave them $2,500 if they completed the course, and then we gave them opportunities to go ahead and have access to other business owners, could get some mentorship and other things. And so that was going on with through our small business resource center. This last year, just in 2022, we've seen 50 new businesses were able to be started through our startup funds and early training courses that we offered. Tidal Network, you've heard from Chris Cropley earlier today. What is Tidal Network? Tidal Network is the tribe's broadband initiative, or tribal broadband program. We just, in November, received $50 million through NTIA, something that we're excited about. We've started a consortium of tribes across Southeast Alaska to go ahead and help serve the underserved with internet, and that's high-speed internet that provides cost savings. And so there's a number of communities across Southeast Alaska that actually don't get adequate internet service. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about folks that live in a town that you're watching a show and all of a sudden, you get a buffering look on there, your favorite, right at the football game, it freezes like it did Sunday, right? I'm not talking about having those kinds of situations. I'm talking about we have many communities right here in Southeast that have little to no internet, none. And so we recognize that there is economic opportunities, but also there's educational, and even more so that we found through this pandemic is that there's health and behavioral health opportunities that we can offer to our communities if we provide them and assist them with affordable internet. So the tribe invested prior to the NTIA $13 million of its own resources to help us get started. We hired a couple of network architects. We started drawing up designs and identifying communities across Southeast Alaska with communities that wanted to work with us to develop greater access to reliable high-speed internet. I'm happy to report that we'll be moving into Wrangell, which was the first community that was chosen to work with us. We now have 2 cell on wheels, they call them cows, that will be able to provide temporary internet services and cell services into those communities, but we will be building 2 towers that is gonna go ahead and provide internet service to a portion of Wrangell that isn't getting any internet service right now. And so it's not a big portion of town, but it's an area for us to go ahead and do a test pilot of that community. We've also have Sitka, who is asked us to come in and be our second community that we'll be going into to put up some towers. I know, again, you think, well, Sitka has internet. Not all parts of Sitka has adequate internet. And so for those of you that are familiar with Sitka, we are going into Sitka. We've identified locations and areas within Sitka that receive little to no internet. And we're going to be providing that cost-effective, high-speed internet. There's other things that we'll be working on. There's many smaller communities that we've identified that are a part of our consortium here at Clinton and Haida, that oftentimes necessarily building a tower for such a small community isn't financially viable or feasible. Well, right now we have low Earth orbit satellites that are out there. It's actually more cost effective for us because of the size of the community for us to provide a voucher program for those people and individuals in that community to then have access to those low Earth orbit satellites. And because it's proprietary, I guess I'm not going to go out and say we all know what those are. And but with those are the companies that we're working with. And I do have to tell you, our Tidal Network company, our Tidal Network team has been working with every major internet service provider in Southeast. I have to say, they're not looking at us as competition, and that's good because we're not looking at taking business away from folks that they're providing internet service to. We're looking at reaching out and providing, as did the FCC, their intentions was tribes being able to go out and provide high-speed, reliable internet that's cost-effective to the underserved communities. All of the major internet service providers recognize that that's what we're trying to do, and they've been working well with us on that. And so we're excited about that opportunity. Is it something that we're going to get rich off of? Absolutely not. It's going to be providing more of a service. If we could break even on that endeavor and this initiative, then we're happy and we're excited. If we got to pay a little bit for that to make sure that our communities across Southeast Alaska have the access that most of us in this room have access to and become reliant upon, that's good enough for us as well. One of the last things I'm going to talk about is, and for tribal development, is our Cowie Creek subdivision. A few years ago, Clinton and Haida purchased 86 acres over on Douglas Island, and it's up on the hillside. It's property that currently underway. We have developed a master plan for housing development that'll meet the needs of the Juneau area. So that our intention is first and foremost to be able to provide affordable housing, but, and I gotta tell you, I live in Petersburg and I commute every week to Juneau. Affordable housing is really, that's really your own perception, right? I mean, because holy, that's relevant. Housing here in Juneau is really expensive. I thought it was expensive in Petersburg, but housing in Juneau is an emergency situation. It's hard to find a house here, let alone being able to afford it once you've identified one, if you could identify one. And I have to tell you, here at Clinton and Haida, as we are looking to hire attorneys, as we're looking to hire high-paid positions, we are losing out because they can't find a place to live here in Juneau. Even if they could afford to, we're not able to find them a place that they could buy. It's tough. So with the 86 acres that we acquired a few years ago, we decided to go ahead and invest some resources in the development of a master plan. Out of that 86 acres, you can imagine there is hundreds of lots that we will be developing, hopefully starting here with this in this next year. Well, a couple years, I say a couple years. I'm not a patient man, I'd like to say years, but I gotta work with the CBJ to make sure that we are following through with all of the requirements that they have of testings, of suitability for access of vehicles. We got one bridge that gets over to Douglas, and we have 86 acres of developed property that puts a big strain on some of the roads that are there, as well as the utilities. So there's a lot of things that we have to do to get ready. However, I like to pound my fist as much as I can on the desk to get my way. Doesn't work at home, but sometimes at work it works here. And so we're gonna be working with CBJ to see what we can do to alleviate the housing emergency as soon as we can and as fast as we can. And so hopefully this time next year I can report that we're much closer to developing a road as well as utilities. We've already allocated millions of dollars into the infrastructure of water, sewer, and power up into that area. And so as soon as we get the green light to go ahead from our own engineers as well as CBJ, we'll be going ahead and putting those things up into that property. Finally, I think I could have said finally a little while ago, and I do that a lot. I say finally, and then I talk for a little longer. I'm clinking, so I'm glad to say it. So I got to tell you, tribal development is creating an office of tribal tourism, and something that we've already laid the groundwork for. Does that mean that Clinton and Haida is going to get into the tourism business? We don't know, but what we do know is that we're looking at certifying privately owned businesses that are in the tourism sector. And so does that sound like a big deal? Well, we know that through some of our contacts with the large visitor industry, they like to see certified tribal tourism operations that are out there, and they want to utilize those. We want to provide the infrastructure in place for tribally owned tourism companies to become certified so that they get that greater recognition from the tourism companies that are coming in within the visitor industry. The Kira, I guess I said finally, and I forgot that we have a wholly owned subsidiary, and that is Kira Global. And Kira operates with over 1,600 employees nationwide. We are into government contracts. We provide governmental services to most military bases from Guantanamo Bay all the way up north. And so there's just a wide field of services that we provide primarily to the military, but also just to governmental entities across the United States. So if you take a look at Kira Global, you'll see that online, has a website with a lot of information that's on there. With that, Mr. Southeast, I have completed completed what I have. Is there any questions that you have? No? Good. That was easy.
Truly phenomenal what is happening. And Melani tries to capture that, but we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars of economic benefit. And I think just seeing the rate of acceleration that Tribal Enterprises is doing, it's wow, what's next? And I think one of the best examples was in the broadband, where not even quite 3 years ago, the Denali Commission helped to convene a tribal symposium here that was hosted by Clinton Heights Central Council, and all 19 tribes in Southeast came to, and Central Council took it from there, and away it goes, and here we are with these major awards and major investments throughout the region. So it's just really, truly amazing. Anthony Blunt says his regrets, he was regrettably detained, so he will not be able to present, but just appreciate the heart that both he and Will and President Petersen and the leadership team, both those organizations really do more for this region than they really get credit for. So we like to make sure to help showcase that because it is a meaningful partnership that we have, and one that really benefits the region in multiple denominations. So that actually will conclude the formal portion of our agenda for the Mid-Session Summit. As you know, because you've got the printed agenda, there's always more, but there's more content tomorrow that's focused on transportation. And I think many of you are staying for that. John, did you want to say anything about that before Lacey comes up and gives her final remarks? And Lori, where are you? Lori, you should why don't you make your way up here as well? John, did you want to, we had a couple things for the good of the order, including where are we going to go party? I mean, where are we going to hold our next face-to-face meeting? Okay, pop quiz. There you go. So what should we be doing now to prepare for that?
Well, what you should be doing right now is making your hotel reservations. It is September, and September is still part of our visitor season, and we still have lots of fish coming in, so we have lots of fishermen coming in. We do have hotel room blocks for you at the different properties around town. So you need to call directly and say you're part of the Southeast Conference room block. Do not go online. The hotel properties do not have codes set up for their online booking, but they will make you reservations if you call directly. We have our wonderful partners from Alaska Seaplanes and Alaska Airlines that will be flying over, so make your plans, and we are very much looking forward to seeing you in Sitka in September.
Yay. September 19th, 20, and 21. No. Anybody that we know is a good enough hunter, they get there as the first day. So that's. Okay, come on down. John, why don't you give us a preview of what to expect tomorrow?
Hi, everyone. My name is John Bowling. I work at Southeast Conference on transportation and other issues. I hope you're planning on coming back tomorrow. I think if you do, you won't be disappointed. We're going to be covering, obviously, transportation issues from soup to nuts. So air travel, surface travel, both marine and non-marine. The speakers will get into some more detail about this remarkable $284 million grant awards to the state of Alaska Marine Highway System. They'll be able to see what was applied for, what the state's intentions on how to pursue those projects with the funding available. And we'll also be hearing from folks at State DOT Planning Shop to talk about long-range plans, how this money affects, how the infrastructure bill money affects plans for statewide planning, regional planning, and indeed how it can help your local planning processes as well in your communities. So we'll have a really talented and well-informed group of presenters, both from FTA and MARAD at this federal level, and from State DOT, Marine Highway Shop, as well as folks from NATO, our friends visiting from Ohio, to talk about economic development in the ferry system. So, and at the very end, there'll be a panel of people that essentially really are experts that can help those of you from communities that are interested potentially in pursuing funding through the RAISE and the other programs that are available, both through the infrastructure bill and through other programs from the federal government. So there'll be lots to take in tomorrow, but I think you'll find this time well spent. Look forward to seeing you then.
Thanks, John. And last year's symposium was very successful, and it led to a lot of investments and a lot of opportunity for the region. So, including the opening of the community transportation plan. So come tomorrow and hear how to do even better this next year than we did this year, which was phenomenal. Is there anything for the good of the award? Yeah. So breakfast starts at 8:15 in the morning, and I don't know if we're starting with bacon, but I think we asked them to do the same program tomorrow as we had today. So we like bringing home the bacon. That's the theme tomorrow, is the IIJA, what it's done, where it's going. So bringing home the bacon. Formal remarks will start at 9 a.m. So do come. And again, a word of appreciation for our sponsors. Is Mike here? Any union members from AMHS? There's a lot of these are consistent year after year, event after event sponsors, and we so dearly appreciate them. The three unions got together and they said, we're part of this new era of working together, and they're one of our new sponsors. So I really appreciate that, and just the whole paradigm change of how AMHS is moving forward and working together. Rush the stage, grab the mic.
Only because Laurie said it in my ear that I needed to come up. So I just wanted to put out a plug for the Heritage and Cultural Tourism Conference that's happening in Sitka, April 11th through the 13th. A lot of the conversations that we had here today will be discussed in greater depth around how we build and develop and tell the story of Alaska. And so look for emails, look for information about it on visitSitka.org. We have a killer lineup of speakers that are coming from all across the country and from the state as well. So I encourage you to come over and experience that. And it's during herring season time. And so we hope to have some fresh herring eggs for everyone.
All right. Madam President, do you want to come and officially, anything else for the good of the order? There you go.
I think anything witty that I had to say is probably long gone at this point. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for attending the Session Summit. It was great to see all of you. I think this was a really successful couple of days. The last few years when we've gathered, it's definitely been more about just sort of surviving with the pandemic and lack of crews and I really feel like there's a lot of optimism here now in the region and a lot of great success stories to share and to build off of, and things definitely look very, very bright for the region. So thank you again, all of you, for your attendance, for your passion and participation this week. And I do want to say thank you to the Southeast Conference staff and Robert one more time, because they put so many hours into this to make it happen. So sweet. It's so sweet. And thanks again to all of you, and we will see you in Sitka. Take care. And tomorrow. Thank you. And tomorrow. Stick around for tomorrow.